get away with his bullying, he resulted in, the next step is, okay, I want to kill him.
Damn. That's it.
And so, and my feeling is like, why does he want to kill me? I don't understand why he messes with me, picks on me. So if that's what was happening to someone on the bus, trust me, all the kids know.
Yeah, they all know.
And if it was a brother and sister dual tag team, they went after the softest, the low hanging fruit, which was probably the sister. And I'm wondering, where the rest of the video is. And then on top of that, I'm agreeing with you. If there's no attendant or anything like that, the bus driver got all these kids on a bus.
Mm-hmm.
Where in the hell is the bus driver?
Right.
Right. And I'm just clueless, like how sometimes people only see the reaction of the person being victimized reacting, and they never see the perpetrator. So I'm with you. I feel like we have to definitely now, dissect things a little bit more. And I'm looking at that whole video. That's why I didn't share it, because I was just like, yeah, them kids were not even fazed. Matter of fact, the girl that was trying to come behind the boy who was who was punching on the girl who was bending down, she was even trying to get in on action. So something tells me there's some more to the story, because none of those kids were stopping trying to jump in.
Exactly.
So the adults are, I don't know, they sleep at the wheel, or they just don't even care. We got people that don't care, and then you got people in some of these schools who are like, well, we're going to protect the humanity in some kids and not in others. And you can look at the comments.
Hello. State Power, can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hey, Black American Homeland, I'm going to drop you down and bring you back up.
Oh, he probably couldn't hear me, but you can look at the comments and see how how just disgusting people are when it comes to young black boys and humanity. And you can see, like, even people were like, oh, they need to be tried as adults, and they need to be thrown in jail. And so I want that same smoke for these white kids that literally grow up and become, mass murderers before they become mass murderers. Meaning that there is evidence that they were doing certain things at a young age, and no one took that serious.
Absolutely, because what do? They harm little animals. That's like the true sign of a sociopath. Is they're harming young animals at a very young age. But to be a bully, and to be honest, I don't know what the demographics of the school that your kids are in, but they tend to do that when they're in large numbers, and we are the true minority where it's just a couple of us there. They really like to show off. I'm gonna put that up in the jumbotron of a black female teenager. Looks like she's like one of a few at this school, and the white boy says some derogatory shit about picking cotton or some weird shit, and she ends up attacking him, for that.
Oh, so I saw that one at the they were outside out at lunch, and he said, "Where did you come from? Did you just come from picking my cotton?"
Oh God, see, that's that bullshit.
I saw that video, and she walked up to him and smacked the what out of his ass, or threw something on him. But it's like, that's the trauma we live in. And then you have their parents who believe, well, all this woke behavior that's happening. Well, to me, I don't think it's classified as woke behavior. I think what we really need to be, making sure that we recognize is that domestic terrorism has always been a culture passed down from colonial and European behaviors. And it has not changed. So then you have people out here who see that you have recognize that these things are happening. So they use the terminology like CRT and the woke and all this other stuff. And I'm like, no, what's woke is you actually going to actually try to burn down the Capitol and then say, oh, well, we're just practicing our patriotism. We're just, practicing our rights as citizens in this country. Well, why no one else is actually trying to burn that in their own country? You the only one.
Yeah, it's always when they do it, it's always right. It's always right, and it's always patriotic, and it's always this is the American way. But whenever we do it, when we stand up to quite literally just defending ourselves, it's a major problem. And that's the way that they expect it to be. They expect it to remain this way forever, to be quite honest. But like in my mentions, it's Mexicans typing in Mexican, to be quite honest, and saying a whole bunch of shit. The one dude said, he basically wanted to attack the little boy. He wanted and it's like, damn, like you said, the comment section is where they really expose who they really truly are, what they really believe. But I was really, not shocked, but it's like a lesson learned over and over again, just more confirmation that these Mexicans are going to come over here with the mentality that they don't give a fuck about us. They're going to jump right on white supremacy side and right to the protection of, anything that looks close to white. And damn us all the way into a prison cell, if not into a grave. That's their mentality. There's really no difference, except for I believe they're much more aggressive with it. And again, their population's going to double in they're saying in 20 years, 20 plus years. So hopefully I live that long. I got a grandkid on the way, be just hitting her 21st birthday ish, 25 ish, right in the prime of their lives. And they're dealing with this doubling of this population that just does not give a fuck about us at all whatsoever. And they're not going to be playing black and brown. That shit's going to be over if it's not over in 2024, by 2028, that shit is done for them. Guaranteed. They don't care about that. And these black politicians won't be able to sell it to us anymore because they're going to be very aggressive, very bold, and they're going to be stepping out and standing out saying no. It's the Latin century. It's the Hispanic century. And dear God, dear God, man, I can only feel sorry, for situations where you talked about the school bus driver. What if the school bus driver was, a Mexican, and the principal of the school is a Mexican or whatever, or some others, an Asian for that matter? And then you got your black kid going to the school with all these, or even a foreigner, a foreign diasporan who looks like us, who you think is on our side, but meanwhile is doing everything they can to undermine and especially get the black boys into juvenile detention, get them write-ups, get them in the court system, get them in CYS, CPS, whatever, and try to separate them from their family. That's really what they're doing. That's what it's all about. And I'm here to push back against all of it because, like, I'm just saying, enough is enough with it. They're kids. Let them be kids. Don't make no death threats though, because that's when it goes to a whole different level. Yeah, just crazy.
I don't ever think we do anything like that. Like I don't ever see, like, I know we get upset. Excuse me. And we may do some things or say some things like, that's real deep and real raw about, different groups of people when it comes to like fighting and stuff like that. But I don't recall seeing grown adults actually talking about they want to see, other kids of other races murdered and killed or harmed in such a heinous way. I think there's really something to that when we actually start talking about the influx of immigration and how other groups of people that come into the country, they really are really about the maiming and the murdering of even children, and they'll speak about it so freely when it comes to situations like that. I mean, that's not the first time I even have seen that or witnessed comments like that. It's all over different platforms.
Yeah. So, and it's the thing about on Twitter, especially because I'm not on a whole lot of other ones. You don't kind of really know who's behind the avatar. You got that image of a person, and they might have a flag or something up, whatever. So you're just going on faith that the person is who they say they are. It could be some nefarious character who's just simply trying to stir up shit between different groups of people. I mean, that's always true, but I still so with this particular situation, I think I had 3 or 4, maybe 5 different Latin Americans comment in Spanish on this particular post, which is like odd because when you look at their timeline, everything they post is in Spanish. Everything except for when they talk about something that has to do with black people. And I mean, I just do a quick scan and it's just like, well, damn, whenever you talk about black people, you talk in English and it's always something derogatory or negative towards black Americans specifically. But all your other conversation on your whole timeline is always in Spanish. And the good thing is there's that translate button to translate what they're saying. So you know instantly what they're talking about. But um yeah, it's kind of weird, it's kind of like, damn, and so I'm taking a little bit different because we had that Twitter blackout, whatever people called it, and some people said 24 hours, and I saw someone else say 48 hours. So I'm like, cool, I'm gonna do the 48 hours. So I did from the time I got off of work on Thursday night, I believe, till all the way till Friday night or Saturday night or whatever it was. So it ended up being 48 hours for me. And I'm coming back to the notifications and the timeline, whatever, and then I see the Chinese balloon, which we could talk about that a little bit. I guess there was multiple Chinese balloons traveling over the country, whatever. And then I see this fight, and I'm just like, okay, things are moving along, and then I see, which Marcel just posted, that they did confirm South Carolina's going to be first in the Democrat primary. They're trying to push Georgia up. They say Nevada because the Latinos are growing in power out there. And they're kind of pushing down these super white states of Iowa, and I think New Hampshire was like the first 2 in the past. So you have this whole strategy going on where they're trying to give us something symbolic in the presidential primary to make it look like they're going to push black people to the forefront. But really, what they're doing is they're setting the stage for these Mexicans, because I say Mexicans because the reality is the Mexicans are like 90% of the population of these Hispanic people coming over here. They just have an overwhelming large number of Mexicans. Florida is like the only state where it's kind of like a different mix of them. But for the most part, the southwestern U.S. is all Mexicans for the most part. And they're going to control all of that shit. The Democrats know it. The Republicans got to know it. I think everybody's aware of it if they're halfway intelligent. And they're just kind of setting it up for them to take this power away from us, push us to the front, which really makes us irrelevant, because in an election, you don't want to be first. You kind of want to go in the middle or the end, if possible, somewhere where your vote determines the outcome of the election. When they push you way up in front, you're going to get that hoopla, but it's really empty symbolism. It's emptiness. And really what they're saying is you are so you kingmakers, quote unquote, are so loyal to the Democrat Party that we're going to let you set the stage for who is going to come out front. But they know that all they got to really do is tell the black voters who they want to be the front runner. That's part of the problem as well, because it's always going to be the establishment candidate like Joe Biden versus whoever else is in the field. So depending on who they run this time, whether it's Biden, Kamala, or Newsom out in California, I keep hearing his name being brought up. It's going to be whoever the DNC says this is the person who we believe is going to be the person. And then they're going to have all these black leaders, quote unquote, church pastors, whatever, their typical organizations stand out and say, hey, we want you to push this person, so that they can give them a early lead heading into all of these other states. But it's going to be like those Super Tuesday where you got 8 states or whatever the number is that are really going to make a much more important determination into who the president is going to be. So I everything they do nationally, globally, locally, it's all to benefit themselves in some way, shape, or form. And this shit is no different when it comes to the way they're setting up this election for 2024. It may have some initial benefit for South Carolina because it's the first time it's happening, and it's the first time, so there's going to be a lot of coverage for it, whatever. But that's what they do. They get, let's get everybody excited, let's get all this coverage, let's go to the local this local black restaurant and talk to the people, or this local black barbershop. You kind of can already script it because it's the same old script, the same old talking points, it's the same old visuals. And then unfortunately we kind of just fall in line with it, and then we give them what they want, and we don't get a whole hell of a lot in return on the back end. So that's kind of where I'm like, are we going to continue to be basically the target for these people? Are we going to continue to be their targets, or are we going to start kind of fighting back in some way, shape, or form? I mean, even if it's verbally, I know everybody on this app, we're very engaged. It's certainly not to the people on this app. It's just to everybody else, the majority of the population that just kind of sits around and just kind of goes along. Like they're just unaware of what's going on. That black teacher that I was going back and forth with, black woman, she's like, I'm saying, I'm defending this black child who's defending another black child from these particular individuals. It's clear that that's what was going on. And she's like, oh no, how are you defending black people when you're setting them up to go into prison? And it's like, damn, how am I don't have no authority in that situation. I don't have no power in that school district, that fucking city, county, state, whatever. To be honest, most of us don't have any power anywhere in the society at all whatsoever. The few who do don't do shit for us. But how am I telling him, and I'm not telling him directly, I'm just saying through these posts, that I'm going to support his decision in defending himself? Because really that looked like self-defense to me. As far as I can tell, that was self-defense. How am I setting him up to do all of these negative things when it's the people who control the whole entire system that actually orchestrated so that can occur in the first place? And she's a teacher, and she's a teacher who's essentially wanting black kids, black young men, to be docile and weak and not stand up for themselves and not defend themselves in order to survive. And that's where it kind of comes down to, because for whatever reason, we have been just trying to survive. We have just been trying to survive. We just trying to survive. That's all. We just want to survive.
But are we? And then that's the other thing too. Like, we allow society to make our children into adults before they are adults. And, we definitely, like, boys and girls should be allowed to live in their youth as children. And we allow society. I think that was another comment I saw in one of the comments under the bus fight. Somebody was like, "Oh, they need to be tried as adults."
Damn.
That's a man. Those are men pummeling that little girl. Like, do you see you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the adultification of Black children, especially Black young boys. I mean, that is so insidious. And again, that's why I'm getting these Mexicans in my comments talking about they want to go attack this young child. Like, and have no problems with saying that full-chested, full-throated on a public app that should lead to some type of investigation and charges, in my opinion. Yeah, it's the sexualization of young Black girls and the adultification of young Black boys, so that the second that they do something that the society doesn't agree with, let's lock them up. Let's do whatever we can to get them out of any opportunities for any future advancement ever, quite literally.
Yeah, or in their life, or let's end their life, because these are adults. They're making adult like rational, decision. Like the psychology. Like, you have to tag me in that post, because me, I will tag all of the FBI, all of the authorities, and be like, these are adults sending these threats to children. Why isn't this being investigated? Because that needs to be said. Like, that's the other thing. We need to stop allowing people to get away with actually doing that, psychological warfare on our community.
Oh man. So the psychological part is the part that is what we're dealing with today. In the future, much like we got some Californians in the building, understand that at some point it goes from psychological to actual physical. At some point, I hope to God, dear God, that they stay in those 5 states. 120 million of them living in those 5 states on the border. They can go back and forth as much as whatever. To me, it's a wrap. However, if they decide they're going to spread out to all the major metropolitan cities, then it's a big problem. I'm seeing more of them in more than I've ever seen in my life in this little mid-sized city. More and more and more and more. Every single time I go outside, I'm seeing them. And the people here, again, it's been black and white for so long, they don't even know. They have no clue. It's all black and brown. They keep, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? I sat and listened to the radio station tonight on the way, home from the store. And, we got the first black mayor in the history of the city ever. Immediately, they start attacking him, blaming him for a whole bunch of shit that's been going on my whole entire life. He's the root cause of all of it now. And he's been putting up this plan because they're having a hard time hiring city cops. Okay, they're having a hard time hiring city cops. Why are they having a hard time hiring city cops? Because the police union is making it difficult, because he's a black mayor, and they're going to do everything they can to make it difficult for him to do anything without their permission to do it. So his plan sounds really logical. We got all these county police. They don't really do shit, because the county police around here don't really do shit. They just transport prisoners back and forth to court. Basically, that's all they do. So he's like, well, let's utilize these county sheriffs to actually, because they're already in the downtown Pittsburgh, because that's where the court system is at. Let's utilize them on the streets, do more patrols. Solution oriented. Bang. what happens immediately? The fucking white police union rep comes out and saying, "Oh no, that ain't gonna happen. No, 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 that's a violation of our contract. We gotta sit down and discuss the parameters of this shit. We got jurisdiction over the city downtown area. Blah 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 blah." But fast forward to these two white broadcasters on the local FM news talk station. They don't mention the fact that the police union is the fucking problem one time. They sat there and talked for like 30 minutes. It's all the fault of the black mayor. 30 minutes. All the fault of the black mayor. Not once mentioning the fact that this white police union is making it difficult for this to happen. And that is the problem. They always get in line, get behind, and do everything they can to undermine any black person in any position of authority, including our children in these school environments. That's how it works. That's how the setup is. Listening to that, and because I'm not involved in politics here or whatever, but the writing's on the wall. As soon as he stepped into the office, I'm like, oh shit, they're gonna do everything they can to blame him, shame him, ridicule him, try to push him out of office, and make it extremely difficult for him to be successful. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They want to make sure he's a one-term, mayor, and so that he has very little, if any, successes while he's in that office. And to me, it's a failure of understanding that he should have came in there and cleaned fucking house, man. Like quite literally, just came in, started doing audits, investigations, and all kind of shit, just pulling skeletons out of every fucking closet and exposing these people for who they really are. And that's something I think that we fail as black Americans when we get into these positions, is we don't expose them for who and what they truly are. That's what we should do day one. That should be our number one goal. Go in, expose them, and clean the shit up.
Hey, Black, look, like when you are a individual working in a system and they know that you are not part, you working in the system, but they know you're not part of the system. They are not going to give you the leverage to do any of the things that you just mentioned, right? A black person that becomes the captain of the police department, that one person most time is not able to clean house or to disrupt anything, even corruption that's going on in the police department, because that's all protected. So, I mean, one individual can't change anything. It has to be we have to take over the whole system. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, one individual can't, like President Barack Obama couldn't change the whole system, and he's forced to work with the system if he wants to, get ahead. I'm pretty sure he was mostly, thinking about his second term. So yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just say sacrifices got to be made, man. This is where the warrior mentality got to come in. You know what I mean? You do whatever it takes to get in there, and don't be concerned about a second term. Just be focused on, let me expose as much of these people as I can, the embezzlement, the corruption. Let me get it all out while I'm here. And then let them pick up the pieces at the end of the day. I mean, that's the way. That's that's warrior politics, guerrilla politics, if you will. And we need some of those type people out here that are not concerned about their career as much as they are concerned with actually putting us in a position to where they understand that we finally get it. We're at war. You've been at war with us, And now it's our time to actually return the favor.
Yeah. Hey, what's the senator in New Jersey? The black senator.
Cory Booker.
Cory Booker.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's him.
You know, okay, this guy, man. You know, I used to like that guy a lot. You know, but you see that he's in a situation where he can't, even though he has power and he's in a position of power. He does seem he sees that he can't really do anything to make major changes. The only thing he can do is go along with the system and try to what's that word for you know to man, sometimes I don't know how to explain these things. I mean, he can't do anything to change the system. The only thing he can do is you have these advisors that come to him and say, "Hey, look, if you want to run for president or you want your second term as a senator, you have to push these agendas." And these agendas have nothing to do with a black American agenda. I mean, you hear. I remember, seeing one of his interviews, and he's talking about illegal aliens. He supports illegal aliens, and he doesn't say anything about black Americans. So it's just a telling situation, situation where there's nothing he can do to change the system.
Yeah, so it's kind of like I can't give him a pass. I can't. I just can't. He's an intelligent black man. If he really cared about black Americans in his district or his state, he would do whatever it takes to help the black Americans in the state of New Jersey, and by extension, help the people in the region as much as he is capable of. But I think he's the one who just reintroduced HR 40, and he may be in alignment with the people that are kind of the opposition in the reparations movement. So I really don't know what's going on with that dude. I've seen him speak a couple of times. He sounds really milk toasty to me. So I don't know. I don't know what's up with that guy.
Who are we talking about? Are we talking about Cory Booker?
Yeah, Cory Booker.
Yeah, his family's actually he actually talks about how his family actually has we're from, I think, immigrant country.
Oh wow.
Which is so odd though, because it's kind of like they don't ever talk about that until they start to try to find their equivalent to comparison to blackness. And so he now is starting to talk about how his family has roots, I think, in the South, but they're originally from an immigrant country, and I have to find that video. And so I don't expect Cory Booker to do anything past his face at all, but I do see him cosplaying blackness, like Kamala Harris does, to the extent of influencer and fame. Other than that, I don't see anything else coming from them at all.
When he was the mayor of, I think it was Trenton, New Jersey, I mean, the guy has so much potential. I mean, the things he was doing, I mean, I said, wow, this guy, he'll be a great candidate for senator or congressman. But once he got
but he knew about Black American. He knew about the guy. He knew about the NOI guy that killed Malcolm X and did not say anything. And then when the autobiography, or the show, or not the show, but the I think it was the autobiography or documentary came out. Excuse me. He was like, "Oh, I didn't know who this was."
Terrible. Terrible. Did he grow up in the country? Because maybe he don't have a Malcolm X experience, or wasn't.
Oh no, he grew up here. He definitely talks about how he grew. He has Southern roots, so I think he grew up here long enough to to truly have the the experience. But he definitely talks about his family having indigenous root. Immigrant roots.
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of makes sense because I think, at least in my upbringing, listening to hip hop, which was political, which was revolutionary growing up, introduced to Malcolm X at a very young age. And if you never had that experience at a young age, or even as an adult, maybe he went the other side of whatever that would be considered. I can't say MLK because we're learning that MLK actually was a little more forceful than most people give him credit for. So he would be on a whole nother side of even MLK, in terms of just being a pacifist, kind of meek and docile, and not wanting to be the angry black man. It's so unfortunate that we don't have angry black men in politics that stand up and call shit out and say what it is unapologetically, and don't are not concerned with their career. Fly McFly.
What's good? Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the space. I hope my TV's not too loud.
No, we're good. It's all good.
It's not, right?
No, you're good.
It's mine too. I hope mine's not too loud. I'm watching Bad Boys while talking to y'all. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to throw some sauce in the pot of this conversation, and I wanted to kick back on what I believe Black American Homeland was saying, or whoever was saying that one man can't make a change. And I'm gonna kick back. I feel like a lot of times these people are scared or don't care, or are more so for self. And I'll just give you guys like a few examples. Like my department, when I work on in the beach patrol in the summertime, the chief has a lot of control over what happens and what doesn't happen, and who makes what type of money, and who controls the chief, the mayor. And I just feel like anytime I have a circumstance, I can always pinpoint it to one person that has a lot of control, because that's the way our government is created. Yeah, like other people do, but there's always that one person that can do something. And then and I'll just kick it back to just say, like me coming in these spaces, I went to my last council meeting and I approached the mayor directly, got his email, and I sent him an email on just all the injustices going on in my department. And I put my name out there. I didn't want to do that because when you're black and you're outspoken, you become a target. So that's why a lot of people don't want to do it. But I did it. So I'm not saying that, that change is drastic, but like I'm the one, my department has about 130 lifeguards, and I can count on a hand all the Black Americans on the beach patrol, and we're all shitted on and not treated well. And, I feel like I could be one of those few people that can actually make a change. But I just wanted to kick back and say that even Cory Booker can make a change, just to escalate it up, right? Even Cory Booker, I live in New Jersey. Even Cory Booker can make a change, but you just hear what these people value and what their goals are. Okay, is Daddy talking? All right. I'm gonna land there.
Oh, be gentle with the baby, McFly. Fly McFly. She or he, it don't mean no harm. I do agree. And again, I'm not going to disagree that one representative can't make a change, but I will state that you can always tell their intentions, by the language that they use. And I think that's always, to me now, based on the work and things that I've been involved in, that's a big indicator for me. And I always say that, if a politician or someone who is really about organizations or people running organizations are about true representation, I listen to their language. And that to me is real important now, to tell me whether or not they have the pulse of everyone or just a particular group of people. You got to stay power. I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's very good space today. Peace to the room. Peace to the space. You know, I really enjoyed what Fly McFly was saying. I believe that that's true activism. I'm actually a local city council member here in Southern California, and it's very hard to get people engaged with their local government. And I think that one of my biggest things is transparency and also community engagement. You know, I don't want people. I don't really agree with having to put your name there anyway, to be honest, because we do the same thing. These public comments, you have to write your name down so that you can speak. I think that all citizens, and especially Black men, should just participate in the political process. And so I applaud you, especially when you work for a municipal government. You're right. There is someone at the top that can handle those issues. One person, can be difficult sometimes to make the change that's needed, but a lot of times, it does work out. And so I just appreciated you sharing that.
Hey, Stu Power. Yeah, I know you're new in your position right now, but I'm wondering, in a year or two, will you feel the pressure of other city councilmen and other people that works in that city government? I'm wondering if they're going to pressure you to cooperate with the way they have things going on in that city. Because to me, that's the thing, right? Like they have ways of trying of getting you to cooperate that will give you incentives to cooperate and do the things that they want you to support in that city.
Yeah, I feel like I feel that pressure now. Like, to be honest, there's been things, said about me inquiring about law enforcement activities. I feel like someone told me that, we don't do things like that around here, in terms of like the city council's job is not in charge of law enforcement activities. Well, honestly, a constituent texted me at nighttime at 11 o'clock at night, and I did inquire from the city manager. I did inquire what happened. And to my point, I said, we get regular text messages. So we get regular text messages of all police activity in the city.
Oh, wow.
I didn't get any type of text message regarding this particular police activity. And a constituent asked me about it because he said that he had been detained without cause. I definitely followed up with it. And there's some people now that are feeling like maybe I'm doing too much. It's not my job.
Okay.
Because we contract out to the sheriff department, so we don't have our own police department. But my response is this: the city council pictures are up at that sheriff department. In the same way, when you go to the DMV, you usually have the governor's picture. If you go on a military base, you have the president's picture. This is called the chain of command. And so we do contract out to the sheriff department. That's at the pleasure of city council. That they definitely are accountable to city council. And so, I'm trying to work with the captain of the station, and I feel like I want him to be an ally. I want him to hold his deputies accountable, and I want to increase police community engagement. I want people to not have to fear the police, and I don't want any incidents. I don't think anybody wants any of these atrocities that are going on. And maybe I don't have the ability to stop some of those things from happening. But I certainly believe that it's my job and my duty to maintain public safety within my city limits, even if that public safety is being safe from our own police departments.
Yeah, man, that's what's up. Man, that is wow. So that's, man, because you in the belly now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, you actually got to deal with this. The fact that you're getting these nightly text messages is very interesting. You know, and that's the thing. They always say the public is completely unaware of how much activity actually goes on. But once you get inside that inner circle, you start really seeing it for what it really is. So salute. Man, the only advice I would say is try to form a coalition. Being on a council, maybe, you know, if there's a group of people that feel the same way you do, it'll give you more strength in, you know, the protections that you're looking for. That would be my only advice. Miss Trouble, you got it.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing tonight?
Shout out. How are you, sis?
Oh girl, you know, I'm just getting in the door. So I've been listening to you all for a little while. Nice conversation you have going. I think a lot of times what we forget when it comes to people coming into office, especially even our own people that come into office, in my opinion, I think a lot of times they have pre-selected people that's going to come in and champion exactly what the establishment wants them to champion. Mm-hmm. So even though they tell their constituents, you know, this is what I'm going to do for you, they already know that to a certain degree that's not fully the truth, but they need those votes to get in there. It's sort of like the same thing with when they showed that Sinclair commercial with how all of the Sinclair stations were repeating basically the same things over and over, and they was going from news station to news station to news station, and all of them had basically the same script. Our politicians are starting to sound exactly like that, especially in the Democratic Party, where you would think that each state would need something different, and that the candidates would speak to something different. But when I went in this election term, before I decided not to go and vote for anybody because there was nobody worthy of the vote, I was looking on all of their websites, and it was all the same. They were championing
Twitter.
Have you not read the room? That all of your constituents, or all of the people in the state or the area, even the local area, that your voters are not on the same page with you with these issues. But that's what these parties have become: one voice, one sound, you know. And it's actually quite disgusting that nobody has stepped out on their own. So sometimes it feels like when certain candidates come into office, they come into office knowing that they have to, in order to get in there and to be in there, they have to be on that sort of a Sinclair, you know, repeat, regurgitate, and spew out, you know, what the establishment says. I was listening to Mia McLeod, when she was deciding to step down from the Democratic Party here in South Carolina. And what she was saying on a radio program is that, you know, basically, I think I've told you all this before in another space, but the Democrats and the Republicans are pretty much hand in hand, you know, where the Democrats are no different from the Republicans because they make backroom deals basically with the Republicans against, you know, the voters. So whereas she was trying to champion the issues of the voter suppression and them changing the districts and how they redistricts, she couldn't get the Democrats on board with stopping the Republicans from doing that, i.e., by via lawsuits or whatever, what have you. And then they finally, with Republicans who told her, well, the Democrats agree with us. They're the ones, they actually want us to do this for sake of power and longevity in office. And so until we can get to a point to where we get some of these old heads, people who've been in there forever, out of the way, it's going to continue to be this way, because they've established they've established camaraderie amongst each other, being that they've been there for so long. So when you have new people like I can't remember which one, if it was Black Homestead or State Power, that said that they were, doing their thing inside office. It's hard to make allies when, the older ones who've been there forever have their allies who are more powerful, who are in a more powerful position. And so if you step out of line and you do something like inquire about something, here comes these old guards stepping in place to try to put you back in place and then muddy the waters for you on your next go round. So it makes it seem like a lot of people are scared to, to do what the brother did, because they want another term in office. And if I step outside of what they want me to do, then that's going to end, me being here. And I really want to be here for the people, to kind of, at least someone should be here for the people, but I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, look. This is a good example.
Who's fighting for the people?
We have our own Black American political party.
But you ain't fighting.
Okay.
Damn, you ain't fighting.
Any new person that is elected to their new position, right? We're gonna have advisors and other officials in our political party that's gonna visit those new elected persons and tell them, okay, these are our agendas, our policies, our goals, and we want you to align yourself with our agenda. And we give them a choice or whatever. If they say, they might say yes, but if they do anything different, right, then the individuals in the Black American political party, we're going to try to find a way to get rid of that new person. I mean, that's how it works with any system, with any organization, with any, with anything. So, to me, that's just the way the world works.
Well, I really, and I kind of think I'm going to just kind of push back just a little bit, because we're talking about, just moving populations to actually make a majority black space, not necessarily, black state. And it doesn't mean that there aren't people in politics at the time already in office. And I think we got to be realistic about how do we move once we get the numbers, like say Delaware, once we get the numbers in Delaware, we're moving into Delaware, and Delaware already has people in political positions.
Yes.
So
yes.
You have to. So I'm assuming, to get to the point that you're talking about, right, that there's something that has to happen prior to that. And that, to me, would be, well, the people who are going to run for office, let's say in Delaware, would have to be developing relationships even with the people in office that are there today, to hence, Trouble's point of saying you have that old, oligarchy, or that older culture of how politics is done today, where people have strongholds. They have built relationships up, and so their loyalty is to a particular people because they might have money ties, they might have business ties, that they've built up, within the government, and they're trying to keep their money going as long as they can. And I think we definitely have to make sure that we're also talking about that aspect in the beginning so that we can get to the point of what you're talking about. And you also if that's fair.
Yeah, and you also have to remember that some of these old guards, some of these old heads that are up in there know where the bodies is buried. And so when you know where the bodies is buried, that kind of ties everyone else's hands to a degree, and that's where that power lies.
Yes. Amen to that. So as I was on, I'm glad this conversation come up. As I was on my 48-hour Twitter break, I looked heavily into Wilmington, Delaware, heavily. I mean, I'm looking in neighborhoods, I'm Google mapping everywhere. I'm looking at commercial property because it's damn near the same cost as an apartment, to be quite honest. And an apartment is just a living space, where a commercial property, could be a break-even space, if not a profitable space. So I'm thinking, my head is in the space of get a commercial property that I can operate a business out of, use the space for some political meetings or whatever in the future, but definitely hit the ground in that vein. So as I'm looking at the commercial properties, what I come across is a common theme. And I don't know if anybody, again, I live in this mid-sized city, but I think this is pretty much America. It's Asian businesses, Mexican businesses, and then some mix of some other foreign businesses, as well as all the other, WPI, white owned, whatever businesses that are out there. But consistently, strip mall after strip mall after strip mall after strip mall after strip mall, it's a Chinese restaurant, a Chinese massage parlor, a Mexican restaurant. And this is like almost a pattern in almost nearly all of these strip malls. And I'm like, damn, this is kind of disturbing. This is kind of bewildering, because don't see no black businesses. I may have seen one. It was a rib shop, but it had closed, and that space was up for lease. So it's like, damn, there's all these strip malls, and I mean, there's a ton for this little city that's like a third of the size of the city I live in now in terms of the population. And it's all these foreign businesses, no black American businesses, no black owned businesses. Motherfucker. They keep kicking me out to space, man. They keep kicking me out. Man, Twitter going crazy. Twitter kicked me again. So so that's what I'm looking at. And so I'm like, damn, so we have that issue, of course, but that's something that I got to go in and try to overcome that part. It's not hard to get a lease on a commercial property. I just need one that is going to be multifunctional, right? But then it's like the black American Wilmington population is nearly 60% of the city. 60% of the city, and there's no black. I mean, there might be a barbershop here or there, but you're already at 60% of the city, and you are locked out. You have nothing. Like, that is like insane. It's so disturbing. It's a tragedy, to be quite honest. And so there is so much work to be done, just getting on the ground and actually understanding what's actual, the on the ground thing. But then you look and you see cul-de-sac, all these new properties, in the outskirts, suburb areas of the city, of course, likely to be white, Asian, whatever areas. And then, the older homes are likely to be filled up with black Americans. This is it's a microcosm of what America has become. And you have this white minority population that has all of the wealth. And then you got the Mexicans that are kind of feeding off of that. The Asians are feeding off of that. But the black Americans really don't even have You know, you start talk about strongholds, footholds. They don't, man, they don't got a freaking slipper in the game, from what I can tell, just from the outside looking in. You know, churches, a few mosques. I'm not sure if they're black mosques or whatever the case may be, but it's like, where is the Black American industry at?
Yeah. Hey, Black. If I can explain this, this is what I noticed, right? When I first came to the Philippines over a couple of decades ago, right? I noticed that almost all the businesses were individual owned businesses, right? You know, like you have all these thousands and thousands of different businesses. They all have different names, and the owner might have one or two locations, or maybe three. You know, but that was rare, right? But you had thousands and thousands and thousands, maybe millions of individual businesses. And then in the past 10 or 15 years, I noticed more franchises moving into the Philippines. You know, more McDonald's, more Pizza Hut, Wendy. You have you got Chili's restaurant. I see Applebee's. I see all these American franchises been coming into the Philippines in the past 15 years, and so I guess what I'm trying to say is the immigrant community, they are used to individual stores. Like, you start a business, you start a business with one location. Now, the American type of way of doing business is that you're gonna have either a franchise or you open multiple number of stores in different locations. You don't start with one location. You start with hundreds of stores all over the city or the state or something like that. And I think Black Americans, we are used to seeing what white people do, where they open multiple stores in different locations. So we feel like we can't compete with that. The immigrants, when they come over, they kind of stay away from that multiple store type of system of starting a business and just open up an individual store, because that's what they're used to in their own country. So it's just easier for them to open up businesses, because the small business is what they're used to. Black Americans, to me, we don't think that a small business can compete with multinational companies that a lot of the white people run. So that's I'm just trying to explain what I see in different countries.
Yeah, so let me take a stab at it like this. So we invented the individual mom and pop business is how I'm gonna look at that. Black Americans have always historically had these small mom and pop businesses, the barbershops, the beauty salons, the grocery stores. We own those businesses. The little insurance building, the real estate company. And matter of fact, in my the Hill District is one of the oldest Black American real estate / insurance companies. The newspaper we own. We had so many different inventions. We own a bunch of different things across the country. So I don't think it's that we don't believe we can do it, because I've owned brick and mortar businesses myself. We're locked out. We're locked out. That's the problem. There's no investment coming into the community. There's no training programs and mentorship programs to build up Black businesses. Even Black Americans who have skills and trades and want to contract and build businesses that way don't have the funding in order to put the brick and mortar businesses in place. I mean, I know we're being trained, and we've been trained to go to college, get a good job. I understand that part. However, we're not all going to college. And so some of us have the ability to start and open and operate a business. The problem is there's no infrastructure for that to happen. It's not because of us, it's because the system.
And then I have a question too, because we also have to not be, so blinded that we don't recognize that there's also an global economic system that actually keeps us out of trade. We have a lot of people who go overseas, or who live overseas, and they're not even making a connection. Like the people who want to talk about repatriation. So the people who decide to live in other places are not developing connections and networking to even get to the point where they're actually, networking with Black Americans back in this country to produce and send resources back into the country. And I think that is also something that we need to pinpoint too. That is a big issue. Because if you notice, people who come here from other countries, they are coming here and they're making business connections. They're buying land. They're coming here with money, first of all, and they're getting established. And they're also linking up with political resources.
Oh, Twitter is bugging. Twitter bugging out, man. That's like the 5th time. It don't happen that much. It do not happen like that.
And have the ability to create a fluid transitional system from here and globally, whereas we don't even have that access. I mean, that is something that we definitely need to, recognize that is a big problem. In the grand scheme of us talking about infrastructure. Because if we don't have any systems set up here, and we don't have any manufacturing here that we own, then we have no power when it comes to other people who move out the country to other places if they are trying to establish, an economic power to actually now, develop a fluid resource, I don't know what you would call it, but kind of funnel, if you will, to make sure that we now start to develop in an additional way. And that can be a big deal when we're talking about, how do we get set up once we do have a Black majority state, and when it comes to trades globally, trading with other people here and trading with other people in other places.
Yeah, so just going in, honestly, as I'm looking at it, it's conflict. You going in is conflict. Whether it's political or you're competing, you're competing in business, you're competing here, you're competing for resources, competing for customers. You gotta be willing to compete, and that's just a part of it. Now, outside of global trade, we have our basic service industries, hospitality, the hair care market, any type of body and health care outside of actual putting up a hospital, but anything that's sort of an accessory to that. Retail, which if you have a retail brick and mortar, you connect it to your online business so that you can kind of keep the register ringing, if you will. You know, I'm thinking of servicing yards like grass cutting, snow removal, and because this is one of the snow states on our map. DJing parties, just anything that we are used to doing, that we have a high level of skill at, that we can do better than anybody else. Construction, painting, drywall, carpentry, plumbing, electricians, which we have a lot of people that we interact with, truck driving, bus driving. There's a lot of these skills, the people who do remote work from home, whether it's they're telecommuting, they do customer service over the phone, or they do some other function over the phone or through the computer. There are a lot of places and spaces where we can actually develop a business based on the skills that we already do have. And in my opinion, we should be willing to pay a little bit more if that's what it takes initially to help a business survive and get it off the ground, knowing that we're circulating the money within the community. For instance, one of the properties that I looked at, it's kind of in the middle of a black neighborhood, and it's foreign deli, foreign fried chicken place, another foreign fried chicken place, another foreign this place, another foreign that place, bear place. It's all these foreigners that have the businesses. And in my mind, I'm like, well, it's a little, it's walking area. It's on like a little state route. I'm thinking, because we talked about this before, like a mini grocery store would be something that would be a benefit to the community. Now, are the prices going to be $1? Is it going to be $1 store? No, of course not. It can't, because stuff doesn't cost $1. You can't make a profit off of it. But you can provide fresh, healthy options that are in the community, that are within walking distance, that cuts down the cost of transportation and time to go all the way to the grocery store that may be 5, 10, 15 miles away, whatever the case may be, so that people can actually just walk to the store and get the basics. The bread, I hate to say eggs, because I did look at the eggs at the store, and they're like $7 at a Walmart. They're like $7+. I think those brown Eggland's Bests were like $4.50, $5 a case or whatever. But I'm like, damn, I didn't think that shit was happening around here, but obviously it is. But milk,
eggs is $4 where you're at.
I think those are like isn't that Eggland's Best? I think that's like a national.
Yeah, Eggland's Best is like $6 up here. I need to be sending you some money so you can send me some eggs.
Yeah, I thought it was crazy, because normally Eggland's Best, they're the most expensive, but it's flipped, because now the local eggs are like damn near $8, and these are under $5. So that's interesting. That actually makes me wonder what type of eggs are in Eggland's Best.
Yeah, I get their I do their organic cage free. I used to mess with the regular white container. I was just like, no. So, I mean, for them to have all these damn eggs, it just don't seem right. So I do the one that you can't barely get, which is the organic one.
Hey, let me read some of these comments. We got a bunch of comments over here on YouTube. So so they say it's about the rich keep recycling money while everyone else struggles. Looking for Walmart prices from a black-owned business is pure ignorance. I think that is a very important philosophy to have and understand. They're saying corner stores sell a small bottle of bleach for $8. Now,
what?
Yeah. So what's so interesting is I'm able to go, how Google lets you go inside of stores, or they have pictures or whatever. So what I noticed in a lot of these stores, they don't have actual food. They have a lot of chemical products. And it's probably because of what he's saying. They can charge this high markup, and people will pay whatever for essentially things that they need in the spur of the moment.
But isn't there a law? Isn't there a law against that? Having particular prices at the corner store is 3 times the cost or something like that. You know what I'm talking about, guys?
There's no law. There's no.
Yeah, if you're gonna pay for it, you pay for
it. Price gauging.
Yeah, price gouging.
Price gouging. There is so let me look, because I could have sworn they were talking about if you take a picture of particular prices in these corner stores, and if the prices are actually above market value or something like that, that is price gouging, and there is laws against that.
They implemented a lot of those laws, especially around COVID time, when there were a lot of missing items out of the stores and people were trying to buy in bulk. However, getting people to actually take a picture of that and to send it in, you gonna have very small people doing that, and you know, a lot of these foreign stores do that. There's a lot of the stores in my area, when I run out of stuff and the stores are closed and I go there in the middle of the night, you know, because they stay open 24 hours, I'll look at the price and I'll be like, shit, I can wait till tomorrow. It ain't that important. I need to wash some clothes, but I'm not paying, you know, $10 for 5 washes of washing liquid or something like that, you know.
Crazy.
So you think they raised the prices just for like after hours? They no,
if you notice, you go into a lot of these stores and those prices are like that. But if you also notice, they dusty too. They've been there forever.
Yeah, and then there is a price gouging. It's called the Price Gouging Prevention Act of 2022, and it prohibits the price gouging during all abnormal market disruptions, including the current pandemic, as you were talking about, by authorizing the Federal Trade Commission and state attorney generals to enforce a federal ban against considerably maybe excessive price increases, regardless of. Oh my gosh,
they can put the laws. They can put the laws. Who's going to enforce it?
Regardless of. It says regardless of the seller's position in a supply chain. So it is a thing that was passed during COVID.
Yeah. So that means the consumer has to lodge a complaint.
Right. Against the business. Yep.
Well, guess what? How many people would do that? I mean, like, some people say, look, some people say, wow, you know, this is convenience, and I'm willing to pay that $8.
The cost of convenience.
Yeah, but I don't think. Look, but we don't even talk about these. And I'm kind of glad State Power is on stage too, because we don't really talk about, you know, these bills and what they're meant for in regards to how they should be enforced and implemented. So, I mean, even in a Black majority state, we need to hold ourselves accountable. If we have people in the community that are price gouging, and we have bills on the floor that protect us or that's supposed to be enforced, but you have people who don't know that, you know, in particular companies or businesses are price gouging. I mean, so what was the purpose of passing a bill? I mean, I'm pretty sure there was a full-on purpose, and if we're not going to use the bills,
make people feel good,
you know, that's why we have the problems we have now, because we have bills on the floor in government that are not being enforced.
They're not being enforced because a lot of those count on the people to take part in the enforcement. So when you don't have people that's willing to look at these things and take pictures of these items, because I mean, when you think about it, like in my area, a lot of people live around this area in, say, apartment buildings. The area I live in, if you go about 5 to 10 minutes up the road, there's nothing but a bunch of apartment buildings. So at nighttime, these are the only spots that the people have to shop at. So that you become friends with the people who own the store too. Not really friends, but friendly with the people who, so to take a picture in front of them, you know, a lot of people might feel nervous to do that. A lot of people feel like, you know, might feel as if they start, you know, being a Karen in the store and taking pictures and sending it in, that maybe that store will get shut down, and then you have no store in your vicinity that you can walk to go to. So in order for these systems to work, it counts on the people, and the people have to be willing to shut the shit down.
I agree, even with the big stores too, like these big retail stores.
Yeah, I live by a truck stop, and so I go there for my coffee often. But I don't buy anything from the truck stops because, like someone on YouTube said, the stuff at the truck stop is extreme, you know, extreme in their pricing. And I think maybe there might be, and maybe that's why some of the other convenience stores that's owned by East Indians and Arabs and whomever else prices their products the way that they do because there's a truck stop that they can compete with. So I'd have to look in to see if those laws would actually apply to them, being that there's also that competition. I'm not sure if there's some kind of competition clause which, states that you can price your things a particular way.
Well, usually when there's a lot of competition, the prices are cheaper, a lower price when there's a lot of competition. I think these corner stores, they don't have any competition, so that's why they are able to sell their goods and services more expensive because they don't have any competition.
Yeesh.
Yeah, they can get over on the people, and they know it. I don't even think it's a matter of competition in a lot of cases. I just think that because they know that, push come to shove, when people need these items, they'll go ahead and pay that additional dollars. But then again, those items, like I said, they be hella dusty on the shelf, so they've been there for a while. They've been there for a while. They a lot of these stores, especially these Arab stores, they pretty much do what they want to do.
Oh my God!
I go inside there. I think I went in there. I've been on this saltine cracker kick for a minute, and so I ran out of crackers, and so I went there late one night to get some, and the woman sold them to me for 50 cents a pack. The next day, when they recognized I was buying them in large quantities, when I went there the next day to get some more, they upped them to $1 a pack.
Oh, that's
and
bullshit.
I was like, well, wait a minute. I was like, the lady just sold them to me for 50 cents a pack. I'm not getting ready to spend $10 for 10 crackers, packs of crackers, And the guy was like, no, you want crackers? They $1 a pack. Me don't want the crackers. I'm good. And I walked out the store and threw me Y'all know I had to throw that voice on there because that's how they be sounding to me. He thought he had a fool, but that's what they do. They will jack them prices up on you if you're not careful. It's bad enough you got to watch how much money they giving you back because they're trying to get you that way too. But they're ridiculous around here. They really are ridiculous.
Damn. So the question becomes, why is it that no matter what city you're in, and I mean, even, I used to drive trucks all over the country in these little towns that, no stoplights even. There's always an Asian and a Mexican restaurant in the middle of fucking nowhere, but they definitely are in these bigger city areas. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, that's definitely the truth. I say it's time for us to starve these people out of our areas. It's time for us to starve them out. They can't survive. They can't eat if we don't feed them. We got to stop feeding them. We got to stop feeding them our dollars.
Yeah, but then you got to also remember they create little hubs for themselves. Like I know here, you have, just like you have probably in other cities, you got little China, little Haiti, little areas where they build their own ecosystems around themselves. And so, even with us not being high in population, if we're not the population in the area, then, we won't do too much from starving them out. We'd have to actually try to file some sort of, bill to actually say, hey, we want, stores to represent us in our communities based on the population of the area that, or the districts that make up the districts. So, like in LA, when all that stuff went down in LA, with the LA City Council, they the police department, along with other groups in the communities, had already moved Black people into like secluded little counties or communities. So, but they won't allow Black Americans or Black people in those communities to own businesses. They get denied, permits and things like that because they are not in control of the police departments. They're not in control of the fire departments. So they don't have any representation on the boards or in the city council, and that makes it harder when we talk about, the Black majority state. And I think I heard Giselle mention a Black enclave. A Black enclave would be harder because, again, you're not in a position where you have authority in the surrounding things that will protect you to keep the Black enclave. And so that's something that, we have to take into account as well, because they're not allowing us to own businesses in our own communities. They're like, well, you're in a little pocket, so we're going to extract the resources from this pocket by starving you from, being able to set up shops, run successful business infrastructures and things like that. You got to state power.
Hey, thank you very much. I was just thinking, I saw some people in regards to the recent incident in Memphis, Tennessee, with the tragic murder. There are people saying that we don't need to move back to the South. They're saying that that's proof alone that we shouldn't move back to the South because those were Black police officers that did that to Tyree.
I tried to address that.
And so they're saying that all we have to do is we have to just be on code, outside throughout the United States. We built this country, so we shouldn't have to flee back to the South and congregate in the South. So I guess any perspective on that? I just want to see how everyone else feels about that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. When my mom passed, that was my hardest thing was trying to get her to come to Virginia, and because then I knew if my mom left, my sister would come, right, and maybe my brothers would come. So that didn't happen, and I think because they grew up, my mother and my uncles and their siblings, her siblings, my uncles and aunts, all grew up in the South. From Texas to Louisiana, there was a time period, from my understanding, that I was told there were more opportunities in California when they left. And they built up this level of, I think, false sense of security in California because they believe the amenities are better. And mind you, I'm Inglewood down. I would never, disrespect Inglewood in any type of way, Los Angeles or anything. But even going back to burying my mother to lay her to rest, I realized you literally can be in a city where you are literally not the majority and you feel it. Moving around, like going to the corner stores, going to the stores I used to frequent when I was a teen before I left, not the same. Trying to either go get your hair done, just do little things that I remember, it was not the same. And I was trying to explain this to my sister, and even she was like, yeah, I want to move, but I want to make sure, I have things squared away. And it's almost as if like people have this mentality of, well, it's better there because of the amenities, but they don't look at it from a overarching, I think, protection plan. Not even in the sense of what happened with the LA City Council or what's happening with the population. To me, Black police officers can be bad anywhere if they operate on a supremacy scale and training that teaches them, well, you shoot to kill, not shoot to wound when it comes to particular races of people. Now, and I think Tyree Nichols' case, so many other things are playing a factor of what might possibly been a hit on him, if it is true that the FedEx situation is true, then versus them just being police officers who were talking about they were trying to take somebody down, because that to me didn't look like they were trying to take somebody down. That looked like to me like they were punishing him for something. And their body language, the anger, everything, all of that came out, and even so much so that they took it upon themselves to even cover it up. That to me is more of a gang-like tactic that a lot of police officers who aren't even black as well display, and they display that in LA, they display that in New York, all over the country. It is a sense of authority to be a police officer and rule over citizens, and that abuse of power is literally championed by the people in politics behind the police department, because there is no there's no real recourse. And if they said that if you shoot and kill somebody, an eye for an eye, and I think there would be a different story. We wouldn't be seeing, I think, a lot of the things that we see today, because how many police officers would be willing to say, well, if I shoot and kill somebody, regardless of the situation, I'm going to face the death penalty. We don't have people putting up any legislation in protection, So I don't agree with people trying to make it seem like not moving back to the South wouldn't be worth it. I think wherever you go, you have to have some sense of authority and protection around you. And that's even in your own home. Even in your own home. I don't care who makes up the house. Like, if you don't have a sense of authority and protection, I mean, are you really in control? The answer would be no. So,
yeah, I'll answer it like this. There are a lot of people who are looking for excuses, and they're going to latch on to any and every excuse, no matter how disconnected it may be. And this was an opportunity. I did address it last week. And Miss Rella kind of hit on it as well. And we kind of unpacked it a lot over the last week or so. Just mentioning that the police captain came from Georgia. She was a part of the Red Dogs, which was disbanded as well because of their same gang-like activity. We talked about all types of different drug task force special units across the country and how they have been known to be overly aggressive. We talked about how this situation may be personal. There may be a personal element involved in it, and that those rumors are, I think, being confirmed on some level. So, there's a lot of things going on. It's not simply just, oh, this is a group of black cops, and oh, they do this so that therefore every single black, group of black police officers will do the same activity. To make that conflation is really just shows a lack of sincerity and discernment and intelligence, in my opinion. The fact remains is that not everybody's going to move to these states that we designate as potential black majority states, and we do truly understand that. However, the people in the West are going to be inundated by the Mexican invasion. It is real. It's not slowing down. It's going to double very, very quickly. So they're not going to have to worry too much about what's going on the other side of the country, because they're going to be really, really, really in a situation where that LA Council situation gets magnified like almost uncontrollably, to be perfectly honest. They're already saying, I believe it's LA County that opened up the police department to non-citizens, illegal immigrants. That changes everything. That they're talking about that in other states as well as giving them drivers. I think Minnesota just gave them driver's licenses for non-citizens. So you're going to see this wave of legislation that's empowering non-citizens, so that the black enclaves outside of the southern states that we really, really target are going to become smaller and smaller and smaller. They're going to be more and more surrounded by people who just don't care about their existence at all. And it's not going to take all this ain't we're not talking about 3-4 generations down the road. We're talking about in a few decades. It's going to be unbearable. If you don't have money and wealth and you can't really, protect yourself in that way, You're going to be at the mercy of these people. So I say, you know, we're just the beacon of light that's trying to say what did I say in the one post? I said that the shittins are coming. Speaking about the Mexicans, instead of the British, the shittish are coming. I mean, these people are coming, bro, and the federal government's not going to stop them. The local governments are inviting them in and trying to give them anything and everything. So, you know, they can. I don't know, man. I just think it's like the frog in the boiling pot of water, where, you know, you just don't realize you're being boiled alive. You're just sitting there, everything seems great, you got a good job, you're paying your bills, whatever. But very quickly the shit's gonna be unbearable. So that's what I got.
I think too it's a fear of believing that we can't create the life that we want outside of, you know, particular places that we are, you know, we have conditioned ourselves to live in. You know, and that you know, that is another psychological trope, I think, that we push on ourselves, right, just to stay in a position of safety that we think we're safe, but we're really not. And, you know, at some point we're really going to have to come to grips with, we need to get to a place where we really fully can protect ourselves and our, you know, surroundings, our environment, because our environments essentially are not safe at this moment in time.
And to that point, so here's what happens. Here's the difference between what happened in Memphis and I mean, these incidents may pop up here and there because they're operating within the system of white supremacy, and they're operating as agents of white degeneracy. So it's kind of like it's probably happened before. And you know, we've seen it in the movies where the black cop's showing up for the white cop. We've heard it in music. It just is a part of that culture. A lot of times the black cop is overly aggressive. I was in a police station as a 17-year-old, and a white cop put his 357 mag up to my head and said, you know, if what had occurred happened to one of his family members, he would blow my brains out. There were 3 black cops standing right there witnessing that, and did absolutely nothing about it. And I think if the guy would have jumped on me and the people I was with, they would have participated in it. They are tools of their masters, quite literally. However, in a black majority state, as Miss Rella was really stating, we can have laws, and I wrote this in my book, I write it on Twitter all the time, that would create penalties for police officers that violate our citizens, that do not protect. So right now, police have no duty to protect citizens. They're basically to protect property, whatever, corporations. So you can change the state constitution to make it a requirement that police officers actually do have a duty to protect the citizens. And then you can create you know, punishment based on whatever the level is. In that situation, death penalty for me is on the table, 100%. I mean, to me, it's no question. So and I'm gonna say this because this was something that I said to someone else. I'm gonna read this 5 days ago, because this was Marcel. To his credit, he is pushing the Back to South Carolina movement as hard as he can. And so there was someone in the comments that was being, you know, a contrarian. And my response to him was, the main question isn't about being spread out for survival, because there was this theory in Black American society that if we just spread ourselves out and we're not concentrated, they can't bomb us all at the same time. They can't kill us all at the same time if we're all spread out over the country. But here's the thing, you just play right into the palm of their hands, because they know if you're spread out, you have no power, you have no authority, you are essentially a captive. There's nothing you can do to fight back. However, if you concentrate, now you have all of the tools and the mechanisms of state authority to actually fight back and to actually build up build up your population, protect, prosper, and power. So I say the main question isn't about being spread out for survival. The question is, who controls the laws and resources where we live? Thriving requires control. Control requires concentration. We must stop giving everyone else control over us. And quite literally, by being scattered across the country as minorities perpetually and forever, we are giving everyone else control over us because that's the way the system is designed to operate. And while these other minority groups are going to be elevated above us, they're going to be put into positions of authority over us. Imagine a Mexican cartel member crossing the border and being given a badge 6 months down the road in a black neighborhood. And you don't have to imagine it because it's actually happening. Like, this shit is real. So if you think what these black cops did, again, it looked very personal to me. I didn't watch the video. The few still shots I've seen and the things that I've read kind of confirmed that there was something personal going on. That's something that is not even an anomaly. It is something that, in my opinion, I just wish the guy was a little more street savvy, because he does not seem street savvy at all, and maybe had a weapon on him, and maybe could have at least went down fighting, because there's a point in time at which you kind of know where things are going. If you're in that situation, you know where it's headed, and you know that you may not survive it. And if you know that you're not going to survive it, at the very least, it would be nice to be able to fight back.
The situation that happened with the McDonald's incident, that was the main thing that the woman kept saying. The black woman kept saying, she was like, I'm not going to let them get me on the ground, because if they get me on the ground, I'm going to lose my life. And when you look at the video with Tyree Nichols and all the other videos where someone has been murdered, now, I mean, they've got police officers have gotten so bold, like they're not even worried about getting you on the ground. They shooting people in the head.
Hey, does anyone know about the double amputee person?
From my understanding, and state power is in California now. So I'm going to say that from watching that video, he was afraid. He was in fear of his life because he had already been accosted, and he lost his legs behind another set of officers that put him in the wheelchair. The problem for me is that the county, the state, the city, and the police department, the police officers that were on scene, one which was a black guy, they had no care for his life. This man was running away from them. And he pulled his knife out, and he fell on top of it, and he got up, but he was literally with no legs, running on the nubs of his thigh, his thigh bones, his thighs, that it still worked, but no legs, trying to get away from them, hopped out the chair. And I just keep asking myself, was there a hit out on him? Like, why were they harassing him in that way? To the point where now he's gone. Did he know something? Because I cannot wrap my brain around why shoot to kill would be, the action to take on this disabled veteran. I think he was a veteran, right? Was he a veteran? I think he might have been a veteran. Was he a disabled veteran?
I'm not quite
at
sure.
That point?
I'm not quite sure either.
I have to look it up. I could have sworn that I might be mixing him up, but I want to say that the fact that he jumped out the wheelchair and he ran away from them with no legs.
Oh God!
And he kept looking back to see how far he had gotten, because he wasn't getting that far, because they could take 2 steps and still, be right behind him. And he's trying to get away from them. And the one cop just kills him.
Man, what the fuck, no?
And that was crazy to me, because I know that they said that they tased him and it had no effect, but we just watched you all.
I didn't see it. Did you see a taser?
Yeah.
You saw a taser come out?
They claimed that they had tased him, but it had no effect. But my thing is this. We just literally watched you all tase a brother up close and personal. Maybe you couldn't do him like that because he did have a knife. But you all can change the voltage on your tasers if it suits you. Why did you need to shoot this man dead? He was running away. Now, I understand that some people were saying that, because I know his mother said that he told her he was going over to the McDonald's.
Damn.
And so someone had said in another space that, that they'd heard that he had stabbed someone over at the McDonald's, or there was some kind of incident over there. So maybe, they had that behind them. But you would think that if he's running away from you and he isn't next to any other civilians that he could possibly use his knife to stab, that you would utilize whatever, other thing that you could utilize besides the shoot to kill. But see, our police are so militarized in their thinking and in their actions to that, and they have the right, and they shoot to kill because that's their training.
Yeah,
and it's a one and done.
You changed that day.
We told you to stop. You have a knife. You're a threat. I feared for my life. Bam, you're dead. And of course, it's going to agree. I feared for my life and the safety of others around you. So I did what I had to do, and I'm justified in it.
Yeah, I really think that we need to be petitioning for death penalty consequences for police officers who kill citizens. I don't care what the case is, because at this point, if there is no threat to you, if there's no threat to your person, there's no excuse why you should be trying to take the law into your own hands behind a bullet. If the law states that you are a threat to the community, pulling out a weapon and not using it carelessly, but then police officers can use their guns and weapons carelessly, shoot into homes, run up into people's houses and shoot them under the blankets, sitting at the eating ice cream, sitting in the car, falling asleep. At this point, if we don't get any true legislation on protection, because the Supreme Court, it seems like they're not going to intervene, and so we need to be turning the laws back on itself, and we have to start fighting back before incidents occur.
Damn.
America is such a weird place. I mean, like what percentage of Black people have absolutely no confidence in the American system? However,
what are they going to do about it? Not a damn
America
thing.
has everything. It has all all the restaurants you can eat, all the hotels, all the amenities. It has the best. The electricity work. I've been to many countries and their electricity don't work every day, but in America it works every day. You got a excellent highway system. You got bridges, and in many countries that I go to, they lack highways and bridges and great airports. But America has everything. So that's why people want to come to America, because America has the best modern amenities and critical infrastructure in the world.
Right.
So that's why people want to go there.
But do you remember the movie Matrix and the scene specifically where the bald-headed white guy went inside the Matrix to meet with Mr. Smith with the glasses, and he was sitting down on the table, and he said, you know, I know the steak isn't real, but damn, it tastes so good. You know, basically letting, you know, saying that I know I'm in the Matrix. I know this isn't real.
Exactly.
But, you know, I just want to be able to pretend. This is America.
Correct.
And this is what America is exactly what everyone else.
That's exactly what I'm trying to convey, is that it's hard for Black Americans, difficult for Black Americans to I can't even pronounce the word, to
differentiate.
Yeah, I cannot pronounce that word.
Differentiate.
Yeah, see, if I just say it, I can say it, but if I think about it, I can't say it.
I know. Say it with me. Say differentiate.
Damn.
Differentiate.
Differentiate.
Just think of differentiate. Yeah, differentiate.
I need to look at it. I need to look at that word. That's the only way I can. Yeah. But anyway, I can't say that word. The thing is,
stop telling your brain you can't say it, and you'll say it. Tell yourself that you can say it, and you'll say it.
Hey, Rella, this is the thing about me, right? You know, I've been partially deaf all my life, right? I used to wear 2 hearing aids.
Wow.
Right? So when I was in school, I could never learn. The only way I can learn, I had to read.
Wow.
I couldn't learn through people speaking to me because I couldn't understand one word it's saying.
Wow. That's
so I had to learn from reading. So that's why.
I get it. You're a visual. Auto. What is that? Auto. You are auto. Yes, he learns by mimicking.
Audio visual.
Yeah, I need to see it.
Auditory.
I need to see the words. That's the only way I can learn. I need to see I was always really good in math, so math is something that it never changes, right? The math doesn't.
I don't know about that because these kids today. You ask them, they doing shorthand math. I'm like, I'm sorry, what is your teacher teaching you again? Because back in the day when I went to school, you had to do long math. They do it.
Right.
If they math today, boy, it's like they come out their heads with it.
Right. Look, in school, I was the type of person where, you can say 1,000 times 1,000, and I can say it in less than 3 seconds or 2 seconds. So I was that type of person. But yeah, I lost my place. But yeah,
you were saying differentiate.
Yeah, I'm not saying that word. But the thing is, it's just hard for Black American people to make a decision on what's the best thing for them, because you have all these different things. You got the system that's trying to kill you, but the system also offers so many great things for you, and it's just hard to differentiate. I tried it. I can't say it.
Differentiate.
Differentiate. Yeah.
All you have to do is say initiate. If you can say initiate, you can throw that different on the front of it. Initiate.
Initiate. There you go.
Differentiate.
There you go.
Yeah. There you go.
We got a winner.
Okay, differentiate.
Got a winner.
Okay.
Chicken dinner.
All right.
Oh,
I land my plane.
Differentiate. Bang. Oh man, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Let's see what we got. Okay, we got somebody coming up. Professor in the building.
I was wondering when Professor was gonna come up. DJ, shout out to everybody in the room.
Professor Thug Love.
I was wondering if he was going into. I think Sincerely Black Love had her space tonight.
Well, what's up there, family? How y'all?
Hey, Professor.
Oh damn.
Professor, I'm sorry about yesterday. We was trying to get you up to speak in CC space, but I was like, well, you probably got tired and was like, F it. Them people was making folks mad.
Oh
yeah,
man.
that space was interesting. It was a good space, and I got a chance to listen to some very good points being made. But then I kept getting calls, and I was like, well, shit, I'm about to drop down and drop out, but yeah, I was trying to get up there to just say what I wanted to say about the previous space that we all was in, listening to that. The BS that was going on in there, because I was getting so pissed off listening to them folks over there in that other space. And but nevertheless, here we are in the Black majority state space, and I love the fact that we're talking about some good stuff here tonight. We do need to get some legislation on the books, everybody, because I'm tired of looking at these videos, man. It gets really depressing looking at our people being shot and just being disrespected. And the thing is, if you notice, which I know somebody else has already said, law enforcement just goes and do this stuff, and they know a video might be on them, and they still do it anyway. They'll still just get all up in our faces, disrespect us, and don't even care their video or camera is on them. But the problem is, y'all, is really the DAs and the courts who let these folks go. See, that's where the problem is at. It's really not the police per se. It's the DAs and the court system that's protecting them. And see, Rilla brought up a good point. Why is it the Supreme Court has not gotten involved in these cases? Because we keep seeing them over and over again, right? We see videos on top of videos on top of videos. So it seems like to me, the Supreme Court would try to tackle this issue of qualified immunity. See, that's an issue that must be answered.
I never really got into
because it was the Supreme Court that gave police the authority in the 1960s. So therefore, it needs to go back through the Supreme Court so we can get the issue resolved. Now, this is where we would need a good attorney. And of course, you know who my favorite attorney is, but we don't have him here anymore. But I keep saying, who is the Johnny Cochran of today?
We are. No, I think we are. I think we are.
You think we are?
Yeah, you know why? Because we have the ability to scale and actually bring actually point out different points of law that attorneys are afraid to actually touch. And the thing with Johnny Cochran is, I believe Johnny Cochran and the other 3 men that I can never remember their names. I think one is still alive. I believe one is still alive. I need to pull that article up again. But they were getting ready to go after the gusto. And if you ask me, the police shootings and killings are a direct result of the Supreme Court failing to do their duties, meaning that they have committed, they have allowed crimes against United States humanity to occur under oath with these police departments. So when you look at the fact that they did not pass police, they didn't.
Oh, there you go, Twitter. There you go. There you go. You couldn't wait. You couldn't hang in there. Oh, damn it, bro.
Definitely bringing suits against the Supreme Court for impeachment, because they, like, if we wanted to do actual tallying up of the deaths that are recorded, that would prove the Supreme Court has allowed over time since they rejected the police reform bill under the Constitution, that they were not operating in good faith. And for that, I would definitely sign something to state that they should be investigated and impeached, because they do not have the will of they do not operate under the will of protecting the citizens of the United States, and that's their job. That's what they're supposed to be doing.
Y'all, and real everybody. What bothers me even more about the Supreme Court, of course, okay, you know, we have Ketanji Brown, who's on there, which is great. You know, I'm glad we have the sister on there. But the biggest problem is the other Negro that's sitting up there who has seniority, because he's been up there for years now. And I remember, y'all, and I know most of you who are probably around my age, you know, that makes me old, sorry. But for any of you who are around my age and was watching the whole scandal back in the think about the end of the 80s, when they were trying to put Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court with him and Sister Hill.
I think that was 1990, 91, or 89,
yeah, 1991. Yeah, I thought it was like 89 or 90, where somewhere there. Yeah, somewhere there they were trying to get this Negro to replace, of course, our FBA brother, Thurgood Marshall, right? So here we are trying to get him on there, and all of us, all Black Americans, were basically out stumping for this Negro, right? And we probably should have really, looking back on it, we should have listened to Sister Hill, because this Negro has done more harm than anything. Okay? See, Black America now has to look back on this and say, well, damn, Sister Hill was right. God damn it. This is some fucked up shit. You know, this is what you say now, you know, because she was right about this motherfucker. This motherfucker was bad. And he's been bad for us.
Hey, the one thing, he was appointed by a Republican president.
He was, and we know why now. We know why they did it. And see, the Democrats were even stumping for this punk motherfucker. We stumped for him too. Most black Americans stumped for him because we wanted another black to replace Thurgood Marshall. See, that's what we was looking at. Once again,
but we should have went. There should have been a call for impeachment for him, even after he got into office. Like, that's the same thing with Brett Kavanaugh. So it states, the Constitution states that justices shall hold their office during good behavior. This means that the justices hold their office as long as they choose and can only be removed from office by impeachment.
Yeah, or death. Impeachment or death.
And the only people that can impeach Supreme Court justice is the Senate.
Congress, yeah.
The Senate and the House together make up the second Supreme Court. And I keep saying this in spaces, and I don't think people really be serious when they hear me say this. So I read this when I was actually going through some law books. And when I read that, I was like, did I just read this? Like, did I just read this right? So here in Virginia, of course, you know, a lot of the old towns, right, where we do a lot of the historical work and stuff, they have like old law books and things like that, like encyclopedias and stuff. And I was looking in some books, and then I started doing some research, and I read that there are two Supreme Courts. The House and the Senate together make up one. that people don't know that particular language. And then we have, of course, the third branch of government, which is the Supreme Court. And so when I read that, I said, okay, so we really need representation or someone to bring about a bill to actually state the Supreme Court is literally going against the United States and they are not acting in good faith, by which you literally can file a petition to have them impeached. For whatever the reason is.
But now I noticed that the Supreme Court justice, they are voting on party line now.
I think they always have been, though, right?
Well, not always. It's more now because of the way things have turned around in politics. We see now where you got this punk Brett Kavanaugh who's sitting up there, or rapist motherfucker. But anyway, and then we got this coon, Clarence Thomas. He's always going down party line. Then the other ones, because I think the Supreme Court is like, what, 5-4 now, y'all? Isn't it like that now, 5-4, where you got the 5 that's like put on there by Republicans, and I think 4 were put on there by Democrats. So
right, I think it's 5-4. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 5-4. So you already know how it's going to go, y'all. Let's say, for instance, we take qualified immunity to the courts, right, to the Supreme Court. Most likely, those 5 Republicans, or I should say the ones that were put on there by the Republican presidents, are going to most likely go on the side of the Republicans, where they're going to say, well, no, let's leave qualified immunity where it is, right? But then the 4 that were appointed by Democrat presidents are going to say, well, they're going to be the dissenting. They're going to be the dissent. They're going to say, well, no, we think it should change or it should be abolished. See, this is what's going to happen, y'all. But you got to be able to pull one of those Republican justices over to your side. That's where that coon, Thomas, whatever you want to call him, because I hate to even say his name.
Clarence.
Fuck him. Whatever. I was about to call him Thomas Coon. That's what I was going to call him.
Clarence
Thomas Coon. That's his name. Okay? But anyway, y'all.
Professor, do you think that the moment his wife got caught up with the whole insurrection that he should have been immediately removed?
Yes, he should have.
Yeah, he should have.
He was protected by the racists up there in Washington, though. That's why he's still up there, because they know he's going to go with white supremacy.
What do they call misgender? Gender ethnicity.
See this, y'all. Now do y'all understand why we don't want people who are married interracially? I'm sorry, I don't mean to insult nobody, but see, this is a prime example why people be complaining when somebody who's married interracially comes up in spaces talking about Black American reparations. Do you see the problem now, right?
Now, Professor, you're going to send some passport bros up in here.
I know I am. Sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Trouble, you understand where I'm coming from, don't you, sister? Trouble know where I'm coming from.
No comment. No comment.
Oh, come on, Trouble. Make a little trouble tonight, okay? Me and you going to make trouble together, okay?
Trouble, did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said, Trouble? Okay, I'm sorry.
Now, I'm going to tell y'all, just to be honest with you, though, this is why it's dangerous to have somebody that's married or dating interracially come up in these spaces talking on our behalf, because they're going to be split between us and the person that they're, bucking. Now, I'm going to use the word bucking.
I disagree with that.
I was about to say, because Black American up here, but do we really believe that people who date interracially don't have the capacity to have these discussions?
It's hard for them to. Now, I'm not saying it can't be done. It's hard, though, because you got a spouse that's white. They're going to be all on your ass like, baby, why are you talking this way? where you're gonna be like, "Damn, I'm leaving your ass, and then I'm gonna take you for everything you got." And then they go to the courts and say you basically been saying this type of stuff. Guess what? The court's gonna reward them everything that you earned. See, that's why you have to be careful being married to somebody of another race.
Hey, Professor, look, my wife has absolutely no influence on my political thinking. Absolutely none.
But do you guys talk? But do you guys talk Black American Homeland? Like, does she understand the things that you?
I never discussed that. I mean, I never discussed that with my wife. Never.
Well, why?
Because I have no. I mean, I might say a few things about white cops killing black people or something like that. But I mean, she can't understand that because like cops under the President Duterte, right? A lot of cops were killing drug dealers, right? They were 30, I think 10,000 people got killed in 6 years by the cops, right? And they were mostly low-level drug dealers. They weren't killing the Chinese that were
they don't give a damn.
Main people bringing the drugs in. They were just killing the low-level people.
Woo.
So
in Philippine jails, boy. Woo. Man. I remember seeing them pictures. Yeah, I don't know if you went to Matrix. I remember seeing them pictures of them Philippine jails, bodies on top of bodies on top of bodies. Really, really tragic over there.
Yeah, exactly. It looks pretty bad over there, y'all. And Black, is he still there? Is he still in the Matrix? Black America, you still with us?
I'm gonna drop him and bring him back up.
Okay, y'all. By the way, now when I say this stuff, I'm not trying to tell you not to marry who you want to marry. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's hard to do this work here, what we're trying to get done, if you're dealing with somebody, especially if it's somebody white. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Somebody who is a caucasoid is going to be all on your ass if you're talking about reparation. Because they going to think, well, damn, why should I pay something that I didn't have shit to do with?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're going to say to you. You already know they are.
Yeah,
then they're going to be like, hey, baby, forget about that reparation shit. Come on to the bedroom and just give me the good.
Okay, now it's okay. So we gonna be real serious. Now, you do have people who live in the lens of implicit bias, and you do have people who are just straight out like I don't know what planet they live on, like those people in the other room. They would be the people that you're talking about. But I don't think that there are other people who we can't have these discussions with. And it's kind of scary if you are with someone and you're not having these discussions with them, because it, to me, would be for the protection of yourself. And if you're having children with particular people, you would want to have these discussions. So then,
I agree with you, Sister Brother. I'm sorry, Trevor. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask if, didn't we have people, throughout history amongst us, like Barry Gordy? Not Barry Gordy. God, the brother's name was just on my tongue. But there was a brother that was in the music industry, and several of them actually, and Cindy Portier, who have non-black wives, who have been instrumental, throughout our history of civil rights and different things, who've been able to make things happen. So I don't know if that statement is
like Cornel West.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, because Cornel West is white. His wife is white.
Yeah, and God, what is I'm looking at his name and can't call his name, and he's an older man now, light skinned.
Oh,
but he has
Smokey Robinson.
No, not Smokey. It's the other
Smokey Robinson.
She said older, light skin.
Smokey.
Is Smokey Robinson married? Is he gay?
No. He's married. Smokey Robinson.
Yeah, he's married.
Okay.
Yeah, he married to a young woman too.
You mean his new? This is another wife.
Yeah, this is another wife. Yeah, this is.
Okay.
Yeah. He's not married to no man. Trust me.
Yeah.
He's a baby brother all the way through and through.
You know, Tony, we see you up in here, Tony. You can, jump on in and I didn't told you about that. Them numbers on before your name. I'ma pray for you.
Look, that's that old white man religion shit that got you thinking that it's bad. I promise you, it's not. But I still love you anyway.
Why you couldn't have 3 7?
It wouldn't make no sense to me then. But to Professor, how can you in one sentence say that you somewhat disagree with interracial relationships, but you big up Ketanji Brown when she has a white husband herself? On top of that, what do you expect Ketanji Brown to do different than a white person up there when Ketanji Brown has a record of, attacking black people? There was a particular lawsuit that black people were, I think it was suing Boeing or some other big corporation that she turned down for racial discrimination. Yeah, Lockheed Martin.
No, it was Lockheed Martin, and I think we had covered that. So what happened with that was the reason why she actually, because we deep dived into it, and Alexis, shout out to Alexis, she actually, we pulled up the information on the case. So what they were trying to do was the Lockheed Martin was not trying to pay enough to cover to cover what the impact that happened with the black people at Lockheed Martin during the massacre that happened. And the reason why she did not allow the case to go through, because literally it wouldn't have been sound. It wouldn't have been proper. They would have literally been given some lowball amount. And the way it was framed that, well, she just came out and just decided not to actually help these people win this case, when essentially she was literally telling Lockheed Martin, telling them that no, they need to either appeal the decision or come back and actually go after Lockheed Martin for something greater, because Lockheed Martin was not going to pay these people what they would probably have needed to actually recover from the massacre that happened. Like, their families needed to be compensated. There probably needed to be some trauma money added to that whole entire case, and it did not happen in that way. And so when I went back and actually heard Alexis talking about that, it made sense. Although it was framed as if like, oh, well, she decided to just go against a bunch of black people, and that wasn't the case.
But the thing is, too, with the time frame with that case, too, she let the case run out. And so the black people didn't have grounds to actually continue to sue on that, too, as well. But again, if that's the case, I mean, that's what it is. But this, it's just like
it's been a while.
I was fine with everything till he came in and said, in one hand,
cases that keep
the minds
confused.
of certain black people are going to be a little different because they have a dual allegiance, but you're expecting people who are black faces in high places to be any different. That's my question, or I want understanding of what you expect out of somebody who is a black face in high place with a white husband at that. What do you expect they're going to do any different than like Clarence Thomas or anybody else that is a black face in high place?
Yeah, what's up, brother Tony, man? Good to see you up in the space. That's a very good question, man, because I really don't expect much from the damn chick, to be honest with you. I think it's good that she's on there only because she's supposedly going to be a little bit different from the Republican side of it. Well, we know the Republicans are not going to be on the side of us when it comes to the Qualified Immunity Act, right? See, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to those issues like that. I think Ketanji Brown will most likely side with your side and my side when it comes to qualified immunity. Clarence Thomas, we already know which side he's going to side with because he has shown us
that's the side that he always go with, which is on their side. See, I think with this sister, even though she got this white man, and I want y'all to understand what's happening here, right? Have y'all noticed this? Both black people are married to white people. Have y'all noticed this shit? Like this is some incredible shit. Like, can we get a black face?
Wait a minute. I thought love was love. You trying to tell me I thought love was love? Love ain't love?
I don't know what you talking about. I don't know what you talking about. Look, some of this stuff that's going on out here, y'all, Trouble, you're going to have to back me up now. Little Trouble, I need you to back me up, okay? All right. Some of this stuff that's going on out here, y'all, is not love. It's fetish. It's fetish of the black love skin. Say it again, Trouble, say it.
I said it's a little bit of lust.
There you go. There.
What if it's status too, though? Because remember, Frederick Douglass did a lot when he was married to his black wife prior to her passing, and then after she passed, he ends up with the suffragist woman that was actually working in tandem with them on the abolition movement, and he goes further into government. So is it that we're concerned about their spouses that they're with, or we are concerned about them and their psychology on why they're making the moves that they're making?
Okay, here's the deal, y'all. Tell me, I want everybody to give me 100 if you agree with me, or give me the thumb down. You don't agree with me. Here's why
I said love was love, Professor. I'm just joking.
Well, hold on. I'm going to tell everybody why we have to be weary about this stuff, right? Here's the deal. Spouses can make a difference in your decision making because, let's say, like, for instance, Clarence Thomas' wife, who is very much over the edge, who has been known to frequent with the what they call themselves, the Proud Boys, and some of those ideologies of white supremacy. Don't you think we should be concerned about Clarence Thomas? And he's with this white woman that has been known to fool around with white supremacy ideology? See, there it is. So tell me what you think. Do you think that puts all of us in a dangerous place right now with him sitting on that Supreme Court, making decisions that's going to impact Black Americans? And of course, he's a Black American, but he's going to go against his own people and his own interests as a Black man in America. Because he could also end up dead behind some of the stupid shit that he's doing. See, that's what he's not understanding. He's a Black man in America.
I think he understands just fine. The Supreme Court really doesn't have any ethics, anything that could really pull them in and hold them accountable. They've been allowed for so long to just kind of free flow through how they flow. But what you were saying, Professor, you have to also understand who wears the pants in the house. And I think that kind of dictates when you're talking about the interracial relationship. And I don't know anything about Ketanji's household, but sometimes you look at some of the people that they're with, and some Black women get with these effeminate white men. So I would say the Black woman is probably running that household. She's wearing the pants in that household. She running shit. So that's the difference between her household and Clarence Thomas's household, and how they handle their business on the court. Clarence Thomas, his wife running that shit. She running that show. She the man in the house. So
because I think people forget, folks are linking up for power. They're linking up for power and status. You talking about a political game. And I'm not a swirler, so I do believe love is love. But when I say love is love, I be talking about Black men, Black women. So that's why I was laughing, because I always hear people talking about love is love. You can love and be whoever you want to be, if you're an adult. But for me in my house, it's Black Mandingo. And
that's dog sister. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, yeah.
sorry, but I'm just going to say, I think for political purposes, you're talking about power. You're talking about the status of power in society and how society looks at power. I think they look at power always as, there's going to be this struggle between black women, white women, or non, particular women, and then there's this always struggle power with white men and white women. And so the issue is that black men are always put in this position where they're I think their image is used as a way of saying, well, you are not the dominant in certain things, but then they're used when it comes to them actually championing a white woman. And then they're seen as, oh, your power is because you're adjacent to this person right here. And that's another psychological break. Another way psychologically they break us down, because they'll never champion a black woman and a black man, a black American woman and a black American man, but they will champion a black woman and a man who is mixed race, because he has a direct lineage to a mother who is a white woman. If Barack Obama's mom, if his parents were full black on American, he was straight from the South, and he literally was, I think, from this soil, from head to toe Southern, I think the presidency would have looked a lot different. There would have probably been more attempts, if not actual people like, no, we're not voting him in. Like, I think they utilize black people who have a tendency to not speak about issues, race, and politics from the lens of the American descendants. They look for people who can speak about the issues from the lens of people who are coming across the seas, who just seem to have melanated skin or who have white skin, and they really don't want to get involved with, the historical references of our country. So there's something to be said about why people do the things they do. And no, I don't support the passport bros, but do whatever you want. It's, your business. So.
Yeah, so Clarence Thomas was a radical in the 60s. He was a Malcolm X guy, and so that's an interesting flip for him in terms of his ideology. Somewhere coming out of college, it looks like he went to Harvard. He went in a whole different path. Who knows what and how that impacted or how that happened to make that dramatic of a change. And it's likely that his wife is just an outward expression of that deeply personal change that he made. I like what Trouble said is that, and I wrote this in a book, just be the person who's in charge, regardless of whatever relationship you're in, especially in these mixed relationships. Just be the person. Mother. Holy crap. My bad. That's like the 10th time Twitter knocked me off the block. But yeah, just be the person who's in charge, because in that way, I don't know about how women think, but I know that black men and maybe men in general can compartmentalize relationships. And that's like, there's an old video probably from the 70s of a black woman explaining to her black husband how she wanted him to come home and lie to her the same way he lied at the office. She didn't want him to come home after lying at the office all day of how, we sometimes have to do in order to exist inside of these white spaces, and then come home and then be his authentic self and kind of bring all of his stress or whatever from the office home to her. She kind of was saying, I want you to be that happy-go-lucky guy that you are at the office when you come home to me as well. So I think there is this people call it code switching, I guess, compartmentalization, where in which you can have these different relationships, work, school, whatever, business, um, and even in your home life, because even with family members, to be perfectly honest, I don't know how big everybody's family is. I have a huge family, and so I can't put everybody in my family in the same place at the same level at the same time. There's different relationships with each person, and I think that's really what could be the case for some, not all, but some may be able and capable of doing that. I think the problem comes in when you, whatever, male or female, and you're attached to someone outside the race and you're involved in politics and they are involved in politics. Because if they are politically aware and they have any ambition in the political space, then they're certainly going to influence the black partner, because that is already a part of who they are. If they're just like some whatever mechanic or some other trade, whatever it is, and they have no desire to ever be involved in politics, it may be a situation to where, like Black American Homeland said, if they're just like a housekeeper or whatever the case may be, if they own a nail shop or they own a restaurant, whatever, they're just not politically inclined at all, then you probably wouldn't necessarily have deep discussions about politics, knowing that they're just not interested in it. And that we're talking about politics, but that could be for anything. If I'm a basketball player and I play at a very high level, the person I date and or marry doesn't have to be a sports enthusiast for us to have a vibrant relationship at all, to be perfectly honest. And likely I'd probably prefer that she didn't have any opinions about the game that I'm, playing and love and spent my whole life becoming very skilled at. So I think it's just everybody, has a different way of looking at interpersonal relationships. But like Miss Rella did say, if you're looking to climb up the social ladder, the political ladder, and you've already made your mind up that you're going to go a certain way, and then the opportunity, because what ends up happening, as everybody says, politics is a small world. So as you start to dive into it and you start meeting the same people and traveling in the same circles, if there's an opportunity in your mind, you're thinking, I could climb up this ladder by connecting to someone of the majority population or whatever. I'm sure that's something that happens. I mean, it's probably pretty obvious that happens. So yeah, I mean, I see it from all sides. Are they inherently against us? I think to Tony's point, yeah, they are. They're all against us. I mean, quite literally, every single one of them, they're all against us. None of them are fighting for us, regardless of who they're connected to. If they're married to a black person or some other, they're all against us. I mean, that just is what it is. So Miss T's coming up. I'm gonna bring her up. Yeah. Whew. Goodness gracious.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, just going back to the topic of the police. I remember years ago, our attorney at war, Alton Maddox, actually mentioned that the police actually have a shoot to kill policy against blacks. And so I don't know all the particulars of it, but I don't know, that just remained with me for, since this day. And I think one of the manifestations of that is this new cop city that's, I believe it's going to be built pretty soon in the next few years or so, where the white power structure can continue to refine its racist police tactics against blacks, especially in a southern city or southern state. And our great thinker, Dr. Claude Anderson, he has mentioned that the Supreme Court is actually the guardian of racism, that their purpose basically, or one of their purposes, is to maintain the original intent of the Constitution, which of course ultimately, I mean, I'm not obviously not a scholar. I don't know if I'm using the right terminology, but to continue the exclusion of blacks, or our human rights, what they call civil rights in this country. So I just wanted to,
the original precedents of the Constitution. That's what it is.
Yeah. So because just getting back to the shoot to kill policy that police employ, I think, I mean, there's so many cases, obviously, but the recent one of he was just a child, Jaheim McMillan, in a southern state, Mississippi, Gulfport, I believe. So I just wanted to just touch on that. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that young man's name, because I mentioned him earlier and I didn't have his name at the tip of my tongue. So thank you for that. It sounded like you said attorney at war. Is that a position?
Oh, that's just the nickname that they gave Alton Maddox because of he won a lot of high-profile cases back in the 80s, but he's most famous for defending Tawana Brawley.
Okay, awesome. Wow, that's so interesting. So I want to go to the Jumbotron. This is a Ben Crump tweet. He says the black community in Minneapolis is only 19% of the population, but 63% of cases where the Minneapolis police use force are involving Black Americans. And he references Amir Locke in this particular post. Further down, because I know we have the Reverend. There's a Reverend. He's in a blue suit. I can't remember his name, but he comes in and out of these spaces a lot. He's a very strong advocate for Minneapolis up there, and he's coming to our spaces talking about some of the programs they try to implement to get
Tim Christopher.
Tim, is that his name? Tim Christopher? Yeah, good guy, great guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so he talks about all the police advocacy that he does and how they try to get citizen review boards in place and et cetera, et cetera. But this is a white woman who's responding to this post. She says it's not a good story here in Minneapolis. No new hires, no new training, too slow for progress. The Amir Locke case is an absolute tragedy, as are many more. The North community is not getting enough police coverage and support to make their community safe. That's the heartbreak. So, I think earlier, Rella touched on enforcement. And so what ends up happening is, and I just looked up qualified immunity. I've been hearing it. I didn't know what it meant, to be quite honest. I thought it meant that qualified immunity meant that they would charge the police for killing Black Americans, or it would somehow stop them from killing Black Americans. But according to the definition I just saw, it's simply about the ability to sue them. And so when I see that as the definition of a thing that people want to remove, I don't really see how suing a police officer would stop them from killing us. Because they want to kill us. They're going to kill us every opportunity they get. Being sued, to me, doesn't put in a large enough barrier to entry for them to decide, okay, I'm gonna get sued if I do this action, so therefore I won't do it. I think the death penalty, to be quite honest, is probably the only legitimate deterrent that I would recommend. And that probably has to happen at the state level.
Hey, Black Majority. Now I'm gonna go ahead and explain to you why the qualified immunity is such a big issue, because a lot of your Republican and you look at and I'm talking about the politicians, of course. If you look at a lot of these Republican pundits and politicians, they don't want this qualified immunity removed because they have said, this is the argument that they make, that a lot of your police officers would basically leave the forces, or they wouldn't be able to get any police officers on the forces. Now, the reason why that's important is because if you're able to sue that particular officer, guess what? That officer is most likely going to behave himself because he don't have the money to fight this stuff in the court. He don't have the money. The police unions have the money, but that individual officer won't have the money. So he's going to behave himself because he's going to be like, shit, I ain't got no money to fight this shit. That's why it's important. That's why they don't want that on the table, because the individual officer will have to fend for himself. But as long as you have this qualified immunity on the table to protect, the police unions and everybody else can spend the money for them. See? But the individual officer, if he's out there by himself, he got to fend for himself. He got to spend his own money. He was twice before he pulled that trigger, ain't he?
Well, so they have, they actually have bonds, and I think anyone who actually is actually sworn into office in the United States or state government, you're actually sworn in under your bond. And politicians have bonds, and they also actually have to get bond insurance. So I think that this goes a lot deeper, and this is why attorneys, we definitely need attorneys who actually specialize in constitutional law, as well as state law, which actually, gets their points from the Constitution. They just are able to they can be colorful with their laws, but it has to still fall under the parameters of the federal Constitution. So there's something to be said when we are looking at, I think, our sovereignty and not exercising what that actually is. I think that's a huge deal when you're starting to talk about now we need to go under our sovereignty. And I'm trying to really educate myself more on what that really means as far as laws. Yeah.
Well, let me lay this out, because it sounds to me like what would happen is it would create. Now, she talked about the bonds, and I've heard that before, but think about this: insurance. They have insurance for everything. So if you create you essentially create a market where the police would get in, they would pay for insurance, create $1 billion, if not $1 trillion industry. And because, I think the number was right around 200, actual deaths every year. How many of those would be determined to actually not be justified within the eyes of the law? It's probably less than half of those, if not a small percentage. And then you'd have, these even if they're large payouts, of let's say it's 100 a year of payouts, but you got 1 million cops paying into this insurance product. I just think that the way white degeneracy operates, they can always figure out a way to support and fund the things that they do one way or another. I just don't, again, me, because I've had confrontations with police officers. I've had police officers chasing after me and relatives. And, when they're in that moment, they're not thinking about anything but, what is in front of them. And so I just don't think it's a deterrent. That's just my honest opinion. I'm not sure if Miss T still has her hand up, or if Miss Giselle is ready.
Yeah, Miss T, you there?
I sure am. Hello, Rella. What's up, Black Majority? Good evening to the room. I'm sorry, I'm just coming in the room, so I'm just trying to catch up with what you all are talking about. If one of you don't mind, if you could reset the room. And Black Majority, that was Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin, and I posted the video in the comments of her saying to him, "Bring home to me what you give those white folks." It was so beautiful and touching, but I did post it in the comments if anybody wants to look at it. It's the short version that gets right to the point, but you can see what Black Majority was referring to. And that's it. I just would like for you to reset the room for me.
Now I'm trying to eat a little bit. Okay. Thank you so much for that. I'll definitely post that video out. So the space is cannon fodder or cannon fighter, and that is a hammer and a ratchet, which is slang terms for the 2A, the firearm. 14A/2A, our right to bear arms as Black American citizens came from the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was designed to give us the first 8 amendment rights in the U.S. Constitution. So I say 14A/2A because that's where Black Americans got our right to bear arms, and the legislators who were the radical Republicans who implemented all of these civil rights acts and all of these amendments were intent on making us full citizens of this country during that process. So we have a choice. We can continue to be cannon fodder, or we can be cannon fighters, and that really is what it is. We have a right to defend ourselves, even from police if they are acting unconstitutionally. There are many of these incidents that are very recent, where the gentleman who was being tased in California on the ground, like verbally saying, "You're trying to George Floyd me," knew in his mind that his life was in danger. He had the right to defend his life in that moment. And so there's a time where we have got to, in our minds, understand that when our life is in the balance, we can either succumb, or if we have our carry on us and we are able to defend ourselves, we may have to actually defend our life, because that's not just a constitutional right, that's a human right. So that's the room.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Take bites in between the conversation. You got it, Mrs. L.
Yeah. Jizzy Jam. Giselle.
She might be in it.
Gee, are you there?
She might be in the Matrix. Damn it. Let me make my room.
Okay. I think she might be doing something. I think it's Rory. Rory.
Hello, everyone. I posted a video of Thurgood Marshall, his retirement speech. I don't know if any of you saw it, but he didn't really say Clarence Thomas' name, but he said sometimes that black snake bites you as fast as the white snake, and we all know who he's referring to. But yeah, he came in under I want to say George Herbert Bush. W.H. Bush.
Yeah, Bush. Yep, you're right.
He I don't think it was many stomping for Clarence Thomas, because we all knew what he was back then. You know, I posted the video of him and Joe Biden. Joe Biden got a long ass track record. I remember him back then. I ain't a fan of Clarence Thomas, but yeah, he was going after Clarence Thomas pretty hard. He was trying to stop that as quick as possible. Joe Thomas got them old ties to them segregationists back in the 60s. I know many of y'all probably heard Judge Joe Brown tell the story. Yeah. They even had it in the paper how he was talking about it. They integrate the schools. He said he don't want his kids going into a school with black kids. It'll make the what did he say? A racial jungle or something to that effect.
Crazy.
That's what Biden said?
Yeah, Biden said that.
Yes.
Yeah, Biden said that years ago. Yeah, he said that it would be a racial jungle, it was an integration.
Yeah, he was with them segregationists back in the 60s. Stennies, Farbers, Wallace. That was his crew.
Thurman.
So I don't know how we could just, I blame Obama for bringing him around the cookout. We didn't check his paperwork thorough enough either.
Oh, but we have learned.
Yeah, the truth is, y'all, white men.
The hard way, didn't we?
The truth is, y'all, white men, no matter which one, Democrat or Republican, are going to be bad for us. That's just the bottom line.
Yeah, they left and right, both wings of the same bird.
Dear God. That's the truth.
Well, that's why we need our own land. We need our own land, right? Our 40 acres right next to each other, so we can create our own cities, have our own police departments, our own schools, our own hospitals, our own doctors. We just give us our land right now, today, so we can get started.
Well,
we'll sue you for the rest.
I think we did it before, but the problem is, once we establish it, we got to protect it. You got to look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, and all these other places where we growing business in cities and successful. They always come in and burn it down.
But you know what? Those cities didn't sue the government because it was written in a clause that they were supposed to protect the Department of Justice. Actually, they were created to protect the newly emancipated people. They were supposed to protect us, the Department of Justice, and they did not sue. I'm wondering if we can still sue because they did not do their job. Even today, with these cops killing us as they are, the Department of Justice is supposed to be protecting Black people and their descendants.
Let me say this, family. I'm gonna put it all on the table for you.
That ain't happening.
When you have white America involved in all these institutions, that means you got racist white people in all your institutions. Meaning, even with laws on the book, what's that old saying? A white man would never, let me put emphasis on it for you, Black family, never protect or give the rights to a Black man. Okay? That just put it on the line. And y'all know I'm telling the truth. Just throw the 100s up there because I'm telling the truth. White people
that's
don't
true,
give a about white people. There it is. Black majority just did it right there. 100. See,
right.
Black majority already said it in your face.
But we have to make a stance and sue at some point. If somebody hadn't made the stance to say, let's not ride these buses anymore, to this day, we would still probably be riding in the back of a bus.
Crazy.
Somebody got to do it. Somebody got to sue.
We're not
and
saying
we need an attorney that's not afraid to sue.
I've been saying that for the longest, sister, that we need an attorney, but we don't have that right now. See, we don't have a judge.
Giselle, you're back. We asked for you a couple minutes ago.
I'm sorry, I was organizing and doing laundry and stuff, but I know me and my kids is out all day. But I just jump in and say, like, if we're talking about Miss T, well, they just been suing, even to get us out of reparations, and every time he go back to court, they delay it. Nothing, even they put things in the office to protect you. It's like the poisonous apple effect. It looks going on out, realize that it's going to kill you. And then by that point, it's too late. Long story short is, nothing in this country has been preserve us, because the ultimate goal is to eliminate us.
Right.
And like that, right, when we understanding that this war better, and we'll understand why the tactics are arranged the way that they are. The United States, though, they like to do invasions of other countries, so they can't openly kill people within their country without demonizing them. Reason they do the problem for everything. So just understanding certain tactics, you don't even have to be like a whiz with most of this. Just understanding their playbooks. You see, you was talking about the legal system. Somebody doing this. Well, we had attorneys, and they, I mean, aneurysm. Death.
Is she breaking up to anybody else?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my voice is bad.
So you know, like that. Okay, hold on. Can you hear me better now? Let me see.
It seems like it. Go ahead and.
Yeah, it keeps breaking up.
I don't know. We'll see.
Because
I think I'm the only one that can hear perfect.
No, we can hear you. Just going in and out. Just going in and out. That's all. But go ahead, though.
Sure.
Can you hear me, Miss Giselle?
Can you hear me? Just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Anyway. Okay, good. Thanks, my love.
Right.
Yeah, I think really.
Can you hear us?
What is going on here, bro? They're tripping, man.
Maybe she'll go down. Well, maybe she'll go down, go out, and come back.
She did. She dropped down. Looked like she dropped down, y'all. Y'all, let's just be honest. We're gonna have to find ways to defend ourselves, because we see what's happening. White supremacy is in all of the institutions. Black majority's been saying it the whole time. He's right. I see it. I think most of you see it.
It is.
It's in every institution. Look at the education. Look at the healthcare. Look at our politics. Look at what they're doing. They bringing all kinds of racists into the politics. So
look at the goddamn grocery stores.
Yeah, look at the grocery stores. See, that's what they want. They want these racist people in all of the institutions, which means they want people like that making decisions, which means that they can stay protected when it comes to beating us up or killing us or whatever. That's why Donald Trump was putting people on the Supreme Court or even on the federal courts. So that way they can be protected against things they do to Black Americans.
So here's also the painstaking point. We are talking about generations of immigrants who have been able to cosplay and pretend and come in and position themselves as patriots. And we also have to be mindful that we point out the fact that we know this white supremacy, and when we say white supremacy practices, we have to be mindful to also recognize there are other groups of people who come in and they uphold the practices of white supremacy, because that's literally what they've been given when they come through the citizenship program to get their citizenship. But then they also have cultural differences that they also prove to practice in a high number and organize against us, meaning that they occupy spaces where white supremacy is present, and they know it is as well. And that is another battle or another war that actually impacts us. And so I don't think it's that we don't know that white supremacy exists and other people actually use it to their benefit. I think it's that we are out organized. And we have to get to a point where now we start to, like we're doing now, talking about, well, how are we going to make it so that we saturate and get ourselves in a position of authority so that way, even with white supremacy practices or people moving into spaces, they cannot control our environment. That is what's been happening. And we have to be honest about that.
Well, it looks like we're going to be going to war here, which is what they're talking about with this balloon and all of this stuff. So I think there's going to be something else on the horizon. Y'all keep a lookout on that, because even though China at first said it was a weather balloon, when the balloon got shot down, they was like, "What the hell you do?"
Yeah, but we knew that. I mean, if you've been paying attention to this, all this stuff with Ukraine and all this other, formative politics, God, Russia and China does not like the U.S. And Russia and China are allies. Right. So if Russia is going to do some ish, they're going to who they going to tap? They're going to tap the next biggest power, which is China. And China has always been trying to do little things to actually destroy our ecosystem. I mean, they bringing in these what are those stink bugs into the country? People bringing in fish, throwing them into our lakes, and they have these fish eating up our ecosystem. I mean, we are literally under. What are they called, Roy?
Giant Asian hornets.
Okay, sorry. Was that Tony? Who was that?
Yeah.
Hey, Tony. Yeah, and so they're eating up our ecosystem. Like we're under an invasion attack, and we're under attack even with our environmental health. We are in trouble.
They got Chinese coming over the Mexican border paying $35,000 to $80,000 to get into the U.S. from the Mexican side, and they're spies. I mean, these people got spies in every area of American society.
The China wants U.S. y'all. They want it. They want the U.S. and they going to get the U.S. because U.S. is stupid. I'm sorry, but they are. They stupid. They keep playing all this racism stuff against us as Black Americans. And China, guess what China's doing? China is sitting back and they're plotting. And they're going to say,
buying up land over here, building police departments over here. China is buying up our debt.
Yep. China is going to get the U.S. because the U.S. is stupid. The U.S. is sitting up doing stupid shit to Black America, yet China just sitting back saying, you know what? Oh, we're going to get these motherfuckers right here. They stupid. They sit over there plotting against the Black Americans and against other groups, mainly the Black Americans, of course. But we're gonna take these guys out.
But this is nothing new for China. China's been doing all of these things.
Yes.
Just named. They've been doing this for years, for decades.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
Spy balloon. That's not really new. It was that's been going on for quite a while. Back in the 60s, they had these U-2 spy planes that they fly really high, and they used to fly over China and Russia and take spy photos. But China had shot down one of them, and they were holding the hostage, one of the pilot. So yeah, that's been going on for quite a while. And what's going on with China's economics? We shot ourselves in the foot, outsourcing all our jobs over to China for the cheap labor. All that was these companies trying to make a bigger profit by paying the workers to produce for less. So back in the early 60s, 50s, and 40s, America was the big dog on the block. We as far as manufacturing automobiles, televisions, and We just outsourced it all. Then you had Clinton when he was president. He came about with the NAFTA, which was sending the jobs down to Mexico. So
DNA Part 2, NAFTA Part 2.
Yeah, it was pretty much just about greed, and then they don't give a damn about the average worker.
Yeah, so that.
One thing.
Go.
Yeah, one thing about America, though, guys. The whole thing with America, they were trying to really defeat us. Like, a lot of this stuff was trying to defeat us. We do, just like they did back during slavery time, we got to look at their playbooks. As I always say, they never create anything new. They've always just repeated their tactics. They just apply it to whatever the situation is, and they study their wins and they study their losses, and they make sure that they don't do what made them lose again, and they make sure that they amplify what they do that makes them win. Long story short, in America, they're so busy trying to drown us out, just like they did back in slavery. They released all of those people from the prisons in Europe on us. That's when it was like their last straw. And that's the same thing they're doing with these countries and these people from across the world that's coming here. And they make sure right before they get here, they make sure they have like this level of hate towards us. And they plant them. They surround our communities with these people. They don't put them in their communities. They surround our communities with these people so that once everything is all said and done, then they just push. The goal was then we could just get them out of the country. See, they're kind of stupid with it. What China did, China learned their playbook. Because keep in mind, China was once a third world country, and that was not too long ago, about 70 years. If we really look at the way things was moving, they were overrun with drug addicts. And they started killing their kids. Like, you couldn't have a certain amount of kids in their country. And then they got the white man's playbook somehow. And they said, oh, and you know everything about China. What China does, they don't create. They have never created. All they do is mass replicate. That's all they do. If you want a good knockoff purse, where you go? It's a real reality for certain levels of just things. They're not creating anything that's not already done. All they're doing is mass creating things, and they're pushing it through their country. A lot of these visions are already laid out. So we have to be more mindful of just the tactics and the way these tactics are used against us. And the last thing I'm going to land with us here, like the reason why we are always, like, we're kind of reactive, we're under a veil that no one else has to exist underneath of. This is an illusion, but it's a reality for us, but it's an illusion to others. They can step in and out of our reality. That's why they can embrace hip hop, then step outside of it and say, we don't understand what you niggas are like complaining about. People can walk in and out of this. This is a veil. Some of us realize it and others don't. And once you realize it, you're like, damn, no wonder people don't see what we see, because we're the only ones that's forced to exist under this. This is that level of, I guess, enslavement, that mental level of enslavement that they've been able to hold on to us here with. But now that we're breaking through, people are breaking through in different ways, but they're still not recognizing what it is. So you're still going to be questioning stuff because you don't see exactly what the veil is. So all I'm saying is veil's getting lifted. So the questions are good. We just got to know what the target is. Otherwise, we're going to be swinging in the air and not really knocking anything down.
The matrix is real.
There you have it. That's why white people be like, sometimes they see what we go through, and other times there's like they don't. They'll be chilling, and then other people, like, they could come over here and do all of this stuff, march, and then they go back to their regular lives. And it's not because of the neighborhood that they live in. It's because we're the only ones that live under this veil. We can live in their neighborhood and still under this veil. So, yeah.
And Mr. Zell said that veil is being lifted, and I always say that skirt is being lifted. Same thing. His skirt is definitely being lifted. He's naked, has been laid bare. You're witnessing it. And
yeah, because we evolved. We evolved. So what was the purpose, if we know this is our enemy, what's the purpose of allowing them to buy land here, of allowing them to put police stations here? What's that purpose?
They broke.
Wait. Arrogant. But you're asking a question that we are not involved in. We are not. When I say we, in heavy populated areas that we do not dominate the population, we are not involved in allowing people to do these things. The people who are running the legislative bodies and who are making up the assemblies and the city council, we are not in authority. We are not in power in making those decisions. The people who are making those decisions.
Well, I know it's money. I know it's money.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
If you know that this is your enemy, that's why, I mean, I know that's why they allowed them to do this.
Miss T,
it's all about the money.
Listen to what I'm saying. We're not talking about... No.
Tell me what you're trying to say.
I'm not talking in code. I need you to hear what I'm saying. And you have to hear what I'm saying. We can talk about money all day long. What is the biggest thing, the strongest thing, more powerful than money?
Power.
Population numbers. Population numbers. If I can out-organize you, out-populate you, then I take your power. Then I take your money. Then I have loyalty, and I can, guess what? Dominate you. And so
that goes back to my original question, right?
That is definitely necessary. Hold on. I need to answer Rory.
One example.
Go ahead.
South Africa.
We're not in South Africa. We're talking about America.
I'm just giving you one example.
Listen.
If you have the numbers that you control it. South Africa, that's majority black, and they don't control nothing in South Africa. And
South Africans,
South Africa, there's other places too.
South Africans are who in politics? Who in politics are majority black in politics in South Africa?
Let me add in here. So here's what happens. You have this white minority, but they are backed up by Western Europe. It's not a situation where they're an isolated population all alone. If and when they decided to go to war, they would have the backing of Western powers to defend them in that small country. So yeah, it's a global cabal of white power that stretches across the whole planet. They have been a minority on the planet since their existence, and they will always be a minority on the planet, but they control the military power on the planet.
So who controls the military power on the planet, black majority? Who does?
The Europeans control it, and you can slash Asians. However, China's technology is not as advanced as America's, but there's going to come a point in time where the clock is ticking for Taiwan. So everything that America's doing, everything that China's doing is going to be focused on Taiwan. They're likely to have a proxy war in Taiwan, just like they're having in Ukraine right now. Soon. So keep your eyes on Taiwan, and we'll kind of go from there.
It's coming soon. I think with all these news we seeing that's probably will come about sometime this year. Xi Jinping just did a statement a few months ago where he was saying that how Taiwan is part of China and they would take Taiwan back eventually. That was a strong statement. So what we're seeing now is America trying to build up its forces around China, they getting their ties back in the Philippines and all those other South Pacific country island nations. It's definitely going down.
Well, yeah, I think China just came out and said that they're going to go into Taiwan by 2027, and there was an American military general who said by 2025 the U.S. should be ready to go into Taiwan. So that little timetable.
That's why they were threatening. They were threatening about Nancy Pelosi going over there. Talking about some they were talking about going to war with her going over there to talk about whatever it is she was going over there to talk about.
Well, they're saying now that it's going to be before this next election, the war is going to begin.
See, China, you got to remember what the tool of China was here in America. America looked at China and they saw them as a lost country. They saw them as a lost country, and they could have been, but they were thrown a lifeline because when America tried to use the Chinese against us, because keep in mind, the barrier that they placed in our communities, it wasn't with Indians, it wasn't even with Africans, it was with the Asians. The first thing they did to take up our stores, they brought in the Asians, and the Asians always seemed like they could relate to us. They came in calling us Ma and what's up, Pops? And, they came in as a friend, and not only did they come in as a friend, they came in with eugenics backgrounds. Anybody that knows anything about Japan, they know that they were aligned with eugenics programming. So they pushed a lot of those people here intentionally. If you go into our communities, we see the remnants of those eugenics programs. Asian stores were the reason why we call the stores in our communities the food deserts. The things that they sell to us, the influx of cancers, all came through their stores. So they act as a barrier, but with the whole time all of this stuff was happening, China was like, wait a minute. These people were able to not really live in our areas, but work in the areas where our people, or create businesses in the areas where our people dominated, right? And they figured out something about us. They said, hold on, wait a minute. They got the Rumpelstiltskin over here. It wasn't these white people that made America great. It was these Negroes. Matter of fact, Japanese ran with Hitler. So we're talking about Vietnam. I think Vietnam too. It was Japanese. I think that's absolutely Japanese, but y'all can fact check me on that one. Japanese, with their practices, they've pushed cancerous products throughout our communities. They've put food products that created major illnesses, that created long-term effects in our communities. And they are still, they were able to take those practices and turn into this mega country. And then they started going into all of the other black countries. They went through Africa. So it was like, shoot, we can dominate Africa. But they saw that, even if you go to Africa, a lot of the creations, if you go to Africa, you can't really see a lot of creations. You come to America, you see the black races, the black race countrywide that mass creates every day. From our music, you go on the television, you see white, these Asians doing hip hop rap battles. That was so confusing to me. You go into their communities there, even the way that they dress, the way that they try to walk, it's a weird imitation. The harmonies that they're trying to do with their music, the creations. Because keep in mind, we're the original computers here. So you got to know, they saw us and they found out who we are. And we still don't even know who we are. There's so many of us that don't realize that we are. When they say people made in his image, I ain't trying to get religious or anything, but made in the creator's image, it absolutely is us. There's no other group of people on this planet that have created things that, like anything on this planet outside of us. You go to Africa, there has not been anything built since they took us here. You know, and even if you come here, like, and you look, and even with the people who were here, we merged with a lot of the people that were here, and it's a greatness with the bloodline in this country. That's why everybody is flooding here. And last thought, what if this reset, because if you go on all of this news stations, I have to watch like stock stations all day long. So like you listen to them talk, they're like the Great Reset, how's it going, and all of this type of stuff and everything. This is something that they're openly talking about because they know that people are so mentally controlled that we're not recognizing it. But what if this exchange of people was just the exchange of the greats from all of the countries across the world? Okay, we're the only ones that's sitting here interrupting the system. They're like, shoot, we still can't get rid of these people. They need to go. If we get them gone, we'll control and dominate everybody else. We'll filter everything here, and America will be our utopia. So what do you do here? The only way you do, you come at the original people from this country. And we are the only group of people that's birthed out of this entire country. We're birthed out of the experience. So we are the absolute only, like we're the original American. So this is why they have to get rid of us. They owe us, and they know they owe us. And there's certain laws that they cannot break, such as like karma. You do something, it's like something in this creation, because people are not just walking around purposeless. Everybody is here for a reason. It's a reason why we even gathered on this line tonight. Whatever the case may be, who knows? But everything has a purpose behind it. And you can't do one thing without affecting the other. There's always an effect to everything that you do. So when we go into this and we have these conversations, we got to think outside of our veil. And it'll make things make more sense, because when you look at this, the way these things are going, this beast is losing, but then he put his own foot in his mouth. He gave his enemy that he thought had already died off, he gave them the keys to start the ignition and the gas tank full. So now they're really excelling. And look at this, a Caucasian is nothing but a dead Asian. So I'm going to land with that.
The guy Rory said outsourcing, and you put the word black in front of that, black outsourcing. That's exactly what it was. Mrs. L talked about it in the book. I wrote about a program that was in place. I believe it was under Jim. It was either Nixon or Carter. It was one of the first programs in which they would have education in the high schools for trades that would lead right into careers and or business opportunities.
Vocational Act of 1963.
And there you go. So the next president that came in totally got rid of it, crushed it. And it was really it was one of the first signs coming out of the civil rights movement that the shit was over. As quickly as it may have started, the party was over. But our people, unfortunately, didn't recognize that. And here we are today. But when they outsourced that NAFTA, you know, they just announced DNA, which is something. The D is something, but it's North America. Essentially, it's NAFTA 0.3.5. And they're essentially going to create a super North America. They're going to try to strip China of all of this manufacturing and bring it back here. However, it's still not designed to come into Black American communities. It's going to be in Mexico, Canada, and wherever they spread it out throughout the United States. But this is what they do. This is how they move. And yes, Mr. Zell is absolutely right. They were willing to cut off their nose to spite their face by giving their true enemies the power and the finances to elevate themselves instead of elevating us. Because most, like my grandfather,
that's how they killed a lot of the states. So Detroit, in a lot of the big towns where you had manufacturing for southern towns. Those were all black. Those were all black towns. Those were all black towns. A lot of those factory workers, during the Industrial Revolution, America could have literally been on the brink of surpassing all of the other superpowers with the growth and establishment of actually us coming up off of the Industrial Revolution, and they saw us growing. And what did they do? They destroyed cities and towns, and they took the manufacturing that was held by a lot of our families, a lot of our people, and they shipped that over to China. It was done on purpose.
It in the black communities.
And they never replaced it. That's correct. And so now they're fighting for power. And so the reason why Tennessee, the comptroller issue in Tennessee was so important with Ford actually coming and building that motor factory. That is literally them coming chicken.
Y'all tripping, man. Y'all tripping. What are y'all tripping, man?
We need to have a reindustrial revolution. By like none other, meaning that we don't get products from China, Taiwan, or any other products outside of the U.S., and we get into the business of building manufacturing companies to supply our country, and we create them.
Well, let's think about that from the black majority state perspective. Let's, because this is a beautiful thing, but let's really try to focus on the black majority states having those manufacturing bases. To your point, my grandfather, who I never met, was a steel mill worker. My family came up from North Carolina into Pittsburgh, and then some of us ended up in DC, some in Pittsburgh, some in Detroit. We followed the manufacturing to the north. And most of my family in the Detroit area worked within the factories in Detroit. My last uncle, who left there a couple years ago, retired from a factory up there. So it absolutely was intended to destroy Black American communities, Black American economic base, because not only along with the fact that we were moving into middle class, we were actually becoming mayors in these large cities. And that was another element where they got these first Black mayors, just like in my city where they got this first Black mayor. And they intentionally divested out of the Black neighborhoods. White flight set in, they divested, and they really tried to collapse and crumble those northeastern cities, especially now they call it the Rust Belt, but it was the Rust Belt intentionally.
North St. Louis had a GM factory here. This was years ago. I remember I was a little boy when it was open. I think my father worked there, and some of his friends worked there, and the whole area economically was doing decent. But when they shut it down, it just became a bunch of blocks with abandoned buildings. And I'm pretty sure the same thing happened up in Detroit and all these other areas where you had these automobile factories.
With the whole factory effect, those jobs, this is why they're shifting those people into the country right now. A lot of these people they're going to be working as like servants to a lot of these white people. But if you notice that they can't completely kill us off, because when they kill us, about 4 or 5 of us be born. One person die, 4 or 5 be born right after it, right? But I think they also figured another thing out in the algorithms of whatever our wonderful creator of this world made, because it's something that's happening with us when we kill ourselves. And it's a karma that they hold when they kill us. I think they try to balance out the karma that they get by the things that they do for other people. And it just hasn't been able to balance out. Again, the goal is to eliminate us. So, but the only way that they're effective is if they force us to self-inflict the wounds. They self-inflict the knives into our, into the chest, so we can to kill ourselves. So everything with them, if you notice, even when things go down, and we know who's running the things in our communities, and people are at their wits' end, we're under all these levels of trauma. We're still expected to say we need to do better. People in our community say, "I've been through all this and I didn't do it. Why are these other people, going on this level?" They know, as the puppet masters under this veil, they know how to play with us, with us emotionally, to the point where we then hurt ourselves. So looking at, even with this case where they're now painting black cops as the the killers, the cop, the killers of black people in America, because that's what they're theming all of this crap is right now. It seems like, anyway. With them doing that, it's like saying, "Daggone it! Now, what if we get some good guys that actually go into the police force because they want to protect their communities, but they want to show, hey, look, we're going to take these roles so that we're not getting this stuff inflicted by other people." Now they'll be getting attacked by our own people because they don't want us to go into those roles. We had a lot of people that were lining up to go into the police forces years ago, and then they started making all of these restrictions and say you can't go in if you ever did this, or you can't get it going if you ever did that. But with these white people that was going into police roles, they were letting them pretty much just roll right in, despite their backgrounds. So it seems like they're trying to balance out a lot of things, keep us out of a lot of areas so that we don't get any control that'll help us survive. Looking at us now, even when they put out that 2017, hey, black people are going to be at zero wealth alert that they sent across all of these media sources, right? They were cheering that on. They were like, we finally got them at the end. And it was something with that. And then right after that, we see all of this stuff happening. You see them relocating people here. You see everybody, now people beating on black women, like helpless women. Like the one woman looked a little homeless in the CVS store, got banged in the face by like an Ethiopian dude. Then the other thing, you have the little handicapped black boy getting banged. All of these other races of people, now they're openly attacking us so that these white handlers don't have to do it, but the people that's doing the attacks against us don't even realize they are accountable for the traumas that they inflict on us as well. I don't want to be all spiritual, because I am, but I don't want to be like that. I just want us to look at how they're placing other people to do their bids, because it's something when they do something to us, everything fall on them. You remember when the water was killing these people? The water, they would drink water and it would kill them from the inside out. But anybody else, if we drink it, they say, oh, it don't kill black people and fat people. So that alone, is something with this. So again, I'm going to land, but just saying, let's even thinking outside of the veil and trying to build this black majority state across this country. Shoot, every state should be a black majority state. It probably was about to be. That's why they doing all of this craziness. But anyway, I'm gonna shut up and let everybody else speak now.
Now, Miss Giselle, you said you don't want to make this a spiritual thing. And I'm not the most spiritual person. I remind people all the time, I came out to church when I was 12 years old, but since my husband decided to bring it back inside my life within these recent years with his, delving into Hebrew Israelitism, the one thing that he says that I do believe might be true or have some valid points in it is we got to stop praying to their God, because we're praying for them. Now we start praying to our God and start calling the God by the proper name and maybe that might have some effect to change what's going on in our lives. But every time we pray, because we got people in our community that still get in pray for the white man, still pray for our enemies. We gotta stop praying for our enemies.
Yeah, but our responses and reactions to one another. See, these words they use, they are spells. We already know that. That's why they teach us spelling in elementary school. We already got that down, right? But when you look at the reality of things, we're more emotionally driven. That's why we're so powerful in the music. That's why they toxified it. That's why they had to get over top of that. So on a spiritual level, we are more vibrant in emotion. Like I can feel you. That's why we're always like, can you feel me? And everybody like, yeah, I can feel you. That and it's because we vibe that way. Words don't always say everything for us. It's more so of a feeling for us. So that's how we really vibe. So I think even when they say things to us, I mean, even with the prayers to the God, God, like the creator of this world, knows that there is no they're weaponizing things. But this is why that whole he knows your heart, or even if you want to say the creator knows your heart, he knows your emotion. They can feel our sincerity. So those directions, that's what we speak to. That's why what we put in our minds is so important. That's why when I hear people talking, oh, we ain't never gonna get out of this, or we ain't never gonna do that, I'm like, no, reverse that real quick.
Yeah.
Reverse it real quick, because that's what they need you to say.
Right. Because
as soon as you start thinking it, you create it. Right. We are literally the computer. We are, as soon as something is deposited inside of us, we mass produce, we create it. And it's created through us. That's why they got to convince us to believe stuff. As soon as they convince it, y'all got to, I wish y'all can just see or understand exactly what I'm saying with this. As soon as they say, look at this, look, black people, sexuality is your thing. Sexuality is your thing. We was all walking around like, no, it's not. And it wasn't when we said that. But then they started making it our reality by depositing these thoughts. They use different tools. They got whole systems sit to figure this stuff out. And then as soon as they got behind it, they place one level of belief into our minds. And then here it is, becoming a thing. Certain thing, and it has to become, it becomes a thing when we believe in it. That's why what we allow us, what we manifest in our minds, that's more powerful than anything. We can say, you will not defeat us. When we start projecting, look at what we did in January. When we said, we're coming for our check. We're coming for our check. Across this country, okay? All is just so crazy. Usually you see 50 billion videos talking about MLK, Martin Luther King, and all of that. You didn't see that energy this year. Things that wanted to attack us when we was in D.C., they couldn't have that power because our belief was, we're going to win this. That's why when people come through and they start talking this, they silence your account. When people come through talking like this, they try to make it so that, or they weaponize things against you. So this is where our mindset, this is the power that they don't want to let you see. The power that we have within ourselves, that we can defeat them with.
Yeah, I like that thought. You need to say that more often. I like that.
Manifestation.
Oh my God, the spaces was not trying to let me come back.
That's what they do.
The space hand about to fall
Twitter
off.
tech sucks.
I was waiting for a DJ to I don't know why he got his hand raised. Him and Miss Tammy. Everybody else just coming on off the mic.
Y'all, let me say this to y'all. Okay, these, because I know Sister Giselle mentioned about the immigrants. I'm gonna say to you all, these immigrants better get a grip on reality, and I'm talking about the black immigrants in particular. They better get a grip on reality, because when you come into America, which is a very racist society, against dark-skinned people, you will end up on the dead end just like Black Americans, because these folks, these white supremacists, don't give a damn if you're a Caribbean, African, Black American freedman, ADOS, or whatever you call yourself, Negro, whatever. All they see is a dark-skinned person, right? So, as much as I hate to say this, let's look at the most recent killing, a murder of the sister up in New Jersey. Sister Eunice, right? From my understanding, she is an African immigrant, or she's of African descent. That sister, like many others who have come over here, and I'm not saying her in particular, but we know a lot of them would come into this country, and they would try to put us down. They would try to say things against us. But we have seen police kill them the same way they kill us.
Patrick, what's the guy's name? Patrick Loyola?
Patrick Loyola. That's right. That's another example. Yeah. See, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. You come over here, you are a Black person. That's all the police see. White supremacy. That's what they see. You might be African, but you're Black. So don't come over here think you're going to put us down, Black Americans, and these police ain't going to see you in the same way. They see you just like us. You're a dark-skinned Black person.
They're going to have to get their nigga wake-up call.
That is.
Just like a lot of, our people who be clucking around got to get their nigga wake-up call. They're going to have to get theirs too. Meanwhile, we have to put our focus on us and spend more positive energy on us and maybe less energy, on them, or maybe just highlight the shit when it happens to them. Make sure we're highlighting it so that they'll see, but not really say anything in a negative light, like, see, y'all thought y'all was better than us, but looky here. But just highlight it so that they can see in a silent type of way. Without being negative about it, but allowing them to see it on their own. But they got to get that wake-up call.
Exactly. See, because Sister Eunice, I feel bad for the sister. She is a sister, y'all. Now, she's of the African or the non-LPA. She is one of the non-LPA types, but she's still one of us. Nevertheless, she's still one of us. They still part of the family, y'all. I mean, that's why, because DJ, he'll tell you, he'll say tether, but at the end of the day, they still part of the family. They're dark-skinned people. It'd be nice if the dark-skinned family was all on one accord. See, it would be nice, because, see, if we was all on one accord, man, we'd be an unstoppable force, man.
But Professor, you are under the assumption that they care about our culture and that they respect our culture. That is the reason. That's part of their wake up call when they come here. And it's not like they don't know what oppression is and things like that. They kind of do it to each other. I think what it is that when they come to America, they no longer have the pressure, I believe, of having to fight one another when they actually can go against us, just like Europeans do. They will side with their self-interest. So if that's the case, then those melanated people and even the European, the people who come from other countries, they're going to have to get their wake-up call when they come here, because it's other immigrants who literally are enforcing degeneracy onto our population, getting into positions of authority. And they are literally abusing that authority and taking it out on the people who are in this land now. And I always say that my motherland is here. My lineage starts here. I have no other mapping or any other identity elsewhere that I can point to as of yet. So my motherland is here. There are no other melanated people who has that story other than us. So I think when we say that they are us, I think they are melanated people, but they do not hold the same lens to oppression and to civil rights and to our historic framework like we do. So it's going to look different for them. And unfortunately, I think what's the older gentleman in the California task force? He made it. He said it perfectly. He said they're going to experience civil issues, but it's not going to be on the same lens of what reparative justice has to look for us in regards to reparations. It's not the same.
It's not the same. I agree with you on that, Sister Villa. And but here's the thing: some of our people in that particular diaspora, the South African Black, let me take that back. I was about to call them Black American. The South African Blacks, they have experience similar to us. So therefore, those are the ones that can relate to us. See, remember, y'all. Now, and of course, once again, I'm gonna go back to my age here. I'm old enough to remember when Nelson Mandela was being talked about as I was younger, because my mom even was talking about him. And I'm telling you all that when Nelson Mandela, while he was locked up, Black Americans over here were saying, "Damn, we need to be trying to work on that brother getting out over there." Okay,
Professor.
We were strongly.
We've done that for everybody.
Hold on one second. I know that. I know we done it for everybody, but what I'm saying is we were strongly invested in that over there. And Nelson Mandela was strong, and Nelson Mandela was strongly invested in this over here. He was closely tied in with what was going on over here. So that is what I'm saying, y'all. We kind of are tied in with them. Now, whether we want to admit it or not, we are.
No, we are. And I think that we don't have to ignore the fact that we are some of the greatest humanitarians that have ever lived. That our ancestors have paved the way for what it looks like to really represent humanitarian efforts. But when we talk about the lens of, I think, the culture and our nationality and how our trajectory of where we come from has been chartered, it's definitely not the same. And we can actually stand in that narrative, and the people coming over here are capable of learning that, and we have to set that precedence for them by stating that. We have to make sure that they clearly understand we are all melanated, yes, but we do not all walk the same. We don't black the same. We don't talk the same. And our fight for justice and equality and humanitarianism is totally different. We are not talking about a globalization reparative justice. We are just basically just trying to get stabilized in our own country while other people come here and destabilize us, and they actually have melanated skin.
But you know what's interesting here, Sister Rilla? White supremacy is saying, guess what? We are globalizing all our efforts. I've been watching the documentary. As a matter of fact, today, I've been watching the documentaries. I watch documentaries today. White supremacy is globalizing with all of the groups all across the globe, in Europe and, of course, over here. They all tied in together. And guess what? They loving the fact that Africans and, of course, us here as Black Americans are saying, no, we got to kind of separate ourselves. They are loving it.
But that's what I was trying to tell you, Professor, earlier when I was saying it's like they're coming over here. It's not like they're connecting with other people. They're just taking an elite from those areas, hence DNA. But whatever, for that, what I was trying to jump in and say when you were talking about these other groups, each level of us, of course, if we were all together, it would be crazy, right? Because our energy, our abilities, it would just be magnified, right? That's just the way we glow. Now, the problem with that is they created veils, different veils for each group. And then they knew they've been studying us for hundreds of years. Okay, on this level, they've studied us for hundreds of years, maybe even thousands, who knows? But the way they've studied us, they've memorized, like, if we starve them out enough, some of these, we can almost guarantee, based on probability, that this amount of people will go in this direction. And if we deprive this group of these, this amount of group will go in that. It's like making a recipe. So we're talking about a master of warfare. This is what this is what white people are great at. I don't give nobody props, but this is what they do. Warfare is their masterpiece. And we, like us saying, what they going to figure out when people get here, they need to figure this out. Let me tell you, I don't care what nobody figure out. We have done our job for everybody else. Worldwide, we got a resume to reference that, right? And that reflects that. It's us cleansing ourselves. Anything these people say, when we allow it to come into our minds and we start projecting on it, that's redirecting our focus, which means they're doing this. If you notice, they've been doing it in different ways. They have different races coming at us, and they're doing it for a reason. This is like the puppet master effect. We can't worry about what Black people coming in here are going to be going through. We're going to ignore them like they ignore us when they get here. Because I hear you, what you're saying about South Africa. I rocks with South Africa heavy. But if you come here and you have this type of level of like disregard and hatred for us, like we don't have time to try to explain to you why you should give a damn. We're going to let you hold your own nuts, and we're going to keep going forward. We're not even going to waste a voice on you, because that is what we call low-hanging fruit. If we redirect our focus, and our focus is now on trying to get these people to know who we are and see if they'll jump in. They sold out their own country when they pledged their allegiance to the United States. What the hell you think they're going to do for us? These people are people that have been starved out. They're like, shit, I done had to wash in cow piss for the last 20 years, and I'm now here in some nice old clean water, and all I gotta do is come in here, get called a nigga a couple of times, and get, joked on, may get banged a little bit up. But this anything better than what
but Giselle, I always have to say, we always assume that they are, they're people coming from, starved countries. They're actually sending their elites here, and their elites actually live in better. They actually live in better accommodations than most of our middle class families.
Yeah, when I was saying earlier.
Right, I heard you. And at the same time, they also are very educated. And so that's the part that also boggles the mind. When you see someone like Emmanuel Nico talking about he didn't realize he was Black until he played in the NFL. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm sorry. You couldn't have been the only Black person in your area. Like, maybe you would have been a sprinkle, but you couldn't have been the only person. And at the end of the day, they were still teaching about Malcolm X and Rosa Parks. So I know for a fact you did not just realize Blackness when you got to the NFL.
Right. And that's only what they use to relate to our experience, so that they can further steal our shit. Like, that is it's like the corniest way. Like, oh man, I didn't realize I was one of you guys until I went through this. Can I get some of those butter biscuits that you eat? No, I'm sorry. Sorry, we have no.
Oprah should be embarrassed. I really believe she should be embarrassed, because she troped him out in front of everybody and was like, I really appreciate him. He wants to have the uncomfortable conversations, and this is so important. I knew this shit was going to go left. Soon as I heard him talk, I said, nope, this is going to be bad.
But she did it the same thing here with the Governor Westmore. We gotta work with this guy. He's now the governor. But she was at his thing here in Maryland. I wasn't going to nothing that they did at all. I was so angry. Usually I participate in stuff locally, just to, be involved, trying to get things, pumped up for our people. But it's like at this point, like, what do you mean, Westmore? He told a whole lie. He told a whole lie. He sold a lie to the people. And they actually fed this to our youth that I found out. These kids were reading this lying book about Westmore for the last decade. So fact is, they were conditioning the minds of the future voters. I want people to digest that and think of how many other people they did that to throughout history over the last 60 years. They use that as a tool. They're weaponizing our kids' minds. Those who they use probability. They're like, you know what? What's the probability of this group, that group, and this group? All right, look, let's feed them Westmore's story. These kids had to read this story for summer reading and do projects on it every year. So what you think they're going to think about Westmore when they hear his name again? After they read this story that was a lie. They voted for him. He was at 66%. When it was us on the grassroots level, like, all right, let's see what we can do to get him out. You're not going to get him out. He's already going to get in. They installed the shit. Like, and what we're doing right now is reactive. So now we got to figure out how we can get in to work with this guy to get what we need done, unfortunately. And now going forward from this point, what do we do so we don't have to always be reactive? We have to be more proactive. We have to. If we really want to win, we have to be proactive. And that starts with not focusing on other people, whether they look like us or not.
So how do you feel about actually demanding that people who are in fraternities and sorority be held accountable? Because, they were his fraternity, which was, is he oh, shit. I have to look it up. What is his? What is he?
Wasn't he a Kappa? Wasn't he a Kappa? Alpha Psi?
Yeah, I think he's like a Kappa. I would
So what do you think about actually, holding the fraternities and sororities accountable, and even to the point where we are vocalizing our disdain, because they also need to be put on Front Street. And I'm pretty sure some of y'all are probably in fraternities and sororities in this room, and it's no shade, but it is shade. And I'm going to say it like this. If you champion someone or your organization that you're a part of does something that you're a part of that organization, you should also be held accountable, because you are not vocalizing the fact that fraternities and sororities have connections that regular people who are not in them do. And Westmore, if he's going to be definitely under the guise of whatever fraternity he's under, the people in that fraternity need to be making sure that they are for the people, in support of our community, especially in Maryland. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Now, as far as responsibility, we got to look at what happened. They didn't just throw people in like this. This shit has happened over the last 50 years. We were blocked out of the HBCUs financially. They started changing the direction of the scholarships at these HBCUs in the 90s. The 90s was so important. It was a pivotal moment for our people. I wish we could just do a study of the 90s and everything that changed in our culture and the dynamics of our community and family, because it's so many things that happened during that time. During the 90s, coming out of that, remember, we was like bombarded with Pan-African this, Pan-African that, wearing the African kufi and all that crap to church. It started with that. I remember when they first implemented the African Attire Day. It was like back in 89 and 90. Our people started wearing the African attire to church. And it never was a thing. It just never was a thing. But our communities, and even with our communities, we didn't have a bunch of other people. We had like 1 or 2 Africans that went to school with us. So, like, I'll just use Baltimore, for example. Here, we watched them usher certain characteristics into our areas. When it went time to go to college, when I was in high school and I went to a Baltimore City public high school, they said, don't go to a HBCU because the value of that degree is not as high as it would be if you went to a white institution. So they were telling us to go to white institutions. Some people would stand on their square and say, no, I'm going to a HBCU. My family went to HBCUs, whatever, da, 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 da. I was one of the first out of my family to go to college. So they was like, well, go wherever, they make sense. They wasn't into like HBCU or not. I had some cousins who went to HBCUs, but under my grandparents, like being the first of their grandkids to go to college, and actually under all of them, the kids under my grandparents to go to college, they weren't like, they didn't understand the difference in the dynamics of the schools. They didn't understand it. They never experienced it. Now, what they did during that time, they was talking our kids out of going to HBCUs, and then they was blocking the money. Because I had friends that used to go to school and get full rides to HBCUs up into the 90s. Then it came into the 2000s. Now all of a sudden you can't afford a HBCU. Now all of a sudden, outside of your student loans, your grants for the state and all of that stuff, you still got to come out of pocket with $10,000. Your mama got bad credit, your daddy's locked up or got bad credit, or you don't know him, and you are working like a part-time job. And you trying to figure out how you could go to school. You're like, but this white institution, they're going to pay you. They'll pay you. They'll give you a free ride. Oh, well, I'm going to go to that white institution. And all the while when they were doing this, they were giving free rides to Africans to go to our HBCUs. Those Africans then became the professors at those HBCUs.
Damn, bro.
Putting more pressure on black kids.
Crazy,
they also became the deans and the leaders of the financial areas.
Damn.
And they started making scholarships for all of the other people. And then that's when you see holidays that get inserted into the schools, like at Howard University, such as African Takeover Day. That bullshit. And then now, if your schools is infiltrated, and we've been carrying the culture all of this time, what's happening with the fraternities and the sororities? They're being refaced. So now you have an influx of all of these immigrant groups in your sororities. You see white people joining black sororities. That has never been a thing, and you still don't see black people joining white sororities. You see the craziness? That is what happened once all of these other groups got over top of it. So we can come after the fraternities and the sororities, but the people that was in those schools prior to now, like if the youth that came behind, they just thought, okay, this must be the way it is. My mother was an AKA, and she said this is what I should do because of the culture that was in place when she was in school. So, and they are disconnected because they don't know the characteristics and the things that's going on in school. And then you see other people that look like you in a Pan-African mindset. You're like, oh, look at these brothers and sisters, not knowing that behind closed doors, they're actively going against everything that we fought for and reversing the shit that we built. So you got all of these moving parts. So we can go after the fraternity, but first we got to see who's the ones that that's pulling these people in. And then we start unpacking this stuff. So it's so many moving parts, and we're just getting to the point of taking all of our shit back. And it's going to be more than just like blaming the fraternities and the sororities.
Damn. Yeah, it's crazy, y'all, because it seems to be like these immigrants are everywhere now. They all up in fraternities, the sororities. They all up in the administrations of these universities, HBCUs. I'm very concerned about them being in the administration of HBCUs because they, of course, make the decisions about what happens there. I was thinking about that recent incident with the sister that was arrested in class. I think that was an immigrant chancellor that said that the arrest was legit. and that he felt that the arrest was okay. So see,
exactly.
Yeah. See, this is a problem, y'all. We can't have it. We got to do something about this type of stuff. Got to. I'm not for the immigrants, y'all. I'm not for them because most of the time they come here and they try to dox us. So I'm not for them. Now, if they come in here and they say, hey, I want to learn and I want to understand what Black Americans have been going through, hey, okay, great. But if you coming in here trying to tell us what we need to be trying to change, you are a problem. And you can bet your bottom professor is going to be on your ass. Like I always do when they come up in these spaces and trying to tell us what to do. See?
And so bring back to what Rella just said, though. They bring that elite class in. These people are used to telling other Black people what to do. So that's where that comes in. And I'm not against anybody, but I'm for my people. And if you're going against our people, you are a problem to me. That's how I put it, because when we say I'm against, I ain't rocking with, no, I don't got to say all of that. Because you can exist and I don't have to speak, see, or do anything with you. It's a big world out here. But when you are affecting our people, that's when, like, you're a problem because you're being problematic to the things you're doing to our people. Even the words that we use got to be structured in a certain way because they weaponize even those. So they say, see, the Black people, it could be anybody that listens to this recording and say, you know what, that professor guy, he's talking radical and xenophobic, da-da-da. You never know what they would want to do with stuff like this. So it's just, and yeah, look at, here it is. You doing what you do, and then out of the blue, somebody calling you xenophobic, trying to get things done to you, hate speech, all of that crap. And here it is. We're talking, that's why even the words that we use is important now. Hey, we're for our people. That's why I'm not even giving any more attention or energy to these others. Like, you know who you are, you know what you do. And these people don't come from, they don't come from areas where they don't understand the power of karma and like spiritual things. They know what the heck the time it is. That's why they do things in a certain way, so that once we say something, they can react to it. And then that's them being reactive. Then that's the karma's on us. No, we're not letting you use us as a tool anymore. We saying we ain't paying you no attention. Oh wow, that person got shot. Sorry to hear that. Or in the counselor, I posted it because I know the other lady said this was a sister who was doing some work in the community. And again, like I said before, I'm not against anybody, but I'm for our people. This person was doing stuff specifically for African Black Americans, whatever you want to call us, for foundational Black Americans. And guess what? Freedmen, guess what? You can get a repost. I'll repost your situation. But if the person wasn't doing nothing for us, I'm like, nothing to see here. And we ain't got to beg them to do nothing either. We ain't got to say, think about us. You should have been thinking about, you should have thought about us. I don't even want to say that. I don't even want you to think that we're an outlet now. Because once the things do happen, they say, you know what, you just right, we here for you. And what'll happen, one or two of us going to open the door, and then they all going to run in and then be exactly who they were before they ran in the door. So I think even at this point, when they do shit, just be like, oh, sorry to say that. All right, back to our reparations conversation, guys. Now, you doing something to mess up in our schools? Hey, everybody should be, like, denouncing that. We was calling the school for that girl over and over and over again. People was listening to our voices. They didn't, they saw that we did something. I wish it wasn't so many issues, but they saw that we was doing something. The power, I think Sir Major was on this one. When he called out their fraternity, he was doing public posts in rooms on their fraternity the whole time. I think in the next couple of days, they was like, we're denouncing and we're putting out these people that was in this fraternity. And he called them out by name exactly how Sir Major said to do it. So got to give props to where it's due. Whatever works, right? Use the power of these social media platforms, because right now they're using it. If you notice, you had the Black American room that everybody was talking about. that is what they thought they was going to flood this year with, this fall, February with. We're changing the dynamics of that. Everybody who's hosting spaces, those spaces need to be something to uplift our people. I saw somebody doing some history rooms today. I saw we doing a Black love thing. Black majority always talking majority state. One Love always doing something. DJ doing something. Like everybody, if we in trouble, I know she be doing stuff with our sister. No. So what I'm saying is, if we can just continue to, like, we can amplify these voices, God. We can tune these people out. If we don't give them one lick of energy for this month of February, we're doing our ancestors a justice.
Amen. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sister Giselle. You are absolutely correct. Let's not give them any more of our time.
Well, I have some history for you guys to share with you guys. So maybe this is before the judge. Before the judge
is up in here. Yeah.
So before the judge goes, before the judge goes, we're gonna have a brief recession. I'm gonna say this. In the state of Virginia, there were in my area, in Loudoun County, there were multiple Black towns. And apparently there was a family called the Noakes family. And I will post a link to the YouTube channel that actually has some Black history, a storytelling about the Noakes family that owned over 200 acres of land. And they were not the only family. Apparently there was another family called the Pigeon Hill family, as well as that lived in this area. And these towns, or these, I should say, these farms, so they were actually considered land, so they were like big farms, but they had a lot of land. And the woman telling the story talks about how, you know, it was miles before you got to the next person's land, but majority of the land was pretty much taken by like lanes being run through the land, highways being constructed through the land, and taxes. And that's how they were able to pretty much take the land from a lot of the ancestors here. But it's so amazing. There's a lot of history. I actually have to do, I'm actually working on a exhibit tomorrow to be completed. And it's going to be called Out of Bondage, a Freedman's story. And so I'm excited about that. But there's a lot of history here, as well as in Maryland, of course, and in DC. And so I hope everybody gets a chance to really, really start deep diving into our story and spreading the good news. So that was it. That's all I have for now. But I'll share the YouTube channel, the YouTube link, and so hopefully you guys get a chance to watch it.
Yes, I can't wait to see it. Like, seriously, thank you for that.
Okay, you got it, Judge.
Hello?
Hello, you got it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Ms. Giselle, thank you so much for your commentary. I've heard you in other spaces, and you've given excellent commentary on our music, musical traditions. And I just wanted to ask you, why do you think that I believe it's probably the white music executives and whomever else may be in that sphere, have maintained hip hop for the past 50 years as our main genre? Of course, it's been diluted and weaponized against us, but we're an improvisational, people. We improvise and innovate with our music. And so I've just been wondering, well, what is going to be our new music genre after hip hop if these whites, can't, continue to keep their hands on our stuff. So, and also too with what we were, what everyone was talking about with, you know, us being diluted with all these immigrants here. And so I just wanted to ask your view on that. I thought maybe it was neo soul, but I'm just trying to figure this out. Yeah, so I just wanted to ask your view on that. Thanks.
Yeah, so with our music, it's going to take us, and thank you for those questions, actually, because that's a big thing. We actually got a music space tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard Time. We'll be unpacking a lot of stuff on R&B, soul music. Now, just to let you know, most artists never wanted to be called neo soul. They never wanted to be that. What happened was they were trying to detach us from our music genres. So they create other genres and then they pull us out of the genres. Then they'll insert some white people. Once it starts dying off, they'll give us about 2 artists. Then once we build it back up again, they'll yank those 2 artists, insert another 2 white artists, 5 white artists. They'll kill it, the energy again, and they just play a yo-yo effect with us. As far as our music is concerned, it's going to take us to stop accepting it. When we see other artists, our artists having like Asians and all of these other people frontline there. I mean, not frontline, but they'll be like the you know, the early part of the shows. They'll do the shows first. I mean, they'll perform first or before the frontliners perform, right? If we do that, if we actually go against that, we are controlling the narrative. We're stopping these record labels in their tracks because our people wouldn't know about these artists if they didn't have them inserted into our culture. But can we ever get ahead of these record labels? They're already dying off right now. They don't even know how to overrun what's happening on TikTok. This is why they fake numbers and they have to elevate people and they got to keep playing things redundantly. And it's still not giving any flame because they're suppressing us. This is why you go on TikTok and you got these kids dancing off of old school music. As far as the other immigrants that's coming into the country, they know the value of our music because they had Michael Jacksons and the James Browns and the Billie Holidays. All of these people have traveled the world showing them our music, okay? It's nothing that they can say they created. However, this country suppressing us and then telling these lies, that gives validity to them being able to say, hey, no, we actually did it. When we give them pushback, they don't have any flames. They cannot win. So the key with this is us. Every time we see an injustice or them going, telling a lie about what we created, we have to call it out on a massive scale. I don't care if you're just reposting something. A repost means a lot to when you're saying a big statement that amplifies the statement. It's like a bullhorn. The more people that repost it, the bigger the bullhorn sound. So that's how you got to think when we put out these posts. That's why I'm very cautious. Like, I'm very cautious.
This shit is about Suda, man. This shit about Suda, whatever the fuck that means. This shit is
correct.
Janky.
We want it to be loud, positive, and changing.
Oh, this shit is so
and like just powerful, right? So you want to put out the stuff that is going to lift up everything that we're trying to do. So when we see somebody say something wrong and you hear somebody call it out, that person repost it, or if they don't have a repost on, you take a screenshot, probably not of the person's name, but just of the message, and then you repost it, and somebody's going to repost you. Tag a couple of friends. Make it a ripple effect. And then what's going to happen is they like, they sold a lie. They know lies. Unless you can prove it, it's a lie. So it's going to die out. Man. And just like everything else with these rappers trying to say they created this and that, look at how quickly those conversations died out. They thought they was going to go into 2023 with Eminem being the lead, even with that little sorry newspaper article not newspaper, the magazine article, white establishment, of course, and they trying to put him on. Nobody has ever done it like him, and it's going to be hard to pass what he's done. He's done nothing. This man rapped about raping his mother. And if a black man did that, he would be under jail. Even if he didn't do it, he would be under scrutiny. He wouldn't even be in existence in the music industry. He actually sounds kind of suicidal and murderous. He sounds like a murderer. So it's nothing about him that is valuable, and he's definitely not a conscious rapper. He made one rap about Donald Trump. Who cares? That didn't make him conscious at all. So, and we have to call that out. When they have a post and somebody else make that post, everybody slam the post, because people are going to read the messages going down the post, and they're going to say, nah, that is true. People recognize truth. You can't deny it. So that's how we get ahead. We just keep projecting the truth. You cannot kill something that's true. Lies. Look at what they tried to do with, I ain't even gonna go there. But they've tried to do things recently, and now all the truth is coming out about it, right? So there you have it with that. But the key is just keeping the message consistent and honest.
Yeah, I think the judge, you got something to say. I see your hand up. What's going on, Judge?
What's up, Professor? How you doing?
What's going on, ma'am? How you doing?
How you doing, sir? Oh,
I'm doing fine.
And I've been driving, and my phone connects to my car, so I couldn't speak. But I kind of want to make reference to something I heard maybe like 20, 30 minutes ago. Rella was saying that Black immigrants have a different experience than African or Black Americans, that their experience is different from ours. And I kind of want to comment on that. Black people's experience in America is different. My experience is different from every Black person in this room. And we don't see things the same. I see things very different than many people in this room, but I still see you as a Black person. And I also believe that you're my brother and my sister. So I love Black people. But the biggest complaint, what I hear in these spaces, in this environment, is that immigrants be talking shit. And same token, every app I go on, people got an opinion about me. Just because they have an opinion about me, I don't love them any less. So I'm just a little different. When I see Black people, Jamaican, Haitian, African, I see Black like me. So I do understand that they're different from us, or me. We're all different. That's the point that I want to make. The biggest complaint that I hear is that they talk shit. Them talking shit is their problem.
Man,
I don't make their
problem. That's not the complaint that I have. I'll make the complaint.
I just wanted to share that with you because that's my thought. And I know I think different than everybody in this room. But again, I don't love you any less.
Yeah, let me put out my complaint. And I'm someone who had a Nigerian stepfather. So listen, I'm gonna make that clear. My complaint is that the way the United States is set up, any person from anywhere on the planet can come to this country, become naturalized, and then get into an elected position, a position where they have authority as a police officer, and then essentially have dominion and power over the native Black American descendant population. That is my problem with the way the system is structured. It is a major flaw that needs to be corrected immediately. The woman who was murdered in New Jersey was a Nigerian, I believe. The Maryland governor has his mother was Jamaican. I think her grandmother was a Cuban. And we know that this guy is not going to be for us at all whatsoever. Obama was Kenyan. He was not for us at all. He had 8 years to do anything for us. He did absolutely nothing for us. In fact, he did more for African countries and African trade into the United States. He actually opened up the U.S. to African trade. So the problem isn't that they're just foreigners necessarily. It's that they get into positions of power and authority. And that could just be that they become a manager at a local grocery store or some other chain. And then they stop hiring Black Americans. They cut off our opportunities. Ms. Giselle talked about in the educational system, in the HBCU specifically, that they targeted to take over. So they are moving in a way that is anti-Black American when they get into positions of power and authority, and that is the biggest problem.
Well, I'm not mad at you, and maybe you know that I believe in being offensive, not defensive. So what I believe is that Black people need to develop power and create power, and one of the ways you do that is by boycotting. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to probably stop fucking around on Twitter because of that experience. It was a blackout for one day. One day. That's how you develop power. Blackout. It was a boycott. We have power. Black people have power. So we have to be offensive. We have to dictate what goes on. We have to take accountability. I came on here and I was just flabbergasted that people could not stop tweeting for one day. So you telling me that immigrants are getting positions of power? How they getting positions if we not getting positions? How they coming here and doing things that we can't do? See, I'm about accountability. Immigrant's not better than me. He's not smarter than me. Can't do anything that I can't do. I have any kind of concerns about immigrants. I'm concerned about Black people who look like me. So I hope you follow me. How you saying that they do this and they do that, and it keeps being the message that they keep doing things beyond our control. So when are we going to take control? Okay, how we take control is by developing power and flexing our power. I didn't expect 20,000 people to boycott Twitter. Okay, if 30 people did it, it would have been an exercising and boycotting, stopping, having discipline. And I was just flabbergasted that people couldn't stop coming on Twitter and tweeting for one day. Okay, so again, I'm not mad at you, Black Native, Black majority state, but at what point do Black people take responsibility for their life? At what point do we take accountability for our life? So I hear you, but at one point you got to look in the mirror and say, what are we doing wrong?
Yeah, agreed. So the whole thing
Wait a minute. Can I say something?
Yeah.
So are you saying the accountability of someone taking your life is the responsibility of me not taking accountability?
What I'm saying is they take our lives because they can.
Okay, what's the accountability for me?
They take our lives because we are an easy target. Like I get that. I come on Twitter and I look at spaces, and I'm going to tell you, I'm very disenchanted. Every room is some bullshit about hate. I can't. When does the discussion becomes, what are we going to do? How are we going to handle that?
Judge, but we do have those discussions. So I'm asking that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. Hold on. That wasn't my question. My question was, are you saying that because other people make the decision to commit harm against us, that we have an accountability to them?
You know what, Bella? What you just
I'm asking you. No, I'm repeating that to you. That's what I comprehend you saying.
That's what you took away, and I appreciate you asking and clarifying. I don't understand where you took that leap. What I'm saying, what Black majority said, is that immigrants come here and they get in positions of power and they take care of their own people. Explain to me how an African, a Haitian, a Jamaican who don't know our culture,
you. Come on, man. Keep me in the game. Fucking Twitter.
Okay.
Twitter bitter.
Judge, hold up a second. You see what you did when you came into this space and you started talking about how you see all of these different Jamaicans and Africans as Black like you, because we got a lot of people that's maybe not on Twitter that's sitting around their house that's acting just like you, that see these Jamaicans and Africans as Black like them, and they vote their asses in. That's how they get into positions of power. That's how they get to rule over us. That's how they get to put in their people and do what they do, because too many of us are sitting around looking at them as Black like me when they're not Black like you.
Well, you know what, Trouble? You and I don't agree on that. And it is what it is. I haven't voted for
They're not Black like you. They're not Black like you.
The only immigrant I ever voted for was Barack Obama. And you know what? If I did vote for immigrant, I wouldn't have any fear.
Kamala Harris is an immigrant too.
Man, all these motherfuckers is immigrants. Look.
Okay, so let me tell you.
Oh, you killing me right now. You killing me right now. you killing me right. What is going on, bro? Why they keep kicking me out the space?
Oh, we don't agree.
Remember now, these folks are not native Black Americans, and they are taken from us. They do ride our coattails. I'm sorry, Judge. You and I have had this discussion. I love you, but they do ride our coattails.
And again, we are not, and Judge, we are not as adults. Hold on, we are not as adults saying that we don't have the lens to disagree. That wasn't even that's not even the point that I'm actually honing in on. The point that I'm honing in on is that you said that we have to take accountability for, why we are not in positions that they get. And I heard that talking point when I was in the other room with the Gail lady when she was hosting that space, and a lot of the people that were on stage made the immigrants actually made that point, and they stated that, well, Black Americans don't have some sort of position because we're almost kind of trying to say we're lazy and we don't take the initiative to actually take accountability to be in the spaces of like tech and in spaces like
how about lawyers? How about a lawyer?
Do you know how many black attorneys?
I said, well, become an attorney with me. Remember I tweeted you? I said, I did. And what was your response?
I don't remember.
You said who was going to pay for it. That's what you said.
Oh, yes. Who's going to pay for it? Because that's a real thing. Well, but what's so funny? I actually talked.
I mean, that's what I mean. If I ask,
that's a real. I'm going
to pay for me to be an attorney because I'm the one being an attorney. I got to pay for that. Everybody else that was an attorney, they paid for it. So how am I different? And I remember.
That's a discussion about becoming an attorney in a realistic way, knowing my whole lifestyle and stating a fact. There is an additional money that is going to have to be incurred. Who's going to incur that money? I am a mother of 5. I am not going to take on an expense that I know I do not have at the moment in time. And I will not put myself in a position to put my kids in a position at this age to be foolish to think that I'm just going to out the blue become an attorney without weighing the expenses of said education. And so I'm just stating a fact here. The immigrants literally said the same thing. And I'm bringing this back into focus. We are doing
We do everything. What do you want? We do everything.
Slower than people who come into the country with an education already and getting into colleges that they do not have to
Where's
press
the angry
go.
emotion
they
up
are
here,
automatically entered in. Why? Because affirmative action said so. Why? Because you have people. I literally sat in a space where a guy was giving out advice to immigrants on how to apply and get past the application for HBCUs and other universities in our country. We weren't in those spaces. I just happened to go in there and I was listening to them. He's literally talking to them. I was in a tech space because I have a background in tech. And I heard them talking about visas, that they're B1 visas, that they give out like Skittles. Right, to people who are looking to come here and work as engineers, and they also get experiences, they get resources. Guess what we are not doing? We're not doing those things because guess who is not hiring us? And on top of that, as someone who worked in an engineer space, who worked even in government at a young age at 19, who also know people who are in tech, who are Black Americans that face all kinds of discrimination by the hands of people who are not like us and some that look like us but aren't. So when you make the comment that we have to take an accountability over things that people do to harm us, it offends me. especially
it's very
coming
offensive.
from
It's very offensive.
household where my mother and father were
Holy
educated
shit.
and worked.
Come on, man.
My
Stop with the
grandmother
bullshit.
was an educator and worked and was a nurse at Kaiser. So I'm thinking to myself, what other possibility could they have done different to stop people from discriminating against them,
Yeah,
from harming them, and
all we
still
do is work
be
hard. Like, holy shit.
productive
The
citizens
fuck,
in
man?
society?
All we do is work hard.
That you think that they should have taken accountability for?
Okay, so let me say this to you, and I'm sorry you're offended. Okay, and let me
All
show you
we
my
do
experience.
is
What
work
happens, I come
hard.
in
We
this
work
room
to
and I have a
fucking
total
death in
different
this
experience than
country.
you
That's
people.
all we
But let me say
do.
this to you: I'm a leader. I've always
Holy
been a leader.
shit.
I've never been a follower. In
Damn
corporate
it.
America, in every setting, I have always been the outlier because I say what I feel. I don't say what the majority or what the room feels. Average people go with the room and go. That's why they're average people.
Okay, so do leaders do leaders face discrimination?
Please allow me.
I am, but I want you to answer that.
Allow me to finish because I'm going to address your question. Because I'm everything you said I can address. Okay. I'm a college-educated Black woman.
God.
Every job that I've applied for and I wanted, I got it. And you know why? And I know because I'm Black. Because I'm a Black woman and I know how to talk and I know how to act. I know if it's a job I want, I educate myself on a job. I know every decision maker in the room, and I know everything. I know better. I know more than what the interviewer knows. Every job I wanted as a Black woman, I've gotten it. Okay, and I know I get it because I'm Black. Okay, so other people experience, I don't know what their experience is. I could put together a resume, target a job, and this is my honest to God truth. There's no job I ever wanted I didn't get. Every job I ever wanted, I got. So if other Black people aren't getting the job, I think they might need to look in the mirror and ask themselves why and stop pointing to the other man.
And so because you got every job that you want, that you feel like that should apply to every other Black person.
Well, no, I'm telling you my experience. My experience is different from yours.
But if you're saying, okay, understand your experience,
so I'm sharing mine.
Your experience.
My experience is different.
Up on all Black people to say, well, I was able to get A, B, and C, and so if everyone else isn't able to get A, B, and C, and when I was able to get A, B, and C, and then that sounds like a you problem and not a systemic problem, but not whatever it is that you're saying it is. Because here I am, a college-educated Black woman who was able to get every goddamn thing I wanted.
Yeah, fuck all you, all
so
you
that's
other
what you're
motherfuckers. Fuck
saying.
y'all, right?
You are saying this. You were saying because of your experiences, that dictates what everybody else's experience should be. Come on, sister, you know better than that, or maybe you don't.
Hey, so the Congressional Black Caucus chair is the son of immigrants. The vice chair is the daughter of immigrants. These are the people who are in control of our greatest institution in the country, that are sitting at the seat of federal power and authority in this country, right? And they're immigrants, and they're sons and daughters of immigrants. And so here's what happens. There's a ladder. There's a ladder for immigrants to climb up the ladder inside this country. They extend the ladder to their own people. And when we are standing there waiting for our turn to come up the ladder, they pull the ladder up so that we do not have the opportunity to advance. That is how it works.
Well, I'm sorry, whatever you said, sweetie pie, I didn't hear you. And so let me say this to you, because it's mind-boggling to me that people think that Jamaicans or Haitians get a job and the other man think that they're different than us. That's the shit that got me fucked up. Okay, because I fuck with everybody. I'm not a racist, okay? And I'm letting you know, white people, Jewish people, Mexican people, they don't know Haitian from Black. They the same to them. So I don't understand how they getting these jobs, and y'all insinuating they getting these jobs because they immigrants. I'm telling you, let me finish my thought. They don't see us any different. If you want to go ahead, so then again, if they do, how did we allow this to happen? Let me finish my thought. How you win is you take accountability.
Judge, it ain't about finishing your thought. You live in California. It's just really that simple. You don't live over here on the East Coast where we actually go through that.
They are going through it in California. My sister literally works at a high-end hotel. A high-end hotel in
all
Hollywood.
Our family members are going through this stuff.
Wait a minute, hold on. CJ, pause. Because my sister, I just talked to my sister, and she literally stated that they're going through the same stuff that we're talking about in this room. And she talked about the people who are in charge, and they are not all Hispanic, they're mixed white. And all those different things. So the judge's experience in California,
might have one or two Africans, right? But the majority of the problems that they're facing ain't coming from Africans. It's coming from another demographic. I understand the information in California because I've been following this shit. So I understand that those that grew up here on the East Coast actually have the problem with that diaspora. But those that are on the West Coast kind of integrated with the diaspora. That's what I see, yo. So now y'all kind of getting a nigga wake-up call out there in California, realizing these folks ain't your friend. We've been experiencing that for 30 years.
Nobody, but that's what I'm trying to say. That was my whole rant to the judge about breaking down my whole family experience. It has nothing to do with about a nigga wake up. No. It has nothing to do about a new nigga wake up call because the judge's experience is not everybody's experience in California.
Rella, it's not about that. Judge detracted game. Y'all don't get that. You know what I'm saying?
No, we do get that. No, we do get that. And because she does that, we can literally push back and say, no, that's not the experience. And I asked her specifically, are you saying that we somehow have to be accountable for people doing harm to us? And her response was, I am black and I'm a woman and I'm educated.
Everybody been saying the same thing to her, Rella. So let's move on, please. You know, that's what I'm saying. We don't have to TMI this conversation because we already know what's popping. You see, she rolled. Come on, man. You know what I mean?
She always rolls. Okay, this is why we don't have reparations, because we always have a black person who wants to show that it don't happen to everybody. Look at me. I mean, this happens all the time, and all I need those black people to do is shut the fuck up. Okay, so it worked for you. But for 99.9% other black people, it did not.
Man, the shit ain't working, bro. The shit ain't working.
And I have a lot of respect for Judge, but she has to understand that when these people come over here, most of them are coming from a position of wealth where they have money. And then they come into a position where they know somebody that's doing the hiring, that's from their tribe or that's from their country. And they put them in positions. Happens all the time in construction.
Right in, bro.
Black people can't even hardly get contracts anymore in construction because of all the Hispanics. Because they bring more Hispanics over here and they hire who they're comfortable with. Man. They hire who they know. And Judge understands that. She was just bullshitting. Had to be. She knows that if somebody comes here and they're African, and there's an African applicant, a white applicant, and a black American applicant, they're going to go with their African applicant because you hire people you feel most comfortable with. She knows that.
I don't know if she knows that or not because
Judge, let me say that to y'all, family.
Hold on a second, Professor. Hold on a second. See, here's what you fail to realize, Miss T. This is why Pan-Africanism must die. Go ahead, Professor.
I agree.
Oh man, bro. Look here. Look, we have actual Black American veterans who fought in wars for this country that can't get into positions in this country. And they sacrifice everything for this country. And these other people come over here and they get into those positions.
I agree. I agree with you, Black Majority. And see, this is something I've been working with the judge on because me and her have this discussion just about every day, y'all. And I've been telling her, I said, look,
did you tell her not to hire any more Latinas, that she needs to hire Black people and pay them? Did you tell her that?
I told her the problem in this country is you got Native Black Americans that have been here for years that have not been getting paid, but yet they bring these immigrants in, and these immigrants are willing to work for the low rates. And I keep telling her that. I said, that's what it comes down to. Immigrants will work for the low price.
It's not about for the low price. These people are getting benefits on top of that.
Right, well, they're getting that too.
People are blocked out. So we can't say that these people are working for a low rate.
They're not making for no low rate, bro. These motherfuckers is getting millions,
That's
bro.
why white people are bringing them over.
No, but Professor, we know that they're working for we know that they're working for low rates. But if they do work for low rates, if they do work for low rates, that's bad for us, because then it makes it seem like, well, if we don't take that low pay, we don't want no job. That's what they've been using. Well, y'all don't want to work. Y'all don't want to look. Y'all lazy because you don't want to work for damn near free. And because you don't want to work for damn near free, y'all lazy. So we gonna bring these other people in, and they gonna work for a little to nothing, because to them that's something. And
when you again, that in the Rella.
That's what I've been telling her. That's what I've been telling her, y'all. And the thing is, when I say this to her, she say, Professor, no, y'all got it all wrong. I hear y'all in these spaces talking. Y'all focus too much on this immigration. And I'm like, look, Judge, the immigration is an issue for us. It is an issue because they're bringing these groups in to put them as a buffer class between us and of course, them and the white folks. And they're taking stuff from us. They're giving them benefits.
So she want to be able to pay. She want to be able to pay low wages to people, and then have them do jobs that they need to be making a livable wage on. And then be like, well, you know, I'm not gonna hire no black people because the black people want a livable wage.
Well, she tell them you can get other benefits. You can get welfare, you can get food stamps, you can get TANF, you can get, so she can stay paying that minimum, which keeps her bottom line at a low. But I just need people like her to shut up. If you don't find a way to work the system, just shut up. Let us advocate for everybody else who can't find a way to make it through this bullshit system we're forced into.
And then she said, remember when I tweeted you and I said we should become attorneys? I almost cussed you. I almost fucking cussed. First of all, I'm gonna set the record straight up in this motherfucker right here. When I speak on this Spaces, this is Spaces. I live a real motherfucking life, and by no means will no one ever challenge me ever about what the fuck I do in my real goddamn life. About how I should do it, because you have a way that you want to do it.
Crack that door open.
I am a whole mother living a goddamn real life. And that pissed me the fuck off, because like, are you really sitting here talking about remember I said we should become attorneys? I talk to people who care and give a fuck about me, about what I'm going to do in my real motherfucking life.
Marks on my calendar, February 5th. Rella said about 6 motherfuckers and fucks and back to back to back.
And then Rella got pissed off.
I'm just sitting here like, did she really just do that? Like, did you really just do that to me? Out of everybody in this goddamn space, I feel like I normally am even killed. But if we're going to talk education and going to talk, shoot the shit about elitism, you're not going to do that shit with me. And you're definitely not going to put it out there that, the reason why we don't have anything is because what are we doing? The same stuff that we've always been doing. But that's what always are doing.
Stop blaming the victims. Stop blaming the victims.
The greatest things ever to try to chip away at what this is that we're trying to accomplish. Like, you're not obviously in the I don't know. It hasn't conceptualized yet, I guess, for her. And I didn't even get to say, like, I talked to my father about actually going back to school and changing my major for constitutional law. And he was like, yeah, you should do it. He was like, I think you'd be great at it. But see, I talk to people who got rational fucking thoughts. Because you're not going to be putting no bullshit on people about we should go do this. And I say, yeah, how we going to pay for it? And you go, well, I'm going to pay for it. That's who. Good for you. Good for you.
But you know what, Mella? We actually just was.
Oh, it just totally collapsed. Oh, the space didn't collapse. That was weird. Oh, this is so weird. This is so weird, bro. This is so weird. Every week it's the same shit.
That's all it takes that people don't even understand. Like that one little dark spot.
Where the conversation was going, I was confused. So
I didn't even get it because she was like, "Well, I'm an educated black woman." So, do you think that you're speaking to an uneducated black woman,
or a room full of uneducated black women?
I'm just trying to. I'm lost.
Oh no!
Y'all gotta admit we have a lot of black people like this, and this is our own people born here on this land. No kind of ancestry going back to Jamaica or Haiti or any of that.
No, but then she was like, "Well, you know, I'm a leader, so." Do you think you're listening to a bunch of just cuckoo birds and we just all in here just following around in a circle and it's an echo chamber land?
She said that she listens to people on Twitter and all they do is just talk about immigration.
Well, I don't listen to immigration is an issue. I go and listen, when I go into spaces, we talk about different things and people bring up certain things about immigration, and it's not, this discussion is not always centered around immigration. This entire discussion was not even centered around immigration. It was actually centered around the impact of fodder and fighting. Us fighting back. Right. And she missed the whole discussion. So,
exactly.
And y'all see the room.
y'all. I'm just going to go ahead and say it because it actually has been said in other spaces. It was said in
DJ was right. DJ was right. That's why he didn't come off. That's why he was like, just fucking let it go. But I couldn't let it go, DJ, because it hit me in the dark spot. That's what it is.
Y'all, let me say this. It's been said in News Total Space and other spaces. The judge also was married to a white man too.
Oh damn.
Okay.
Oh damn.
She was married to a white man too.
Oh damn. Here we go.
If you was in other spaces, you probably heard the story.
You done cracked that
so once again,
on yourself.
That might play a part in how she sees things. Do y'all understand where I'm coming from?
What you want? You know what I mean?
Yep.
You crack that door.
Okay. Now do you see why we don't want people? Now do y'all see why I say we don't want people who are married to other people to speak on our reparations and other issues? Now do y'all understand where I'm coming from?
Wow.
Well, she said she was the leader, so she need to go lead them Pan-Africanists and them immigrants and lead them to the goddamn light where they ain't fucking with us and fucking over us when they get into the fucking power. You want to be a leader, lead that shit.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Like Rella, she pissed me all the way off. I don't know if y'all
right, well, and that's understandable, but I'm just.
Oh, you playing these games. You playing these games. You don't want me in the spaces. You don't want me in the spaces. Damn, man, why are y'all fucking with the spaces like that?
Here.
Damn it.
Now do y'all I hope y'all now understand where Professor be coming from, right? Now y'all gonna be like, oh yeah, now we know where Professor is coming from.
I hear where you're coming from, Professor, but I know some black people that are married to white people and they gangster as hell. They got more gangster in them than that. I mean, I
don't know any like that, but you know what? Now look, Trouble, you good if you know something like that. I don't know any like that, because all these bastards that I know around here that's married to somebody white, they're cool like a motherfucker. But
anyway. They gangster as hell because they wear the goddamn pants. They running shit inside their home. They running shit, you know.
Oh! Why do you keep doing this? What the fuck is going on, man? What is going on? Every 5 seconds? I can't stand the fucking space. You're tripping, bro.
Chances are you ain't running shit.
Shit.
You know, so and that's really where it is, because a lot of times with white folks, they lead by their pockets. You know, so it just depends. I know some black people that has white partners, and they ain't never been this pussified and wimpified to where, you know, they sitting back with the, well, you know, you got to pick yourself up by the bootstrap ass. I ain't never encountered too much of that bullshit.
Well, that may be true, Trouble, but let me ask you this. In the room, do y'all really want somebody who's been with somebody of the other group to speak on your reparation? I want y'all to be honest now.
Listen, and this is why I really say this, you know, with all rational and all you know, all thought process that I can in my own being. There are going to be people, coons, yellow, black, purple, 2500, whatever their identity, whatever their makeup is, whatever they believe, that is going to have some say so in something. Everybody has an opinion. It is what they're saying is that we should definitely always focus on and challenge, because that's why I was upset with the judge. You're sitting here and having a discussion with a room full of people who are very well articulated, very educated, and you can hear it in our voices when we have discussions, even in spaces of things that we don't know. We literally work them out in a discussion, and you come in and you literally start to try to dispel the discussion because you don't like the language being used about how we are discussing the impact of other groups of people coming into the United States. I don't hire people that I cannot speak the language with to come and do anything for me and try to nickel and dime them and want to pay them for free. First of all. And even if they were from another country, I wouldn't want to pay them low minimum wage just so I can get by. And I say I paid somebody to do some shit for bare minimum free, because the shit is almost just like slavery. But then you turn around and start to try to make this into an elitist conversation, as in, well, I'm a leader and I'm well educated, I'm this, that, and the third. Well, my question was, do leaders not get discriminated against? Do leaders have to fight, if you are a black woman or a black man, for a position? And you're not even fighting for power yet. You're just fighting for position to get power. We couldn't even get that far. And when I realized that that's not going to happen, and you turn around and you want to try to challenge someone's personal being, like, that's not my get down. I don't care what your level of education is. I don't care what your financial status is. If you are in this room and you're in the discussion, you have as much voice as everyone else in the discussion. And that's how we should rock and roll. Not you challenging somebody on, well, what's your level of blah, blah, blah. I think I heard Max try to do that to Naheem. And as much as y'all know, I don't fuck with Naheem. I felt like you cannot take away what them brothers are doing in the lens of reparations and try to challenge him on whatever his educational level is, because apparently it's good enough for him to actually study and actually talk about reparations and history. I don't like that, and I think people who do that are they have a narcissism about them that they're trying to perpetuate and put off on others, because they're actually not doing what we are talking about. And so it painstakes them, and so they come in here and they try to project that shit on us. I don't like it. And I don't like that. It's almost close to lying to me, almost, and I don't like liars.
Oh my God, stop blaming the victim, man.
And I'm a land.
Well, family, she came in, she said what she said. We probably have even heard her say that before. I'm not surprised by what the judge was saying. Now the question is, we know that we got some out there that think like that.
Hurt people.
It just comes down to, do you really want to listen to these people? Or do you just say, hell no, I don't really want to even listen to them. Don't even bring that person up here to speak. Because we know where they stand. I mean, you tell me.
I'm going to do better because this Black space and Black has always been an open door. I am going to take DJ's advice, and I'm going to work on not responding.
Good job. Good job. Yep. Good job. Yep. DJ's right.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Rella? How are you gonna practice that?
I'm gonna stay on my mic. I'm not gonna come off my mic.
Ooh. Okay, at least you have a plan. You have a plan to execute. I wish I could be where you are. I ain't there yet. I'm still.
I said I'm gonna try. You heard me say I'm gonna try, right?
So in other words,
Obama say when they go low, she go high. Now I get low with you. I be in the gutter with you.
Right, you gonna take them to hell. Okay, Miss T.
All right, Miss T. So you saying that you gonna call them out on their bullshit? That's what you saying, right?
I think we need to, because people need to know who in this movement is not of the movement. We need to make it known. Call them out. Call them out.
Call them out.
Because we don't want to get somewhere. Let's say we was at a lobbyist office. We had lobbied and gotten to somebody's office, and she pop out. Well, Miss Waters, I don't have a problem with the immigrants. Nah, we need to know you don't need to be with us, because you're not of us.
Crazy.
So what's her angle? Why is she here?
Crazy, bro. I don't know.
Does she want reparations for Black people? Have y'all heard her say that she does?
Yeah, she has said that. She always come into the space and say, "I love Black people. I love Black people."
Oh God, here she go.
Is she a part of this movement?
Oh my God.
I believe she is. Yes.
Woo, here we go.
And I do believe she wants to do what's best for Black people. Maybe she don't quite understand
what's about to
the
happen. I don't know.
how that affects us.
I'm not bringing this broad up, man. Not tonight.
Marcel
enough is enough.
has explained it to her. She has listened. She's been in all the spaces, y'all. She understands the immigration issues because she has heard Marcel speak on it. She has heard me talk about it. She's heard Black natives talk about it. I think she's heard everybody talk about that immigration issue. That issue is very important to us.
Can I speak real quickly? Sister, I'm a victim of a hate crime by the state of California. And instead of moving forward, doing what I could do to make money, I'm using my case to get reparations for Black people. And reparations, I'm not looking for a check. I'm looking for repair. I'm looking to be equal. I'm Black just like you. Okay, and I don't understand how immigrants get a job and hire each other and work together.
It wasn't me. I'm not bringing her up.
Because you hire who you're connected to, who you're close to, who you feel comfortable with. If you're here in a strange land, and then somebody comes in from your homeland,
exactly.
Of course, you're going to pick that person for a position.
Come on, man. We know how the game goes.
Someone else. Okay, so I mean, excuse me. I'm just really
cronyism, nepotism.
You know, it is what it is. I'm a Black woman in this country, and I'm not a young chick. I'm a grown woman with grown kids. I'm putting my kids to college. I live in this country my whole life. Are you employed? Do you employ people? Actually, I left corporate America. So you don't hire people? Do I have my own business, and yes, I have hired people before. Okay, and so who do you hire? What do you hire?
Shit, in California, she probably hired Mexicans.
The problem
damn.
It's an excuse. Everybody got an excuse instead of examining the real problem. Okay.
What's the real problem?
Now you want to attack me and make me the problem because I'm saying the truth.
What's the real problem?
Which is funny to me. Okay? At what point do you take responsibility for your life and who you are? They fuck with us. They fuck with us. They fuck with us because they can. They fuck with us because they can. They do it because they can. And they're going to do it because they.
Okay, we're probably going to put on some elevator music and just let the room calm down a little bit here. But I'm going to reset the space, and then we're going to get back to the topic, which was cannon fodder or cannon fighter, because our people are actually dying in the streets, and that's very, very serious, to be perfectly honest. So we got to...
What's up with the game analogy, bro?
What's that?
I think I get it, but what's up with the video game analogy surrounding that?
Oh, I don't know. Explain that to me, because I don't, I mean, I'm not a gamer. You got to explain it to me.
Right, but you got Call of Duty, Rainbow Six, Street Fighter, over there. I'm a gamer, so it's like, oh, what's that about? You know what I mean?
Oh, nice. First person shooters, right? So,
right.
The hammer and the ratchet. That's them is the toolies, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Right.
The 14A is the 14th Amendment over the Second Amendment because we got our right to bear arms from the 14th Amendment in this country.
Right.
So that's the hashtag I use a lot, but it's really saying, there's moments in life where you have a choice to be a victim or you have a choice to be a fighter. That fight or flight response. And what I'm saying is, for us, we have to start manifesting, to use Miss Giselle's point, in our minds that, and I've been posting this and I see people posting all the time, stay ready so you don't have to get ready, right? We should be at the gun range. We should be training. We should have the ammunition. You talk about survivalist prepping all the time. And I always say, make sure you have your firearm and plenty of ammunition, because the reality is when the world collapses, and all the stores are raided and looted and et cetera, you're going to need ammunition to survive. You're going to need ammunition to eat, to be quite honest. And because the first thing that's going to happen is once the stores are looted, people are going to start coming for the houses. And then once that's gone, it's kind of like people are going to gang up, just like you see on social media in all these factions, people clicking up. You're going to see the same thing in real life. People going to click up. And just like what is that TV show, The Walking Dead, how everybody clicked up. You're going to see that in real life with all these rumors of war, the time loop of us going into another world war in another century. Things are getting very, very, very real. Everything's accelerating. We got to stay on topic and stay on task. I see we got Miss Mel Cruz in the building. I wanted to talk about this story, which is MRIs. This is a study of young Black children. I think Miss No Taxation has mentioned this multiple times. MRIs show stress from poverty, racism may alter brain development of Black children. And again, I do remember Miss No Taxation saying that was the intention of all of it, was to limit the growth of young Black children. And so here's confirmation in a story, a scientific research where they're actually trying to explore this particular topic. I got another post up here. This is about San Diego's finest. This cop says, and this was some sort of investigation that's going on in the San Diego Police Department, but this guy says, I kill Black people for a living. I am a cop. He was heard screaming that on whatever audio device picked it up. That is their mentality. It always will be their mentality as long as they put on that uniform with the badge and the gun. Doesn't matter what race they are. It just matters that they have on that uniform, the badge and the gun and the authority to literally go out and cause harm to innocent Black people, because we've watched countless videos of them engaging white suspects and they do not cause harm to those white suspects until it is at the point where they are literally about to be shot. Up until that point, they give them massive amounts of grace. For us, all we got to do is have a cell phone in our hand, and sometimes we don't even got to have that. So that is the difference. That is the way they are trained. That is the blue line. Those are the blue people. That's how they operate. That's how they will forever operate. This was a story from the Alabama prisons or death camps. This is an actual person. His brother, he posted this story about his brother. He asked people to actually elevate the story. He said his brother was brain dead before he left the prison, according to the medical staff at the Hospital Baptist Memorial in Montgomery, Alabama. The hospital staff was originally told that my brother had been assaulted, but no evidence of that. Now they say he had a stroke. There are multiple pictures where this black gentleman is in prison. He has an IV in his arm. You can see the blood and or the iodine stained in the IV. So he's literally in this prison, which we know the conditions in these southern prisons are horrible. Mold, mildew, everything, like just horrible conditions. There's no telling what this black man died from. But this man's brother died in an Alabama prison recently. So that's the one. Those are the deaths that we don't see, we don't talk about. They come across my timeline often, and I post them as much as I can. Is that a lot of these black men are dying in these southern prisons, quite literally. And so that's something that we definitely need to be paying attention to. I know we have a sister whose son is in a southern prison, and she's doing everything she can to try to help him out. You know, but there is no oversight. There is no one to call. There's no one to talk to. They're actually already under investigation in that state. I think Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, they all have been under threat of the federal takeover. However, I don't think maybe 1 out of the 3 have actually experienced some level of a takeover. But even in that, it's not enough. It doesn't change anything substantially. So, you know, again, to bring it all back to the black majority state and how we can gain control and actually change these things, you know, these are the things that we definitely need to be moving towards. While I focus on Delaware, we have someone else who's focused on Mississippi. And so we're trying to do a dual simultaneous action for both of these states. For people who want to move down south, they can move to Mississippi. For people in the Northeast, the Midwest that are used to the 4 seasons and all of that, they can move to Delaware and help us. And even, quite honest, people in Maryland, DC, Virginia, New Jersey, New York, Philadelphia, please consider moving into Delaware so that we can get some authority. We can start making these changes at the state level, but also get real federal representatives to start moving this thing nationally, to actually put in some protections across the country for people as well. The thing about the immigrants, Professor brought up about how the Mexicans come over and they're cheap laborers, right? And yes, that does affect Black American, especially Black American males from employment opportunities. But here's what happens. Every cell, every Mexican cell that I've ever witnessed, and I've known a bunch of them, they all live in the same house, and it could be 10 or more of them living in one house. So they're sharing the expenses. They pool their money. They start a business, whether it's in construction, whether it's a restaurant, whatever it is, they immediately get set up into a business. And then they have not only the Mexican government to support those entrepreneurial goals, but they have the cartels. Quite literally, I've had Mexicans tell me the cartels will give them money to start businesses in this country. So it's not the same. We're not competing at the same level. If it's not the federal government or state governments that are giving them money, it's their government and it's their cartels that are using their businesses to launder the drug money. we're not playing on a level field at all. So that's what I want to say about that. We're gonna move the discussion way beyond what was going on the last whatever it was, and and we're gonna stay focused on the topic. So if you can focus on the topic of the things that I just stated, let me also let me also mention this.
It's like I'm consistently being muted.
Yeah. I'm muted the whole room. Let me also mention this because this is another topic that's in the Jumbotron. Haiti or IT or however they say it is a failed state. The last elected officials left the country of Haiti recently. There are no elected officials in the country. That is what happens to a black nation that becomes a foreign entity underneath the United States. Period. The United States will decimate a black foreign nation anywhere on the planet as soon as they get the opportunity to do it. That's why we don't advocate for repatriation to any place off of the out of the United States territory. That's why we advocate for taking over states and getting state authority, because there are constitutional protections that they can't do to us what they do to states like Haiti or countries like Haiti for that matter. And mentioning Haiti, unfortunately, they won a war, 200 years ago, and immediately lost everything else after that. And oftentimes, and I'm seeing it on the timeline, Haitians bringing up their history and trying to shoehorn it and mule it into Black American History Month. It's very disrespectful. They need to stop doing that. They're not connected at all in any way, shape, or form. And to be quite honest, I know a lot of Pan-Africanists like to hold Haiti up as this symbol of Black liberation, but it wasn't, and it isn't. They've suffered for the last 200 plus years under European domination, and were literally threatened with annihilation. France sent ships there. They were going to annihilate everything on the island. Period.
Are you gonna let me respond? Because everybody just sat here and talked about me for 5-10 minutes. It was okay. So let me say this to you, okay? Really quickly.
So I just muted you. This is DJ. Nobody's talking about you. We're only talking about the things you're saying for the record. But go ahead.
It's no problem. Let me say this to you, Miss T. I have an agenda for Black people. That's why I'm here. I've been spending 4 or 5 months in Twitter spaces because I'm looking for my tribe. Okay, and I know everybody's not gonna be my tribe. Professor don't agree with me completely. He don't. But Professor got integrity, and he loves me because I'm a Black person. He don't disrespect me, and he don't throw me under the bus because he don't agree with me. So what I always hear in these spaces is why everybody else winning. Why they winning, but nobody talking about how we gonna win. Sister, I'm gonna win because I love Black people, and I'm gonna lead my people liberation. That's what I do, and that's what I haven't heard you talk about how we gonna win either. Okay, so I haven't heard you say a thing about how Black people gonna win. So tell us, Judge, what's your plan? You got a plan? What's this? Yes, I have a whole plan. But tell us your plan. Let's talk about how we gonna win. Well, you know what? You don't follow me, and you don't see what I talk about. I'm building the party. The Black party. I'm the party. Let's talk about your plan. Mama, listen. This is not between me and you. Me and you good. Mama, me and you good. Me and you. I'm neither one of those. But listen, let me speak. And see what you see going on Twitter. That's why we losing. All this hate. I'm still waiting to hear your plan. But man, my talking and you keep disrespecting me. That's why we losing. Because I'm not really.
Oh, this shit is goofy. I don't know who brought this person up. Or am I out of space, or what happened?
Now, either we're going to have some decorum amongst each other, or we just not going to talk at all. So, if you ain't got nothing else to say, you could drop your mic, man. It's just really that simple. And as you see, they out of here. Just like quick, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, Judge, you got to detract the mindset. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to say, if ain't nobody talking about you, we ain't talking about you in the third person and none of that shit. We only talking about this bullshit you're saying. So at the end of the day, you know what I mean? You've been living some weird ass sheltered life, I suppose, and you don't understand really what's going the fuck on out here. So you're just kind of getting here, and at the end of the day, you're just gonna have to mute your mic to this information. And yeah, everybody's right about what they're saying. I've been dealing with the tether gang, as far as the diaspora tether gang, for over fucking 35 years. So at the end of the day, nobody's not saying anything wrong. Everything we're saying is fucking relevant. Did you not see how these fucking motherfuckers are taking over our fucking country? You know what I'm saying? Just think about that shit for a fucking moment, man. Think about that shit. And then these people got the nerve to complain that they ain't getting the food that they want in their country. Well, do a 180 and go the fuck back home, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's just really that simple, you know what I mean? Do a 180, go back home. We ain't got no problem with nobody. Everybody got the problem with us. That's why it's Black Americans versus everybody. Real shit right now. Just strap up, nigga. Get the straight to that. Get the straight to that.
By the way, family, I think it was right there in your area, or maybe in New York, DJ, where those immigrants was out there complaining because I think they was getting thrown out of a hotel, and I think they finally kicked their ass on up out of there. They were complaining and protesting, and I looked at that. I said, now, how are these people gonna come into this country and protest on shit that's supposed to be coming to us anyway? To us.
Hey,
you coming over here?
Hey, Professor, in the Jumbotron, I just posted a video of a refugee from Ireland doing the exact same thing. This motherfucker throwing a temper tantrum because he came down late to get breakfast and it ain't nothing left. So, hey, man, you already know, 8 o'clock mess hall, man, this shit only lasts an hour. You know what I'm saying? Get your ass up and shit. You know what I'm saying? You already know what time it is. So hopefully they deport his ass and send him back to his fucking country and shit. Everybody go the fuck back home, man. That's just what it is. Go build your shit up. You know what I mean? Network with who you can network with. Barter who you can barter with. You know what I'm saying? Make a move where you can make a move at. If you want to do some China Belt and Road initiative, go fuck with the Chinese. If you want to fucking fuck with America and have them give you $55 billion and shit to combat the Belt and Road initiative for what China's doing, knock yourself out. All we saying is just leave us our name out of your mouth. Or we have to Will Smith a nigga. That's all Black Americans, man. Reparations, nigga, 2023.com. You feel me? That's all, man. If y'all fucking with that, then pull up with us and shit, with the shit to the back. And y'all can have our backs and shit. We'll stand and guard while we go talk shit. You know what I'm saying? That's all this shit is, because the tether gang don't want to do that. They come in here for resources. They not coming to be your friend. Carl Anderson done said that shit to you 35, 40 years ago. Several times. So why is his words ain't fucking important versus y'all just not lifting yourselves up by the bootstrap? Obama. I'm gonna find out you Obama secretary, Judge. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all, anyway, we're gonna move on from the immigration bullshit because we know that these motherfuckers are around us and they trying to beat us. So let's move on to what we was talking about anyway. Let's get back on topic. And I'm ready to sit back and hear what everybody got to say about the topic in the room.
Yeah, let me throw this immigrant story in here. This is Ilhan Omar. I think everybody knows her, the Somali chick. So this is a report that her second husband was her brother, that she married her brother in order to keep him in the country.
Nasty bitch.
I mean, not only that, if this is true, I think this rises to the level of fraud, and it's probably a felony of some type.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, what the hell is going on with these people? And this is a prime example.
They can't consummate that marriage, can they?
Well, no, that's because she's got a lover. If you look at the thing, her lover is some foreign looking, I don't know if he's Jewish or what he is, but he's definitely a foreign looking guy.
And now, is that the one that's Somalian?
Yes.
Elian?
Yeah, the Somalian.
That's the one that, he must be a white guy, because I remember being in a space where the Somalis were saying that they have disowned her.
Oh.
Because she had married a white person.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Miss T, I thought they liked them white people over there, though, don't they? Don't they like those folks?
Oh wow.
Well, they call themselves white, but in this room, they were totally not for Miss Omar. But now she done married her brother. That's kind of sick, and I think that is fraud. Unless in their country they can have 6 brothers and sisters. Who knows? I don't know how did she get away with it?
Yeah, exactly.
Did
exactly.
you post it in the Jumbotron?
Yeah, it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 from the right. 7 from the right. Okay. Definitely needs to be investigated. If it's a true story, I mean, according to the news report, that's essentially what they're saying, that she did marry her quote unquote brother to keep him in the country. So they definitely need to check into that.
Man, Miss Omar can kiss my ass because she gonna sit up there and said all kinds of shit against us. See, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. People that look like us that are just not for us. And we just gotta do something about them. I mean, we can ignore them, but at the same time, though, how can you really ignore them if they are in positions that could, possibly impact you? See, that's what we got to be aware of, family, is when they are in positions that can impact us and our children and our families. This is where we got to step up and say, no, we're not going to tolerate y'all putting these people in positions over the Black American native.
Right.
Can't do that.
Right. Absolutely.
Now, this idiot that they got up as governor, I know Miss Giselle was talking about the governor in Maryland. I really hate that. What's that guy's name again up there?
Westmore.
Westmore.
Oh, okay. I hate that this guy's in that position because I think he had already kind of put it out there that he was not going to be just for Black Americans. He was pretty much going to be for the immigrants.
Right.
See, he was putting that out there.
Right.
And
oh, damn it. You're tripping, man. You be tripping, bro. You be tripping. Y'all got me the first time with that in space shit. But I done figured that out. Y'all ain't gonna get me like that. Not again, bro. I know that's how y'all roll, but we ain't doing that. Come on. What, I can't hear now? What? I can't hear now? Oh, man. What the hell? Let's go over here.
They're using the very thing that our ancestors did to fight to get voting rights in this country to get these positions. So it just really makes me upset that these folks are in the power positions over us. Then we got these folks in our communities, opening up businesses, and they can talk down to us. All over political. They spit on us. Whatever. It makes me so angry to the point that I'm basically saying to you, Black American family, that we're gonna have to start punching. Do y'all understand where I'm coming from?
I hear you, punch, bro. I mean, we're going to do something.
You're going to start knocking some motherfuckers out.
We're going to do something out this motherfucker. Damn.
I just saw another video, and I know y'all seen this. A video somebody just posted recently of a Black American in a wheelchair, and a white boy was pouncing on him.
Yeah, that was a high school student.
Yes. Yes. That kind of shit, y'all, is pissing me off because there's Black people or people that look Black standing around, see? And they don't do shit. I'm like, what kind of shit is this? See?
Hey, Professor, you remember the little kid that got jumped and by them Asians and all them Black kids were standing around, and when he asked them, like, yo, why y'all ain't have my back? Oh, we don't know you like that. We don't know you like that. Like, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. But see, here's the thing we got to ask y'all: Are they all Black Americans or are they, some of them maybe mixed in with these non-FBAs? Because, we got a lot of these folks around now. When I was in school, if white kids jumped on me, the black kids would come in.
Exactly.
See, that's how it was back when I was in school. If there was a white kid or several white kids that would jump on me, the black kids would say, okay, now we got to go in and help our LBA brother or our black brother, see? But then, of course, it was black American here. I'm in Alabama, y'all, so everybody black here going to be pretty much black American. They would jump right on in. Because they said, no, we can't have white kids jumping all on him. We got to jump in, see? But see, it's like now we see these videos of black kids getting jumped by some group, and the other blacks will be standing somewhere on the sideline. So I'm wondering, are they black Americans or are they non-FBAs?
I think, I'm in a space.
But y'all, as black Americans, we have even gotten in fights to protect the Africans. The Caribbeans,
on the Chinese side and on
to
the
protect
American
other
side.
groups. We have done that. I saw a video recently, maybe I think it was last year, but it was recent, last year sometime, where a young black girl in a classroom took up a Hispanic girl.
Well, what do you mean?
That was being picked on.
It's going to expand that war into a
by a white girl. There was a white girl beating on this Hispanic girl, y'all.
Proxy wars, and
the black girl came up and took up for her. See, that's what I'm talking about. We have taken up for other groups. See, we have taken up for other groups when other groups didn't take up for us. So we got to understand here that we got to punch. We got to fight. When I say punch, I'm talking about we got to fight. Everything now is about fighting now. So when white people disrespect us now, you pretty much going to have to knock them out. If they come up to you in your space, disrespecting you, you're going to have to go ahead and knock them out.
And so Russia has actually...
It ain't no more this talking and trying to be gentle and
they have some
lovey-dovey. You got to go ahead and just go in on them. Because they don't understand you trying to talk to them, be nice and lovey-dovey. They don't understand that.
Because once they launch,
you got to go ahead and go in on them.
When we launch back, then it goes from...
Now, I know some people say, well, damn, I don't want to go to jail.
Nukes. Yeah.
But guess what? A lot of our ancestors went to jail.
At least, the problem becomes... if
That's right. They went to jail.
Proxy wars getting closer and closer.
And I think
feel like they don't have any
Dr. King said...
and you put them in a corner...
It's a good thing to go to jail when you fight for the right side.
These proxy wars.
So, do y'all have a problem going to jail? If you out there punching some motherfucker, no good ass cracker out that disrespecting you, do you think that's wrong to go to jail for that?
That's much more important than whatever.
I don't think so.
No, nothing but one.
I don't think so. I think we are now in the times now, y'all, where we're gonna have to fight with the fist, and you might even have to put out that damn 2A. Just telling you where we are right now, because they doing all kinds of shit. Get your 2A up, family. Black majority been speaking on this. Get that 2A up, go to those gun ranges and train. Also train in other ways too, such as self-defense fighting, which I do that, y'all. I be training. Hey, if you don't know by now, Professor be in the gym. I be doing cardio. See, that's what I'm gonna tell you this too, family. Cardio is your most important type of workout. Because cardio is what gives you the stamina to be able to fight. Long lasting, okay? And of course it's long lasting for sex too. I just thought I'd throw that in there, okay? Ski. But I'm just trying to teach y'all about the thug love. In case you want to know, thug love. That's how you do it. Cardio. Cardio equals thug love. There it is. But with that being said, family, get in there and train for self-defense. get in there and train for the gun ranges. Because we know that we in the days now where they're coming at us with all kinds of shit. Get your 2A up. That's very important because that's all they understand. That's what they've been doing for years. They use guns. They love to use all kinds of guns. They love it. Hell, they love to use bombs and all that shit too. So we got to be ready. I'll lay my plane there.
So I posted. Oh, go ahead, DJ.
No, go ahead. I'm just yeah. That's it.
I posted a video in the Jumbotron. It's a video about I guess they're having a panel and they're talking about I guess people who want to get rid of guns and stuff. And the woman says, "Well, there's two guys with AR-15s, and I have my AR-15."
For any type
I said, "You want me to lay my gun down and run out the house with my kids?" And he goes, "Yeah, you need to try to get out the house. You're going to have a shootout with two guys with AR-15s. She said, "You think I'm going to outrun bullets?" She said, "I keep my AR-15. She said, "I keep my AR-15. But this dude was literally telling, he was like, "So you going to put your kids' lives in danger?" I'm like, "Ooh, child."
Hey, you know who Derek Grace is, Robert? I believe he will win. Look up Derek Grace from Florida. As he runs, I believe he will win. Come right back. Derek Grace. Everybody go look up Derek Grace, Florida. There you go, right now. Derek Grace. You probably seen him before, just probably not recognizing the name, y'all. Derek Grace, go look that brother up.
Yeah, but part of the problem is that you have this Mexican explosion of voters that they tried to take credit for it the last time, and they
are you saying really, Darren or Derek?
Derek.
Put back into their place.
Derek Grace.
This time around, it's not going to be the same. And so it's going to be a thing where those Latin voters who saw that whole smackdown are going to be looking at it from a position of, okay, well, you don't want to give us credit.
Okay, yes, I have. I've seen him. He's the one that taught his kids how to clean guns, shoot guns.
Yeah.
He created that board game.
Yeah. Republicans were so, get on it. You know what I'm saying? ASAP, you listen to them, man.
They're conservative, they're gun toters, Mexicans love all of that.
I'm trying to let the professor back up here. I don't know why it's not letting him back up.
Voters than the Democrats.
Sometimes you gotta click his profile and hit add a speaker.
They really aligned in a lot of areas.
I did. It's not letting me.
Yeah, just give it a second because I was hitting it at the same time. So,
giving them driver's licenses.
You might have to clean your phone, Professor. I don't know.
Non-citizens. And so it's just a matter of time.
Everybody getting the Jumbotron too. So I guess as far as the video game analogy to talk about what Black was talking about, because I was wondering why y'all had that up there in the Jumbotron. The Call of Duty, the Street Fighter, so the way he broke it down, 14A/2A, and you rather be cannon fodder or cannon fighter, you know what I'm saying? I'm a fucking cannon fighter, you know what I'm saying? Straight the fuck up, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, when it comes to things like the, like the resources on all that too, we gonna be at war. We already at war. If China got a damn weather balloon floating over our shit, and it was reports that just came out that 3 weather balloons flew over during the Trump administration. Nobody's made a fuss about that shit at all. So it's like, damn, what the hell? So
they just responded.
Just real quick, you'll see a post up in the Jumbotron on the far left side. I think it's the third bubble in from the left. So it says, "Are you a serious gamer? Join our reparations alliance in state 1018 or our musical alliance in state 935." So this game is basically teaches you how to we at war. What's the word I'm looking for? Everybody clicked up in this game. So I'm trying to build up our reparations. Now I built the room up, I scaled it. I'm just waiting for y'all asses to come up there and join me. You feel what I'm saying? So, we got a reparations room up there. And like I said, the game is it's fairly fun. I've been playing it for about, I think, 200 or 300 days straight, you know what I'm saying? A couple times a day, you know what I mean? Because it do get addictive. So, you know, if we could learn a little something from there, you know, how things move and act, and how these motherfuckers pretty much making this world be. You know, they show us on TV what they doing in real life. So come up there on the game, find me in State 1018, or if, you know, you don't want to do politics, find me in State 935. You know what I mean? I got a music room over there too, but go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say, so I was reading a couple of posts. I think one of them was a Daily Loud that stated that China responded, talking about something since the United States shot the balloon down. They see that as an act that they can respond, and I don't know if that's true or not, but just keep your eye on it.
Well, here's the thing, you know, like I said, you know, a lot of folks get mad because I'm always playing some China shit, international news. So, quote unquote, China just lost about 400 million people to this COVID shit. Allegedly, you know what I'm saying? I got my fingers up. So, that could just be them playing around saying that. But who really knows? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because
so
of the way they treat their fucking people.
You know, that's what
they got
they call
a million or more Uyghur Muslims. Those are Chinese Muslims, basically, but they call themselves Uyghurs. You know what I'm saying? So they got a million of them locked up. So they treat them like kind of like they treat us with the you know, the school to prison pipeline. You go to jail just because you're a Uyghur. You feel what I'm saying? Shit like that. So China really can't say they willing to go to war with us because we'll knock your ass off the map. You already know what time it is. But I do agree with Professor 100%. I don't know who got the hot mic right now.
I reposted that
because you know what I'm saying? So I agree with Professor. You know, you got to start training, especially y'all women. Don't call me when the shit hit the fan. You better bust a nigga in this motherfucking head, leg, nut. And then I come bail you out. We go to IHOP after that. You know what I'm saying?
Like, oh, we're going to go to soup law because they want to get people excited.
I also heard today that they have an explosion in diabetes over there in China, and they don't have enough insulin.
Well, insulin is a problem globally, and over here in America, so, you know, my stepson, you know what I'm saying? So, basically, he, you know, needed insulin for certain food allergies or whatever. You know, we travel, go places. You know, we got to take an EpiPen. So one year we wanted to go, I think we went to Puerto Rico or something like that, and we couldn't find a fucking EpiPen yet. And this is before COVID, you know what I mean? And then when we did find one, you know, we had to, you know, obviously make calls and do all this other shit to get it. You know, call different CVSs or whatever. And this shit was an arm and a leg. So it's like, yeah, it's an issue. Stock up on whatever it is you need. You know what I mean? Well, I guess whoever want to talk, it is what it is, though.
Are they strong enough to go? Well, if they team up with Russia, are they strong enough to go to war with America? And where would it be? Would it be on our soil since they've infiltrated us so much?
Well, here's my concern, and this is why Trump was right, MAGA. So why isn't the rest of these countries paying the same amount of money we pay to NATO? You see what I'm saying? If we paying $500,000,000 or whatever Trump said, I think he said $500,000,000 we pay every year. Why is China only paying $1 million if they're a part of NATO? All these other countries only paying $10 million and $20 million, $30 million. Y'all all superpowers and got money. Shouldn't y'all be paying y'all fair share to NATO? And that's why Trump wanted to bail out of NATO. And he was right about that shit. We could hold our own nuts. You know what I'm saying? We've been doing it for 400 years, 500 years. Same thing when the tether gang come over here. You already know this is why a lot of the white folks trying to come in our spaces to click up with us. They realize now they've been fucking pussy for too long. You know what I'm saying? And their ancestors or their elders ain't leaving them with shit because, you know, inflation. You know, I know we can say Obama made these white people richer through quantitative easing during a recession. Yeah, we already know that, but that ain't every white person. You know what I'm saying? You know, it might be a tough or something like that, but it ain't every white person. Tough. Who was in the room for that one the other day?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously we understand.
No last order. I know some of y'all was in the room. Trouble was in there. You know what I'm saying?
Those two states up.
Trouble, come here, y'all. Come on, put a mic.
Americans, because what it does is
tough. So at the end of the day, yeah, just get your shit together, man. That's pretty much what it is, though. You know, shout out to Maggie Anderson, Black here, Maggie Anderson. Follow Sister Maggie Anderson right over here on Twitter. Maggie Anderson, our black year. Our black year, Maggie Anderson.
I don't look at it as.
And just to make sure I ain't in the matrix, that my phone was going twice.
No, we hear you perfectly well.
Right,
but you still didn't tell me where's the war going to take place.
I mean, they're trying to bomb us over here. The war's taking place right here. You know what I'm saying? And if you on your spiritual shit, you know, you pay attention to certain numbers and certain colors and certain things and symbols. Some people say it's going to be in Chicago. Real shit. But, you know, that's allegedly still. You know what I mean? Everybody don't know everything. But, you know, at the end of the day, they trying to bomb us over here. And if you pay attention in North Korea, they've been trying to enact missiles that can go over the ocean. So if that type of technology exists, and we already know we got the technology, we can send a fucking satellite hover right over your country and drop a fucking nuke. It's over, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, pussyfoot ass Jim Crow Joe Jenkins, he ain't got the balls to do that. If one of these countries were to attack us, you know what I'm saying? He ain't got the balls. You know what I mean? He's selling us out. You feel what I'm saying? He's selling this country out.
Yeah, I agree. But I think the generals would take over.
Oh yeah, on that note, you know what I mean. We wouldn't just lay down, of course, you know what I'm saying. But we talk about strategically wipe these motherfuckers off the map, because that's what they thinking about doing to us. You feel what I'm saying? Let's keep it logical. You know what I mean? Wipe these motherfuckers off the map if they ever fucking thought about that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be saying, you touch one of mine, I'm gonna let you live, but I'm gonna kill your family. Right. Well, now we even. You know what I'm saying? If we ain't rolling like that, how we rolling? You know what I mean? And I know that's some crazy tough shit to hear, but that's how the shit gotta go down. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers be thinking we be playing this shit. We ain't playing that shit when we be saying, hey, look, man, we got a problem with fucking people. Everybody is us versus fucking everybody. And we don't mean to be this way. Y'all made it this fucking way. You know what I mean? We show empathy to everybody. Everybody show the thug mentality to us. The hate you give. Now you gave us the hate. Now we just sitting back and watching y'all getting y'all head knocked off now. Told you so, Naked. You know what I mean? Told you so. Tried to warn a brother, WB. Man, that's all, folks.
I haven't looked at. I know that they have. I think they have.
Trying to warn a brother. Man. But what's up to the room, everybody? You know what I'm saying? Guess reset real quick. You know what I mean? Umbrella, Mr. Sal, Miss T. The only male crews in the building. Everybody sub to the only male crews on the screw tube. My homie Roy was good. Second was good. That nigga I did look over some of that information. You got a lot of double words up in there, but we'll get to that in the Jumbotron in a second. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, Sister Mel, not to put you on the spot, we need another editor. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we need another edit. You know what I'm saying? We might have to shell out some coins, some shells for you. You know what I'm saying? The edit this joint, because that shit kind of long. But everything you wrote in there, that nigga jamming, is pretty much accurate. You know what I mean? But it's just, I think, a little bit too long. We're trying to get the point across and shit, you know what I mean? So, shorten it up, make it 1 or 2 pages and shit, you know what I mean? And then, go from there or whatever. Shout out to Brother McCall, Philly in the building and shit, you know what I mean? Shout out to that brother. Hey, social, everybody right there, go follow social. Come up on our social network, Black American Network. All is invited, but it's Black American Senate. All is invited, but Black American Senate. Shout out to Sister Trouble, always bringing that trouble funk, you know what I mean? Boom, 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 boom. Oh, jump, baby sister, don't be laughing at me. Don't be laughing at me, baby sister. Don't be laughing at me. You know what I mean? That BA was good, man. Neon Bay was good. Charles, hey, y'all knackers need a job. Y'all knackers need a job. You know what I'm saying? You got fired off your day off, Greg. You know what I mean? I'll let the homie Charles, we all hiring. Big as hell. If you can't read that, you need some new glasses. You know what I'm saying? We are hiring. You know what I mean? Shout out to Sister Goddess, always supporting New Start in the building, always coming up to our shows and supporting us. We appreciate you, Sister. Cassandra was good. Professor, I don't know what's up with your janky phone. You know what I mean? The tax season come up. We're gonna get you a new phone. When I get my reparations of getting everybody a new phone. That's my gift to y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting everybody a new fucking the latest Samsung motherfucker. You know what I mean? No iPhones. We will do Apple over here. Sorry, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Apple is the enemy, yo. I know there's an American company, but they the enemy. Trust me, yo. I gotta trade them iPhones in, yo. Real shit. Word up. Shout out to Heavenly Avenger. Shout out to you. Mouthpiece was good. Be honest. Shout out to you. You know what I mean? Dewan, Carla.
Massive break.
I think that's what's this right here. Venus. Shout out to you. Shelly was good. Ms. G. Ross, appreciate you always in the building too. You know what I mean? Jay was good.
They tried to kick me, but I stuck.
So, you know, if y'all get a chance, get in the Jumbotron as usual. Go from left to right, right to left. There's a lot of information up there. Black State of America. We need to take Black State in order to obtain our reparations. Reparations is the long game, but we always gonna fight for our bread because you don't go to work for 40 hours and your boss don't pay you. You ain't having that shit. You really get the strap on the neck. You know what I'm saying? I need my bread right now because the landlord ain't trying to hear it. The bill man ain't trying to hear it. The electrician man ain't trying to hear it. Insurance man ain't trying to hear it. The food man ain't trying to hear it. So everybody, you know, money is meant to exchange hands. So always make sure you get paid. And the debt is owed. That's what reparations is. So reparations2023.com, y'all. Reparations2023.com. Get up there, fill out your RSVP form. Let us know you're pulling up to the nation's capital. You plan on taking the trip to somewhere. Pull up to DC for the weekend. You know what I mean? They ain't ask you to stay all week. And even though that would be dope, you go see all the museums. You know, you go. You know, if you plan now, you could probably get a ticket to go to the Black American History Museum down there. You know what I mean? Or you know, in there, which is pretty much the MLK Museum. You know what I mean, for the most part. But you know, Black American or whatever. But yeah, you know, there's a whole lot of history in DC, shit that we don't even know about, you know, ourselves. And we been living here on the East Coast our whole lives and shit, you know what I mean? So, you know, try to come down, book a hotel for the weekend or whatever. You know, stay one day, or, you know, if you just want to come to the rally on Sunday, that's what's up, and bounce out, you know what I mean? And then, you know, everybody got to go back to work either the next day or the day after, so that's understandable. You know, got friends and family you got to take care of, so that's understandable too. You know, life goes on, even then, you know, we're rallying or whatever the case may be. You get in the Jumbotron, y'all. Get in the Jumbotron. And yeah, come up on this game that I'm playing, y'all. It's called State of Survival, by the way. So yeah, you know, if you on your first person shooter type thing of a Call of Duty or Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, you know, Street Fighter or whatever the case be, that's one of my favorite games right there.
Oh,
you know, come up on this game called State of Survival. Click the button up there, you know, take you to the link, or if you want Apple or whatever.
The gaming.
You know, just go find it in the Apple Store.
My bad.
Come up to State 1018. That's why reparations.
My bad. Holy shit! I forgot I put them in the title.
So basically, this is a clicked up type game where you know Walking Dead type scenario. World is ended. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's just trying to find everybody. You know what I mean? And then, you know, kind of take it from there. But like I said, you know, you got these cliques that are from all around the world. You know what I'm saying? Because there's like multiple servers and shit. So you got people from all around the world. You got folks that are just straight up Japanese rooms. You know, straight up European type rooms. You got rooms that is just don't matter who's in it. Anybody could join it. You know what I mean? But I kind of see the discrepancy of this. This some clicked up ass game. Now I'm about to get my peoples up here. Fuck that. We about to take this shit over. So this will be good role playing for us to, you know, do our Black State. Some real shit. So third bubble from the left. Are you a gamer? Come up on social, make an account too. Get up there and make an account, because when tweet block your ass, what is it? Twitter block me. Block me. I ain't did nothing. You know, you did something. You was talking that reparations, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You was talking them reparations. You know what I'm saying? Can't have that on the white man's platform. The Django. You back, Black State?
Yeah, you know what? You was talking about the gaming, and I looked at the title. I said, "Oh, damn! I did put those games up in the title. I forgot. I forgot I even did that."
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell? But yeah, it makes sense though. So that you know lined up perfectly. You know what I mean? So you know, and I know you said you downloaded the game, but and I understand people don't got time to play it or whatever.
Oh man, I wish I had time.
You know, I'm an avid gamer. I've been gaming since I was a kid. So it's like, you know, and then look, I'm mad. My fucking TV went out in the other room. I got my PS4 right now. No, and I got hella games I ain't played. You know what I'm saying? Mad as hell right now. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna get that shit fixed though. You know what I mean? Straight up, gotta get on that PS4 right now. I want to play that shit bad as hell. I could hook it up to the other TV, but I ain't taking that shit apart and hooking it up to the other TV. That's too much shit. You know what I mean? I just go play the old PS2, Xbox 360 I got in the other room. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to play that. I want to play that goddamn PS4, son. You know what I'm saying? Real rap. You know what I mean? But yeah, come up there, State of Survival. You know, room 1018. That's where we're at with the Black State of America up there. You know, you got to start off as a you know, a rookie. You know what I'm saying? To work your way up to the OG reparations. You know what I'm saying? Got to start at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody else. You know what I mean? And look, like I said, I've been playing for about 200 days straight because it is an addictive game. I'm not even going to lie, but it's starting to not be fun because, you know, I'm not rolling with these other alliances. You know what I'm saying? I clearly see what y'all doing. You know, the ones that accept you, but even y'all ain't up there every day. We need folks that's going to be about this shit every day. You feel what I'm saying? Every day, playing the game and talking about Black State and doing this shit for real. Not just playing it in a game reality, virtual reality, but we're really doing this shit. So that's another thing I feel that we could use, or a tool to utilize, you know, to help us learn some shit. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Trouble. I'm over here yapping.
Hey, I walked away from the phone for a minute. What was you saying about the game?
No repeats.
I'm just trying to. Whatever, DJ, mute your Is that game? What is that game on? Is that on the game station or is that just like on a?
They just it's a video, you know, a cell phone game, so it's like Android, iOS or whatever. But they just made a PC version of it too for Mac and PC, so you could download it for that too as well. And it's actually pretty dope on a computer, but it, you know, I think it just works better on a cell phone tablet. You know what I mean?
Word. Yeah, I was gonna play, but I thought that was one of those PS4 games stations, and I can't pry that shit from my kids. So I was
oh, they done took over the PS5. It's over. You know what
Man, one got a PS4, the other got a PS5 because he didn't want the PS5. He was happy with his PS4, but they won't let me play it.
Right. Hey, get your own. You know what I'm saying? When that's all. Put it
Hell no. All the money I spent on that damn Xbox X and nobody wanted it.
Trade that shit in and get a PS4 or 5.
Hell no. I'm playing my Yakuza on it, so it's mine.
You get Yakuza for the 5 though. You see what I'm saying? Trade up. Trust me, man. We don't do Xbox over here. We PlayStation knackers.
Yeah, they was like the Xbox is trash, and I was like, I spent my money on it. What the hell?
Yeah, but see, look, no, not necessarily though, because the Xbox still got exclusive titles like Halo, obviously. You know what I'm saying? What did I think? Like Ninja Gaiden, Gears of War. You feel what I'm saying? Those are all dope ass games that I still haven't really played a lot of them. I played Halo way back in the day when the first Xbox came out, but all the ones that came after that, I missed all that. You know what I mean? But now having that Xbox, so you know you got to backtrack on that. But if these
besides, you know, the Xbox, Microsoft, they just bought out. Didn't they buy out some company?
Yeah.
It was some company that they linked up with, and they bought the whole company out, which has exclusive games or whatever. So, because I know Sony was saying that they didn't think it was fair for that sale to go through because they were scared that the titles, and Xbox was like, well, no, we're not gonna, you know, make it game exclusive. But Sony's like, yeah, I'm gonna call bullshit on that.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
Hold on. Ooh, they bought Activision?
Yeah.
It's over, but it ain't over. But Sony is hot about that because Activision Activision go back 30 years, man. You know, word up. They some of the first game makers, yo. You know what I mean? So they got history right there. But I think I would rather have it in Bill Gates' hands anyway. You know, fuck the Japanese on that level because they got too much shit. You know what I'm saying? Word up, and all the technology they got is our shit any fucking way. You feel what I'm saying? Word up. You remember, we the ones with the 50,000 patents. Real shit. Okay, the EU just hit Microsoft with an antitrust violation too. So there you go. So it's attempted to pursue. Ooh, 68.7 billion. Ooh, that's a lot of money. Oh yeah,
they spent some ching to get that.
Yeah, this was just recently. Microsoft is attempting to persuade regulators around the world to clear its 68.7 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard. And yeah, the Blizzard the Activision bought Blizzard years ago. So that's another game company that had exclusive titles but got bought out by Activision. So Microsoft about to come up. Yeah, so Sony mad. Matter of fact, yeah, they need to let Sony go ahead and bid on that shit, yo. Because the graphics would be way better for every fucking title. Everything would be better, yo. You know what I mean?
So they did allow Microsoft to buy Activision, huh? Because when it first went through,
they're trying to persuade the world regulators to allow them to do it. It's $68.7 billion. That's why Sony mad. You know what I mean?
Dude, Activision got a lot of titles in their catalog.
Bro, I mean, we talking at least 25, 30 years, if not longer, yo. You know what I'm saying?
I sure hate it for you PS4 owners. See, y'all need to come.
No, I'm good. I'm cool. I got a Windows 10. No, hold up a minute, real quick, Trouble. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, Trouble. I got a Windows 10 machine. I can play Xbox.
I hear you talking. But all the dudes that said that said I could do it if I had my PS controller. Man, I get down on either one, baby.
Right. Good. If I go get an Xbox controller, spend the money on it, I can play any Xbox game right on my own computer.
Yeah, I forgot you could do that. I think my son did that one time, and then his controller got locked on the thing, and we had a hard time. He's unlocked it since, but he had a hard time unlocking that bad boy to put it back on the game. So he's like, "Mom, I need another controller."
I don't know how you don't get $50. Making it time.
I bought my daughter the one that Xbox, not that new one, but the one previously before that. Man, she didn't even play that game. She ended up selling the whole system to my nephew. Not selling it, but trading him that system for what's that shit that PlayStation had out there? The little handheld joint.
A PSP?
Yeah. I was like, why did you do that? That system was worth more than a PSP. You should have took that to the store and sold it, or.
Nah, she did the right thing. She still got that PSP?
Yeah.
She did the right thing, man.
Why did you say that?
Because that motherfucker is a gold mine. No, they don't make them no more. It's over.
He did what they call it when they jailbreak it and add download games on it. He was playing. He had downloaded old Sega games, all that shit on there. Nintendo games.
Oh, he had a jailbroken one. Oh, that's what's up. Shit, that's even better. You know what I'm saying?
But a lot of people don't care for Xbox, but both of them are good systems. To me, it depends on what kind of gaming you like. I give PlayStation as far as graphics and colors, brilliant colors. But as far as the Xbox, its big thing is the frames. It got more frames per second, which makes like the animation look realistic.
Right, because Xbox is an actual computer. You know, it's more Microsoft Windows. You know what I mean? That's why the smartest thing Microsoft did was bring Xbox to Windows. You know what I'm saying?
BJ, I still got a book full of games. I got the original Xbox games, Xbox 360 games. I was the type of person, I never sold my games because when you go to GameStop,
I got an Xbox 360 I'm trying to get rid of. Let me know. It's in immaculate condition too.
Oh, for sure. I got
games to afford too. Let me know if you got something to trade or you want to buy.
Plugged up right now.
I know that's right. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you need an extra one for another room in the house, I got a 360 Slim. That's an immaculate condition. Never been really played, yo. It's just been sitting there collecting dust. And I got a hell of games, little controllers for it. I ain't even asking that much, but if you got some PlayStation shit,
games you got for it?
Like 13, but it's shit that you already know, like Madden and like Halo and a couple other things and shit, you know what I mean? But it's there, though. And like I said, the only thing that I don't got is the controllers too.
Okay, you too. Thank you so much for rocking with us. We are into the fun part of the space, and so I'm gonna say peace, reparations, power, protection, empower Black Americans, and we're gonna see you next Saturday. Probably got a couple more of these before we're gonna have to switch the date. Definitely switch the time. And you know, hopefully that'll be a smooth transition. But appreciate you for coming out, and definitely share, like, subscribe, as they say. Let as many people understand what's going on in this particular YouTube channel and what we talk about here specifically for Black Americans. We've got a year's worth of these YouTube videos, and there's just a lot of really good information here. I hope that you know, you're able to let other people know. Appreciate you.
Original game on there. Don't
Good
give
night.
that away, but they haven't played it in I don't know how many damn years.
That's okay.